Hello, welcome to the Blast R6 Brazil League. It is playoffs time. I could just about see the Manchester Major on the horizon. In fact, you know what? Let me correct myself. The sold out Manchester Major, because Siege is well and truly back, baby. And we are trying to find out over the next few play days which of our amazing teams from this region will be there in front of that sold out crowd. My name's Ian Chambers alongside CDAP. CDAPs, I'm delighted to be back. It's playoff time, baby. This is where it gets serious.
Yeah, you got back right at the correct time. You know, you missed some of the play days where a lot of the teams were confirmed, and now you just are instantly back to BO3 action. So much more sophisticated. Siege is about to be on display, and the stakes have been raised so much.
Yeah, let's take a look at how we got to this point. Let's look at the standings. Now, there are some shock names down at the bottom, that's for sure. I mean, the first name that jumps out to me is Team Liquid, but it's been a real mixed bag, hasn't it? We've seen big teams not necessarily deliver, and we've seen certain teams over-deliver for sure.
Yeah, Team Liquid, NIP, two rosters that made the Six Invitational from this Brazilian region last year. Unfortunately, they're going to be fighting through the open qualifiers, not making it here to playoffs. But then the SI World Champion, Furia, they're down at the 4 seed. Definitely a huge surprise.
So the 6 teams that did make it, let's take a look at some of their key players from over the past few weeks. Like I said, we saw some really interesting teams show up to the dance, right?
Yeah, so many teams just completely exceeded expectations. Sure, we expected FaZe Clan to be doing pretty well, and they were utterly dominant through the entirety of the group stage, not dropping a single map, fully flawless. But you have other rosters that didn't have that many expectations. You had the new W7M core that, you know, people maybe didn't think were going to be as good as they are. They're the 2 seed. Black Dragons, they came out and they looked great. Same with Vivo Keystars, where one of their players can always step up at any moment.
Well, you mentioned at the top there the undefeated FaZe Clan. This team has been absolutely phenomenal. They don't look like they're looking to slow down anytime soon either. Just a dominant and defiant roster, Connor.
Yeah, so many of the rosters in the top 6 from the Six Invitational have actually taken a little bit of a step back. Except FaZe. They took 5 steps forward, leaps and bounds ahead of the form that they showed, where they're just continuing their dominance. They look so good. There's not really a defined flaw. You can look at this team and be like, hey, they need to fix this. They passed the stat check. They passed the eye test. They're just a dangerous team that I'm sure nobody wants to play against.
Yeah, and it's best of 3 territory now, and they don't lose these very often, do they?
Yeah, the only thing that they've lost in quite some time has been a BO5, but through all of SI, through most of the group stage, their loss was pretty early to SSG, as well as the entire upper bracket run that they were able to just look so good on was just win after win after win in BO3s. All of a sudden, FaZe Clan are going to be going back into their comfort zone. This is a team with a strong enough map pool and a great adjustability over the course of a series that makes them so incredibly dangerous.
As if they couldn't have already looked comfortable enough. It looks like they're going to continue that momentum of comfiness here in the playoffs. Time will tell. Let's move on to the world champions in Furia, formerly known, of course, as W7M when they raised the hammer. It has not been the team that we expected to see. They've been nowhere near their best, Connor.
Yeah, there's always been a slight step back for Furia internationally versus domestically, but this is a pretty significant step back to a point where the panic button has been pressed. We hold this team to a really high standard, but they're still just not at the full potential that we expect. Nothing has changed for this Furia team. Their roles, they look the same. Their playstyle, it's the same. Some of their strats slightly updated, but their support staff is the same as well. You wouldn't expect kind of the same exact equation to be pumping out a different answer. It doesn't quite make sense. But as we kind of look at everything across the board statistically for Furia, it's sort of indicating that their playstyle might just be a little bit off. We know that they're very all in, they're very aggressive, and when certain players like KZ, like Herds, are not winning the gunfights that we expect them to win, all of a sudden things like their attacking win rate significantly drop.
Just briefly before we move on, you mentioned the panic button there. You know, in prior weeks, you said, let's not push the panic button just yet. Are you saying we've officially slapped it down?
I think it really is, because when we go into BO3s, map pool is so incredibly important, and so far Furia, it looks like they have a very similar map pool to what we always harped on and talked about was one of their greatest strengths, but they're not finding success on those maps anymore, and it makes you think that maybe they just need to focus in on a couple of more, and that kind of just removes one of their greatest strengths as a roster.
Let's talk about a team showcasing lots of amazing strengths. The overperforming, brilliant Black Dragons. This team finished third place with 18 points, Connor.
Yeah, this roster kind of came out of nowhere. They were a sort of underwhelming roster in stage 2 of last year. They made a couple of moves. They went into the off-season tournaments, didn't do that great, and all of a sudden just came out into the regular season and looked phenomenal. They're taking points off of the likes of FaZe. They're beating teams like W7M. Vivo Keydstars, they fell at the hands of this roster as well, and so many of the teams that they found success against, they're going to be playing later on in this playoffs if they continue.
Just, do you think that new roster made them unpredictable here? Because there was no expectation on them, but at the same time, made them potentially hard to read.
Yeah, it definitely could. When you have players that are completely new on the block, like Guto, putting up a Rookie of the Year caliber performance, it's hard to really get a nice reading on what this Black Dragons roster wants to do. As well, you know, Loira has been completely revitalized. He showed some flashes earlier on in his career, but now with these new pieces around him, all of a sudden Black Dragons look dangerous. They're great on the defense. They're able to just control their pacing at the right moments, and they're just a flat-out good team.
All right, well, we're going to see them in action today. Let's take a look now at the bracket and the lay of the land. As you can see, waiting in the wings, they are reaping the rewards of their successful group stage. FaZe Clan and W7M waiting in the wings. W7M, a team that have defied expectations as well.
Yeah, they were definitely punching up a weight class and deserved that second place spot where, you know, you had Volps all of a sudden be comeback player of the year, in my opinion, where he was really struggling on Liquid. He goes back to W7M with a completely new roster and is looking like one of the best players in the world that we know he can come out of. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they are actually going to be kind of waiting for the more tough matchup, in my opinion, having to go up against the winner of Furia or Vivo Keydstars. Almost feels like they're being not rewarded for being so good.
Yeah, very true. Let's take a look at the schedule then for today. You alluded to it just a moment ago. We've got 2 best of 3s coming your way. We start with Furia taking on Vivo Keydstars, followed by Black Dragons versus E1 Esports. 2 best of 3s that are sure to deliver.
Yeah, the first one is going to be so incredibly close, and the second one you might think, oh, it's a little bit worse in comparison. No, it's just as exciting of a matchup because this is a rookie game. This is so many players, their first time going to be on the main stage for playoffs, where it kind of is one of those things with expectations. Did we expect much out of these rosters? Not necessarily, but they do have that nice underdog story, and they definitely have the potential to have some huge upset factor.
CDAPS, you have set the table perfectly. I am ready for playoffs action, and our first match will be coming up very shortly after a quick break. Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League Playoffs Day 1. My name's Ian Chambers alongside the wonderful Connor. Look at his hairline. It's a beautiful thing. I can't stop looking at it. But we need to talk about Siege because we are kicking off with Furia versus Vivo Keyed Stars. By the way, I'm complimenting your hairline, Connor. It's something I could only aspire to have. Let's start with a tale of the tape here. Furia, Keyed Stars. Let's see how they stack up against each other.
Yeah, with Vivo Keyed Stars, surprisingly, one of the best, actually the best attacking teams in the entire region so far. And Furia, if you look at their rank, being slightly ahead of Vivo Keyed Stars in points, but worse on attack and defense, it creates a really interesting paradox with Furia where we've seen a lot of inconsistency across a roster that consistently performed amazing at the international stage last year.
Well, that's how they look when we put them up against each other. Let's take a look at each team individually now, starting with the world champions in Furia. What's gone wrong for them in the group stages, Connor?
It's just been almost a lack of firepower, and when we talk about Furia, the system that they employed to find so much success, it was just completely dependent upon winning ones. They had a full court press on defense. On attack, they got in your face. They would send 5 people at you. They'd send 1 person at you, but regardless, they were constantly sieging certain areas of the map. And so far in this stage, we haven't necessarily seen them winning the crucial gunfights. We haven't seen the consistency across the board that we come to expect with Furia, where we know Hertz is going to go absolutely crazy, like in clips like that. And you know KZ is probably going to go crazy as well. But they haven't been firing on all cylinders. They haven't been hitting as many shots as you would expect. And people like JV92, usually the cleanup crew, have kind of been absent in a lot of games as well.
On the flip side of that, though, we do know that this team can sometimes be quiet and then really start to show up when it matters. And this is a team that really does shine in a best-of-3 environment.
Yeah, and you might look at those stats once again and see the games lost. Oh, it's very similar to the performances of BO1s. If you remove the 2 games that they lost to FaZe that you can argue that they were quote-unquote saving strats, it's a pretty dominant performance. 15-2 when you're just removing FaZe Clan, who's undefeated right now, and they don't have to play until next round. They're a scary roster in BO3s. Overall, the ability of Furia to adjust and adapt and find the weaknesses in teams is quite formidable, and we always talk about, once again, their map pool. Their map pool is pretty good, and in BO3s, that gets to shine once again. However, I don't know if that's as much of a strength anymore, and it might be a little bit outdated.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, as long as Furia is still in the mix, never write them off. Let's take a look at their opponents now in Vivo Keyed Stars. Been a mixed bag when it comes to results, but they're a lot of fun to watch, and I know you personally are a huge fan of them, Connor.
Yeah, I've been riding high on this roster for quite some time. The constant growth that we've seen from stage 2 now to stage 1, they were so close last year in playoffs, just got the better of them, and now it's time for them to right their wrongs here. And if they come out and beat Furia, all of a sudden they become a very, very, very good chance to make the Manchester Major. But going up against Furia is going to be difficult. They have already lost to this roster, even though it was in a very, very close game early on. They are going to have all of their players stepping up. You can't just have Hates. You can't just have Stemp. It's going to have to be a full team effort.
Just talking about maps now as we start to look ahead towards our vetoes. Bank is a map where they really hold their own against strong teams, right?
Yeah, a lot of the difficult matches that Vivo Keyed Star played this stage did go to Bank. Most of the teams that they played that are going to be here in the playoffs, they were played on Bank. That means that, hey, Vivo Keyed Stars has a nice read into how these rosters would play this map. It might make it nice to be a decider. I don't think this map will be their map choice, but overall, with the attacking win rate being so high, all they have to do is really fix the defenses. And when you're going up against roster like, FaZe Clan or even Furia on a map like Bank, you have the opportunity and the time between the group stage and now to the playoffs to have tweaked things. I think that overall with Vivo Keyed Stars on Bank, it's still a good map. They might have a mixed bag of results on it, but if they keep it around for a decider, I think it might be a good tool for them.
One thing that doesn't need fixing, and one man who's been a magnificent tool for this team is Hates. This guy has showed up for them week in and week out.
Yeah, and Hates has been phenomenal, absolutely crazy so far. Now, this is multiple stages in a row. The Vivo Keyed Stars have had one of the top-rated players of the entire league and the entire world on their roster. Last stage, Hornetout. This stage, Hates. Hates has been just lights out. Very few games where he has not been dropping a phenomenal scoreline, and with the rest of his roster, somebody does typically step up with him. However, in the Black Dragons game, that was the case where we saw only hates showing up, and it wasn't a good looking Vivo Keystars. And it is kind of a worrying position where maybe hates could get canceled out by somebody like Hertz, who we know is such a prolific fragger and has the opportunity to cancel him out.
Well, this roster and their fans will be hoping that he puts on a big performance here against the world champions. Let's get into our map picks and bans going into this best of 3 series. Talk us through it, please, Connor.
Yeah, all the points that I just made about Bank for Vivo Keystars, taken off the board first. They did not want to make any adjustments going against Furia. And so far, we have an Oregon and Clubhouse matchup, a very boring kind of matchup, a very fundamental based matchup with a cafe decider that both teams have seem to have a little bit of an affinity to go towards. Vivo Keystars having a little bit better success than Furia so far on that map, so maybe if it does get all the way to map 3, we might see Vivo Keystar have a slight edge. But overall, as we go into a map like Oregon, into a map like Clubhouse, it's a fundamentals game, and this is gonna really just boil down to who's a more consistent roster across the board, who's gonna be skipping less steps, and on the defensive side, who's able to find the gaps and disrupt the attacks.
All right, well, normally I get your prediction at this point, but we are ready to get into the game, so I will get your prediction after map 1, all right? How you feel about that? All good?
I can cheat.
All right, Furia versus Vivo Keystars with Lynx and Stux calling the action. Let's get into it.
Thank you very much, Ian. Sam and I very excited to bring you all the first day of the playoffs of Brazil. No major qualifications today, Sam, but whoever wins today's best of 3s, Furia, Vivo Key now, Black Dragons E1 later, whoever wins that stands maybe a good shot at making the Manchester Major.
Oh, 100%. And man, I'm so excited. Like you said, Lynx took the words right out of my mouth, man. This was the matchup that for the playoffs, I was so very excited for, especially because of Vivo Keystars. They look so fantastic this entire stage. Yeah, they've had some moments where maybe it was a couple pressure checks, some things that they could kind of build upon, but you look at this squad and you see the fact that even though they have had a couple bumps in the road, they still, A, look really, really solid as a squad. B, there is some things they can work on, but it's things that they can absolutely patch out. And C, they still are standing the test of time. I mean, their worst player right now at a 0.97, and he's only -3 on his KD spread. I mean, oh my gosh, that's so terrible, right? I mean, I think they have a lot going for themselves, especially up against a Furia roster who are kind of trying to figure it out after they lifted that hammer.
Yeah, and Furia, that's the problem with kind of their dip in performance, right? Is it doesn't seem like there's any real one factor that is causing this. I mean, you could say, you know, the ADS changes, for example. Furia were masters of tempo. They could constantly speed up their game in the face of their opponents and catch them off guard. And if that is your instinct, even a 100 millisecond change in the ADS time might cause you to make a couple mistakes where you might otherwise not, right? But even then, it seems to more just come down to a little bit of burnout, maybe a lack of drive. I mean, when you have to make a lower bracket run, then you get to the lower bracket finals. Just to get to the grand finals, you have to win 8-7 overtime on map 3, and then just to lift the hammer on map 5, you have to come back down from 6-1. That's going to take a lot out of any team to make that run, especially when the turnaround between Stage 1 and SI is so quick. If there was ever going to be a time where we see a drop in performance in Furia, who have been so consistent over the past year, it's right now. But at the same time, Sam, if their issue is more a bit of burnout, a lack of drive, sure, maybe they heat up in best of 3s, but that's not something you can fix overnight or even after a few best of 1s.
Oh, it seems like something where Furia might need a little re-energization. Just because, like you said, they've been going at this for a very, very long time. I know we probably have some newer Siege fans, especially because SI was so amazing with this roster being able to take things away from FaZe when they were W7M. But that entire previous year, Carter, they were dominant the entire time. They were one of the #1 teams in the world consistently. They won all of the majors, including a hammer. And that's a really long road. The key thing is here, folks, you got to remember, for them, they know what it takes to get there. They've done this before, and they've more than likely had the realization, oh, we're back at square one again. You know, they are the champions. It's fantastic, but it's a really long road to get back to lifting that hammer, and it's a lot of work. So Furia more than likely working themselves back in, especially after that patch as well, kind of retooling themselves. And honestly, I think that they've, for all intents and purposes, looked pretty solid throughout the stage, especially given the circumstances of what their last year has been. So I'm just really excited to see what they can do inside of a best-of-3 format.
And it also is a perfect time, I mean, for Vivo Key to maybe recover from some of the struggles they had last stage. I mean, they made it to the playoffs, they were able to beat Black Dragons and win that first game, but then, of course, were knocked out in the semis, then knocked out by NIP, and ended up not qualifying for the Atlanta Major. So, losing here, to be fair, would be a little bit worse of a record than what they had last year, but they'd also be losing to the world champions instead of, you know, either W7M last year, who did knock them out, but a little bit later in the tournament. However, right now, with Furia in a bit of a weakened state, in a bit of a rebuild, not necessarily in terms of the roster, but a rebuild in terms of what they can do, how this roster can perform, on Oregon specifically, this is a great time for Vivo Keyed, even if they don't end up winning, to make this series competitive. One, Hates is one of the best players in the league at the moment. Even if the Vivo Keyed roster can sometimes do good enough to warrant a W, Hates by himself can pull them over the line to make a victory in regulation instead of OT, to make a close game dominant just by showing up. He's dropped multiple double-digit 15 to 20 kill games this stage in the best of ones alone. And with this first pick being Oregon, Furia are currently on a 3-map losing streak. They played it 3 times at SI, lost it each time, and one of those was in the grand final, where they lost it 7-1 to FaZe, where FaZe, I believe, didn't drop a single attacking round, or at least won most of the ones that they played. So if there was ever a time for Vivo Key not only to potentially beat Furia, but specifically to take a map off them, Oregon, their pick, might just be the venue to make it happen.
Definitely could be, especially with those notes on Hates, man. I mean, he's looked really, really dynamic. He's looked fantastic for this team, kind of the lifeblood of them right now, especially from the stats page, right? But even inside of the play, some of the moments where he might not be having the most grandiose, amount of frags, he's still finding the most important moments to be able to strike the iron while it's hot, and that's something that you definitely cannot mark against Hates at all. He's got one of the highest KPRs as well in the Brazilian league. He's in second place, only 0.04 behind our friend over on W7M, Volps, as he sits at a 1.01 and Volps sits at a 1.05. Really excited once again to see how Hates kind of battles up against Furia, especially in a moment where things are going to matter a little bit more than they do during our regular stage games.
And also with, Furia, a team that was very well known for not necessarily having a standout player, though you could make an argument, especially during their peak, for Herds, KZ, or JV92 taking any of those mantles. I think the fact that they have multiple players who you can make a very valid argument for taking the mantle of the star player on Furia, Herds with his ridiculous amount of opening engagements taken, let alone victories, KZ tying for MVP in terms of kills with Herds, being an absolute demon when anybody tries to swing him, JV92 always finding a way to win back man advantages or clutch out rounds. Some of the best players in the world on this roster. But with Vivo Keyed, the star is Hates. There is no question about it. Stemp has had good performances. Hornetau's certainly looking good. But it's Hates through and through. And if he shows up, that's a big problem for Furia. If he doesn't, that could be a big problem for Vivo Keyed. Then again, with Furia in a weakened state, maybe we'll see something happen. We are finally getting into the map, as you can see. And as for the start to the bans, I think Grim and Ying on Oregon is a very sensible set of bans for both of these teams, because when Oregon is off to the map, that comes down to who can win more attacks, Sam. Ying or Grim are some of the best attackers we have in the field right now.
Oh, man. You can almost feel it in the air, can't you? Things are getting exciting. It's playoffs time. Furia versus Vivo Keyed Stars, and not only that, but the bans are already giving so much to this game. I mean, getting rid of the Grim for offense, something we don't see too often, but something that is absolutely fantastic when it comes to the map of Oregon. Great displacement utility. And you can say really the same thing about Ying, although she just blinds you, which complicates things even further, right? Also has that good secondary hard breach utility too. The same for Grim, although those are going to be off the board for the offense. The defense, making quite a bit of sense. Making sure that they, especially with the Kaid off the board, making sure those hatches are not going to be too big of a factor when it comes down to getting those things open.
Just to give something in the way of a bit of an advantage when you are on that attacking side, if you can at least open up the hatches without any concern, you can take the minute and a half to figure out your execute onto this basement side, because often, especially if Grim and Ying are gone, you might need all of that minute and a half to convert successfully onto that bottom floor. We have to address, though, Tachanka being brought by KZ right out of the gate. A bit of a change, especially with Smoke also being on the board. So much denial that Fellapox or KZ at the front and the back, no matter where they are, could easily deny entry to the site. KZ, oddly enough, in T3 at the moment. I don't know if he's going to play that position the entire time, given his utility, but that's at least where we see him going into the action phase.
I would really hope not. You know, just for his sake.
He's down below now. We're all good. He's T1.
Does he want to try and challenge this?
Sure, we just shoot some drones and fall back.
Yeah, gotta be something like that. I think he's trying to assist here because Herds is on the rotation, so looks like they're gonna try and hold down the tower for some time. This is a good time-wasting tactic. Also, I just like the fact that they brought Monty. Oh my goodness, they brought Chanka here as well. Just because he's fantastic delay utility. We usually just see Smoke downstairs. That's what Carter was, really touching on there. But, Carter, if you remember, long time ago, when TSM was still inside of North America, they actually developed a strat for this basement where you use Smoke for that elbow and you put Chanka over inside of Freezer. They're both fantastic at delaying kind of closed off areas like this where people have to funnel in. And it makes it to where the offense really has to respect a lot of that utility, especially for Chanka, man. I mean, 20 of those fire nades, that's something you really got to pay attention to.
One thing also Viva Kid will have to respect is these Kiva barricades. You can see Daffodil thinking about rushing down the big tower stairs, but with that one Kiva barricade, makes it a bit more difficult to walk down, makes it difficult for anybody to cover him from behind, or even for the Blitz to make his way down to the bottom floor itself. So Viva Kid will be stalled for the time being, pushed back over to that middle floor as I believe, with that Kiva barricade, of course, Herds has found his way back. So everyone from Furia actually on the bomb site. What do you know? Despite the odd beginning and the odd operator selection, Sam, we reached the same point we always reach on basement attack. Minute and a half, the attack trying to figure out where they want to push.
Oregon, the more things change, the more they stay the same. The hatches will get open and we'll start to transition into more of an execution period. We'll build that up and then, guess what, guys? We're going to hand it off to Carter. He's going to say a lot of loud words. It'll probably be fun. Then we're going to go on to round 2. This is Oregon Basement. We're all so very excited. Also, Herds, why do we have 4 barriers in our pocket? I think we're trying to decide where this team's going to come from. He's probably just trying to hold on to those for as long as he can, but this is definitely going to be the telltale sign of things working their way in from the laundry position.
I think especially with the floors on the board, you don't want to give up those Kiva barricades early, especially if they can prove to be powerful. Herds does find one, that 9x19. Certainly very powerful, starting things off on the right foot for the defense. This Blitz, anything but. Nade gone unchecked in the default laundry position. A very poor attack to start from Vivo Keyed. Maybe in conception, but honestly more likely. Furia guns, they are coming alive in the first round on Oregon.
And already we are seeing the effects of Grim come to bear on this basement offense. They can't keep people back inside of the closet swing. They can't keep people back inside of Freezer or the laundry rotate either. Everybody just kind of has free reign to really do whatever they want. Yeah, there's some Capital bolts, some other things to try and hold them at bay, but it just clearly was not enough. Furia could just rest on everything that they had already set up. There wasn't really any grandiose thing going on there. It was just the team playing very well off the positioning that was given over from Vivo Keyed. And especially love Herd holding on to those barriers, man. I think that's a great idea, especially with what you said, Carter, and those Roteros being around, just making sure that they knew exactly where the team was going to be coming in from, making sure that things kind of reached critical mass, where if, Flores did want to fall back and try and use those Roteros, probably not the best timing.
Yeah, and we can see obviously what Furia will have on their attacks, as they inevitably will attack the basement bomb site, even if it ends up being a 6-0 defensive half. It's part where Vivo Keyed would go first in that situation especially. But I imagine this basement site, because of those operator bans, are going to prove particularly difficult for any attacking team, because if you don't have the Grim, or the Ying as you said, to deny some very common positions, whether it's the closet swing, or behind the washing machine, or anybody playing in long haul, you just kind of have to flood into the site and hope the gunfights go your way. Now, to be fair, Furia have won 2 majors and a hammer, just by a lot of their attacks being people that are very mechanically skilled, taking gunfights at the same time. Mm-hmm. So if anybody could maybe overcome those obstacles, I imagine it's Furia, likely anticipating a Grim and a Ying ban could be in the cards. We'll have to see what happens then. Either way, some of the most common tools that the attacks have found to make the basement attack a lot easier being out of the cards. This is likely going to be a defensive win for most of the rounds we see on this Oregon site, and dorms, and especially the tertiary site, will probably be where Vivo Keyed or Furia later will look to get a couple wins on the board.
All right, we're going to put a tracker inside of Vigil here, because I'm very curious. I want to pay attention to Phillybox here and see what he does with the remainder of this round, because you look at the Furia lineup, right? It tells you exactly what you'd want for a top-floor defense. You got your bandits, you got your mutes, you got your Tuberous trying to freeze up the wall, trying to get ahead of Evo Keydstars inside of this earlier portion of the round where they're trying to get hard breach open and do all of these other things. And this is a great idea. They've only brought Ace. Past that, they only have secondary hard breach. They're probably going to end up getting a bad breach if it goes down that way, and that'll complicate things even further because they'll have to vault through things. But the reason we want to pay attention to Fleepox here is because all of this is a distraction method for Furia. They're going to have a lot of people play on site. It's going to be a lot of delay. It's up to Fleepox to try and knock this easy ball out of the park.
Yeah, if he can stay alive on that roam, move around the mute jammers, use that ERC to dodge himself from intel, he could go for a flank later on. I will say, this is a bit of a new look from Furia. Normally, especially with Solus left up, it's Herds we often see on these solo roams, often the one pushing very far off of the site. But with him on mute and Felipox on the Vigil, I mean, it's not uncommon territory for Felipox. This is a very flexible roster. But given the operators left up, given the positions being taken, seeing Herd so close to site is a bit surprising. That doesn't mean Felipox isn't up to the task. You can see Vivo Keyd are aware that somebody might be off site. With the drones now in basement, this is a very understandable position to check. And with the cutoff drone in place, I think this is a smart move from Vivo Keyd. They know if they start hunting this Vigil, they could burn a lot of time. They'll set cutoff drones down below and make sure that they can focus on the utility game on the top floor.
Now, Fleepox here. This is the biggest patience game known to mankind. He knows he's been droned, but he just needs to try and delay. Even now, if he gets taken out, he's wasting a good amount of time. And Furia has gotten a lot done when it comes to their position up here. Look at this. Stemp can't do a single thing about this bandit. He's going to gone this and at least try and get rid of the freeze, but he doesn't know the bandit's already over here. Won't be able to assist. Somehow Fleepox gets one. I think he went for a rotation either through Freezer or through Big Tower, but it doesn't really matter at this moment in time. We're down to a minute remaining. Daft's been picked off, and so is Nade.
Yeah, 4v4, which with Felipox still on the roam, causing uncertainty to creep into the minds of Vivo Keyd, certainly might favor the defense, especially with so many of the on-site players still intact. Aside from Nade, you've got the shotgun from Herds on such a close quarters entry point. If Vivo Keyd commit to an execute from the master bedroom side, that shotgun is so powerful to contest either the breach, the trophy, walk-in, pit. He's a bit of a long angle with the SMG-11 though. Crossfire with KZ to watch the breach, but he's smoked off the planet. Hornet downed in the process, but they've at least found a way in. Felipox might have sent hates on the way out though as he cuts him down on the rotate back. These players on site need to fall if Vivo Keyd stand a chance. They've got the 2v1 on the player playing inside a pit. Felipox now down as well. Herds around the corners, got to stay alive, but as he crosses, Vivo Keyd are waiting. First attacking win comes on Dorms. We have a tie game only 2 rounds in.
And this is what's been so impressive about Vivo Keyd throughout this entire stage. They don't oversell things. That round right there, there's so many things that could have went wrong. They could have executed poorly. They could have allowed Felipox to get a huge flank off in comparison to really what he did, which, I mean, he already got some really, really good kills and was able to delay for a very long time. It was just unfortunately enough for him. The site players really weren't able to achieve a lot, especially KZ getting discovered here by that nice drone work. Unfortunate circumstances for him, but a great round from Vivo Keydstars nevertheless, as they're able to use that ability to delay things out, just keep proper pacing, and make sure that things aren't too risky as they battle Furia's setup on that top floor.
Moving down to the middle floor bomb site now. That 1-1, Vivo Keyd feeling a lot more comfortable. Now you can afford to maybe have basement be the unwinnable site on your attacks if you can get a win here. Just such a more comfortable position, especially on your map pick against a team like Furia. They might be weaker, they might be in a bit more difficult of a spot, only coming in at 4th instead of maybe the number 1 or the number 2 seed, like I think a lot of us expected. Not even necessarily playing in the first best of 3 of the weekend. Just able to get a lead and keep it consistent against a team that you can never count out, like the world champions. Would do a whole lot for Vivo Keyd's mentality. Now going in to clear the top floor with still some roamers above and below the site. Vivo Keyd have been successful so far hunting down a roam. Now let's see if they can do it again.
This is starting to look more and more like the Furia that we saw at SI. Being more than willing to try and hold map control, even on maps where maybe some turtle setups are usually favored. Furia, with their talent, we've seen them get away with things like this time and time again. Sometimes just making you question, am I playing the game right? Am I doing what I need to be doing? Because it's able to get away with so much sometimes. Red's just going to pull himself back off this P2 position over through the attic. A lot of rotations built up here for Furia, and this is also going to require a little heavy lifting from Vivo Keyd to understand exactly how they want to go about this. Initially, they're going to work Stemp in from the small tower side, so he'll be able to hold on to Shower for the time being. And wait Vivo Keyed, see how they want to try and build up around this position.
And the attacker pressuring a lot of different parts of the map right now. I mean, we have the control over by Showers. We have a couple attackers over on the top floor as well. We have an Amaru over by Big Tower. Daffodil sitting down below. Maybe going to Gara hook in for some quick control. So Vivo Keyed as a whole just pressuring a lot of different points, seeing where the defense is the weakest. Likely collapsing onto a given position once they figure out where it is. Casey's position might be known. But is there a gap up long haul right here? As you can see, Nade's so focused on that top floor. Hates might be cut down, but his position is revealed. Daffodil knows he's down there, but JV92 has cut down Hornet. So Snep might have found a way up the long hallway in the 5v3. He is not favored to win these engagements on the site unless there's a massive throw from Furia. And to top it all off, with the roam still solid on the top floor, Nade could even still contest from the vertical angles if he wants. So looking like Vivo Keyed might have to wait another round to try and get their 2 attacking wins they need.
Grasping at straws now. Furia doing such a good job of playing around this top floor pressure. Logic Bomb in, it's going to be the last one for Stemp. SMG-12 in hand. Not going to help him with the range, but definitely could with the player here inside of security. Let's pull out that Goo Mine, but Felipox waiting to see if somebody wants to try and swing his door. Love this patience here from Furia. Even though they do have 2 players over their opponents, they still don't want to try and give it up just yet. Lenda putting the case down, forced to try and cancel it, but oh my gosh! Just as quickly as they try, they fall. And Furia have 2 defensive rounds.
If Vivo Keyed were constantly trying to find a gap on that attack, sure, they were also going to clear the top floor, absolutely, but the big plan there was to get top floor control. Stemp carves his way through the site, then they drop quickly for a plant, and the transition from early round clear to post-plant, the ideal situation for Vivo Keyed is that transition lasts as long as it takes to get the diffuser down. They wanted to go very quickly with Stemp getting that control, but because you lose those 2 players early on, because you lose that 5v3, Hates goes down on the clear, Daffodil damage from below, and then you lose Hornetow as well, also helping to clear on that top floor. Obviously, you also aren't able to fully clear out the roam by getting a pick. You push them back, but it's on Furious terms. But the strategy they wanted, which was to get the control, then immediately transition into a plant, isn't possible, even with Stemp still in that position, because as you pointed out, Sam, Furia can pull back. They can bait you into a plant because they have such a dominant advantage. They can swing you, play for trades, retake on the top floor, because KZ's never been dealt with on the roam. The game is now completely at their terms, and I think understandably, Vivo keep taking a tactical timeout, as these attacking rounds will be incredibly important for the fate of this map.
I mean, to even like reinforce the point even more, right? Like a situation like that where you go down 2 players and then Fear is able to play out a defensive position. If you don't swing, it's actually way more volatile than if you do and try and take more man advantage away from Vivo Keyed stars. Because all at that moment in time, you're giving them as an opportunity to get back into the round. So instead, Furia just wait things out and force them into an execute with a lone man situation. They have to try and figure out, how do we hold down things here inside of this middle pillar position, inside of Kitchen, when we don't even have security under our belt? It's practically an impossible position, especially when you're playing up against Furia. So I just think it's a brilliant idea from them. And you can definitely tell that they've leveled up when it comes to playing in playoffs. This is not a regular season game to them at all.
The big thing we've seen is poor coordination, both on the attack and on the defense. And I think to, you know, reinforce your point as well. Well, hold on. Maybe I won't. Hates sprinting into the building. 15 seconds in, already on the top floor. Very indicative of some good communication and good drone work early on. Not only to take such control quickly, but already to be in a position to maybe contest the player inside of security, though that's just being droned. I'm not sure how much they know about Felipox's position, actually, because it was Herds, I believe, who shot that drone, but Freezer Hatch now opened up, so the mute will drop back down. Herds might still be in that position, top Freezer, but no, he'll even fall back. So just a couple drone shot early on. Very impressive initial entry from Hates, but unfortunately they'll find nothing because, again, Furia very disciplined on these Oregon defenses.
Yep. You spend your life living things on the edge, man. You know exactly how to dance that line. And Furia, they're the best in the business when it comes to that. I mean, it won him a hammer, for God's sakes. I'm going to peel things back down to the basement now. Hatch work already done for Vivo Keyed. Pretty easy at the end of the day, too, as Furia has nothing standing in between them and Hatch success. Bahana will be able to suffice for that. No secondary hard breach necessary. You still have a couple of other tidbits that they can try and work in. Lenda definitely the most curious one here, as Buck definitely not the best option when it comes to the basement setups, but the gun's still good, and still has that Gone 6 secondary. Kills now starting to come in decently hot and heavy, and Vivo Keed feeling the swing, feeling the sting too, as it's just down to Hornet. CB's got any stings left, as fortunately for him, he's not a B, but he's dead as one using their stinger. Very unfortunate circumstances for Vivo Keed, as Furia once again rebuff for the full-on onslaught that Vivo Keed tries to build through the hatch play for the basement.
And when Furia were at their lowest this stage, which I would call the Black Dragons, 7-2 loss to Black Dragons on Cafe that Furia suffered, we weren't seeing a lot of rounds like that. I mean, even on the defensive side, the coordination was not there. Black Dragons could set the pace, Furia weren't getting trades, weren't really repelling what Black Dragons were throwing at them aggression-wise on the attack or the defense. And at rounds like that, Vivo Keed, I still like the idea. They see, okay, let's try to ramp up the pace. We push down into Big Tower, we get a pick there, but then we drop down the hatch, go for the kills on that side of the map. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. I think in theory it could work. But Furia aren't the team we saw in that Black Dragons game right now. At least they're not playing the same way. That coordination is there a lot more than it was, even in closer games like the FaZe game, the 7-4 loss, or even some victories like the Vivo Keed game on Bank. Furia are a little bit more confident right now. They're able to play trades a little bit better. And I will say, of course, it's basement. If there's any site in the game where you should be able to do that, it is this site. But it's also not Furia's pick. If they're able to recover the form and keep it close against Vivo Keed on a map Vivo Keed should in theory win, it's more so boding poorly for Vivo Keed than it is boding well for Furia, actually.
100%. Not only that, but it's like, it's not that Furia aren't giving you opportunities either. How often do we see teams try and set things up for a pseudo hold on the mid floor for basement? Not all that often. It's a good strategy. Not trying to take that away from them at all, but we really don't see it just because turtling on that basement is so unbelievably easy. But Furia, really, really good at a play like that, and they're using that to its fullest advantage. And we might see something kind of similar. Not exactly, though. AZ, though, he will be bringing Solus for the very first time, very shockingly enough, inside of round 5. He's on the roam, though. He'll be over inside a Big Tower to see if he can try and thwart any game plans when it comes to any info working its way over, or really just trying to get in behind Vivo Keed as they try to strike things on the master side.
We saw it was difficult for Vivo Keed to get a handle on Fellapox's position earlier, so I don't think on Dorms this isn't a bad idea whatsoever. I am concerned how ready for it Vivo Keed might be, but with so much focus on the trophy clear early on, I'm curious if they're actually less aware of it than it was before. Because if you remember, the Vigil play was not necessarily obvious it was a Vigil, but a roam, well,
no.
It was pretty obvious because of the holes made in meeting. He was holding up position, but this time, KZ's playing it a lot looser, running around the map a lot earlier, not baiting Vivo Keed to clear him, but he's caught them off guard completely, goes for another run out bottom white. Doesn't even need to do that. He's already killed Lenda. He's already got the 5v4, but the confidence from Furia is certainly back.
This is just rough for Vivo Keed. They're trying to find their own plays. The Skeleton Key up close, but Philippox, he's what? No way! He smokes a man out on the balcony, just trying to transition into Master, and it's done. Just like that. The dust is gonna settle. What do you even do in a situation like this? Stemp, just take it to round 6. There's a minute remaining. It's a flawless from Furia on the top floor. This is looking like a roster that lifted a hammer about 2 months ago.
This is also looking at like a roster who has very much retooled their org and figured out how to make this work, but also how to make it work for what they used to be. Like you said, they're looking a lot more informed when we saw them a couple months ago, when we saw more Furia at their peak. It's too early to say if they can make it consistent. Of course, the Clubhouse, a map that's very strong for them, has not exactly looked the strongest. They could have dropped it to Fluxo, the last place team of all people, in the league earlier, as they had to fight back 6-3 on that map. So I think Clubhouse will really need to see before we can say confidently Furia are back 100%. But right now, remember, going into this game, Furia on a 3-map losing streak on this, not winning a single defense against FaZe in the grand final of the 6th Invitational. And their defenses are not only looking different for how they were there, they were a lot more focused on holding the site, holding the extra enemies, a little bit more pulled back. Here, it's a much more classic Furia roam, much more classic aggression, but also more importantly, the bedroom player and the bottom white player so in sync on that jump out and those swings, the confidence to take those 1v1s. Furia are looking a lot more like themselves than they have been in Brazil. That much is certain so far from the 5 rounds we've seen.
Yes, 100%. And hopefully for their sake, these escapades continue. We continue this dynamic story, this dynasty story that Furia has been building in Siege for what seems like, I mean, a blink for most, as it's been so action-packed, but it's been quite some time. Push drone here for Hates, 0-5, including Daffodil as well, 0-5-1. Lenda?
0-6 for Hates now.
It's a rough ship, man. Rough ship right now for Vivo Keed. Hornet will finally take down KZ, and although a positive boon as he's been running amok on these roams, there's still a long road ahead of them. And the biggest thing for Vivo Key that I've seen so far is that a lot of these positions that they've been getting taken out in haven't exactly been tradable. It's been a lot of one-on-one sort of engagements, and that's exactly what we saw from Furia and some of their most dominant performance when it came to SI. Teams that love to give these heads-up gunfights usually fall to the sword of Furia.
Yeah, Furia players just winning a lot more of them in this game than they have consistently. We've seen great performances from Herds in a game, great performances from JB92 in a game, KZ having a rough stage, and Nade and Fellapox obviously not often being in positions where they need to put up big performances, but even then, Fellapox for a game or two this stage has been able to do so. But now the players are winning fights more consistently. KZ might still be 2-3, but Fellapox having a great game, everybody else putting in the work, that's enough. That's enough at the end of the day for Furia to mount a very strong performance. And with Hates, the second highest rated player in Brazil, 0-6 so far, Daffodil 0-5, it's a very easy picture to paint for why Vivo Keed are struggling on this attacking half, struggling to find control, struggling to truly pressure these Furia defenders. I mean, how many times on these two attempts to attack the meeting kitchen site have we seen somebody trying to push up long haul for a quick kill?
No way.
And how many times have we seen it fall flat on its face? Nice shot by Hornet, good transition, good flick. But a 5-1 for Furia to start on their opponent's pick. It's not looking good from Vivo Keed on map 1.
I mean, especially when you make their best player a null factor. He doesn't exist right now in the server, Carter. The guy doesn't have an assist. He's got nothing but deaths. And the entire thing for Hates, essentially, is go kill. Like, every op that he plays for this team, for the majority, is something that's a little light on utility, but heavy on gunplay. His main op this entire stage has been IQ on offense. Which, yeah, you use that little scanner every once in a while, assist your team, maybe get rid of a few odds and ends there. But we're really playing it for that entry ability. We're really playing it for that 5-5-2 and being able to take some good gunfights. And it definitely was not happening for Hates here. And as Carter said, this is their map pick. This is where you want to see them hit a stride. Especially on this offensive side, it matters so much for the outcome of Oregon if you can attack this map. And for Vivo Keed, they could not hold a candle to the defenses of Furia. And to be honest with you, I don't think they really game planned around the fact that Furia had some things in the wings for Oregon.
I think also, if Vivo Keed had played this map at this stage, they played it against Fluxo in the debut of Brazil, and they were able to win 4 attacks against that team. And I know what you're saying, Fluxo are the last place team in the league, but this is still the map Vivo Keed picked, the map they were most confident on. They were able to get 4 attacks. They're only able to get 1 here. Hates as well, 16-2 that game, a 2.18 rating. I mean, he's not even close. Like, he's just not even close to that same level. That is to the degree that we're seeing this drop-off for Vivo Keed's performance. Now Furia are moving to the attacking side, to be fair, and we could easily see them struggle. Their attacks certainly have not been as strong as they have been at international events, like the Majors, like SI. The entries in particular, getting them or converting them has been Furia's big issue this stage, and for their playstyle, which is often more spread out, often very incumbent, or very reliant on whether they can get advantages or not, they could face a lot of problems if Hates is able to get active, specifically in those early rounds, and Furia struggle to win things back. But if this round, if they're able to get an advantage, and even if they lose it, Furia keep it close, this could very well be a regulation victory.
Yep. I think it has a little bit to do with the patch coming after SI. When you're the best in the business on the swing, and that kind of gets nerfed a little bit, you kind of have to go about things in a little bit of a different way. I really feel that pain just a tad. And even giving that scenario, I mean, they're not exactly the worst when it comes to entry. They're definitely negative, but it could definitely be a lot worse at the end of the day. But Furia looking to try and right those wrongs in playoffs. So far, from that defensive perspective, things have looked good. But now it's time to change the fate when it comes to the offense. AZ with an R4C and a Russian Cog will work his way down Freezer. As there's one inside of Closet, a pre-fire towards Freezer. Hall hates is going to hate his life after witnessing what the hell just happened to him right there. Stemp waiting for the swing. He's been tagged up a bit from Laundry, but Furia, they're doing what Furia does best. They know the advantage, and they're going to use this timer to its fullest advantage.
And you can see this round isn't easy for Furia by any means. They're taking so much time to burn utility, taking all this time to extract some from Vivo Keed in turn. But with Hates giving away that gunfight and Furia ready for the swing, that's okay. They can take that advantage. While Daffodil's able to find one, KZ coming alive in round 7. 2 kills for Furia so far. Bellapox unread on the push up to the Laundry rotate. Completely caught lacking as Daffodil holding that very position. Hornet on the long angle will smoke KZ inside of Freezer. Very flashy way to get the 2v2, but the diffuser's down. Furia can back off now. They've got the advantage. They're forcing Vivo Key to come to them to march through that rotate. Lengthy rotate by Bellapox in turn going down the Freezer stairs. These are 2 1v1s that Vivo Key can play off of. Furia just have to not give away their positions. JV92, Bellapox, they both have to hold. JV goes down, Bellapox stays up. 1 kill is way, but not the second. 1vx is what the first round of Vivo Keed's defenses comes down to. But Furia have kept it close. And there's a match point in there. Furia just play things a little differently.
Man. I feel like all of us just universally clenched right there as soon as that Capitao took 1 step forward. You're just hoping that he tries to play things out on time there, hoping, praying that he waits for that case to buzz, but instead just really, really wishing that that man swung into the angle, but ill-advised, losing things out. But perfect example right there of how difficult it is to get things on this basement to go off, right? I mean, Furia, not only were they grinding away at the setup of Vivo Keed, but they had practically everything you could have wanted to try and pick up that round. They get the kills, they get the post plant, and not only that, they get the positioning. But Vivo Keed are still capable of pulling it back across the line, even when it comes down to a clutch scenario.
And Vivo Keed, I mean, sure, capable of pulling it across the line, but Hornetau capable of pulling them across the line. I mean, obviously, he wasn't the one who got that last kill. Daffodil was able to get the final one in the 1v1 to get his trade. But with that shot he hit onto KZ, forcing Bellapox to hit that rotate in the first place. The only player positive as well for Vivo Keed so far. He's not entirely responsible for both victories, but certainly responsible for making round 7 as competitive as it was. That was a 2v4 for Hornet and Daffodil to win just to get basement as their second win on Oregon. Furia able to just capitalize off a couple swings from Vivo Keed like they were just 1 round prior with Hornet playing so aggressively in Closet right now. Storm's win is certainly a possibility, but Lenda behind the shield might have just spot the feet of the player on the balcony. Either way, it'll be a bit of util clear to start from Furia, so if there's a gunfight, it'll be Vivo Keed maybe getting a bit too aggressive.
Rocking the AUG, too. Don't really see that too often in the current patch, do you? Because that COG is on the MP5K. Definitely wants that barrier back, doesn't he? Unfortunate on the door frame, but able to get the other one to go off. Lenda's going to end up losing his shield, too. So far, so good when it comes to the chess match of utility.
I like the strategy, just using the X-Kairos 2 at a time, burning them 1 by 1 by 1. But
you're going to keep giving them away, man. I mean, we're just going to keep soaking them up. Those barriers are way too valuable, especially when it comes to the site late game.
Oh, but Hates on the roam. Has he been read? Selma's go out. Oh, the Ace is not aware of this. Not aware of this at all. Hates, don't give away your opportunity. He does. The pistol required to get that kill, but still an advantage for Vivo Keed. Hates might go down, might be 0-8, but he's at least taken a lot of HP off KZ. JV92 Bellapox, the latter also worse for wear, especially with a couple bullets from the SMG-12. Much stronger showing for Vivo Keed on this defense. This bedroom hold, not necessarily stumping Furia. They have an idea for how to counter it with the utility, but this time the swings from Vivo Keed finding a lot more purchase onto the bodies of Furia attackers. JV92, the only one left outside on bedroom balcony. A couple flashbangs maybe to facilitate the entry or bait out a swing from the player he knows is playing close on the bedroom wall. But now it's time for Vivo Keed to play passive. Now they have the advantage of pulling back and forcing Furia to make a move. Step will finish it off. Finally, a convincing round out of Vivo Keat. Going into the tertiary site, one they absolutely needed.
A perfect one there, and really hoping these stocks continue to rise. This is going to be the true, test of fate as to what will happen to Vivo Keat here in the future. On this very site, we'll have to see which one they select. Neither one of us read Portuguese, but we know it's on the first level.
That is cooking. That is a kitchen and dining.
Nice, very well done, my friend. You did learn a little Portuguese before I went to Brazil. You remember that? So, hey, you got it right too. It was not meeting, or yeah, whatever the heck they call that stage. I can't remember right now. Either way, though. More important thing, it's going to be cafe, it's going to be kitchen, and that does beg the question, how does Furia go about this? This is usually the tertiary site that we don't see that often, just because it's very exploitable from small tower. Furia's lineup doesn't exactly dictate that they want to try and go for that. This is a pretty just, whatever you really want to do with it kind of a ordeal here for them. Actually might be a second floor assault now that we get that ramp.
Usually you would assume that there's going to be some second floor control on either of these sites, the meeting site or the dining site. It might manifest differently. It might only involve, in the case of meeting, opening up the two breaches and then just holding some parts of the second floor without actually taking the control if you want to do like a direct OSA plant. For dining, it could just involve opening up small tower, making sure nobody can try to peek you big window or anything like that. It can manifest very minimally, or you could see them fully clear out dorms, fully pressure those positions. They will certainly have to clear out small tower if that's what they want. Lenda will be a permanent threat to the backline of Furia, whether they want to push from small tower, or if they push the big tower side, you could hop out, but Stemp, bit of over-aggression. JB92 not able to find him right now, but dedicating one Dokubi call out of two to make sure that he's clear to go and get that kill. With the Solus cut down early on, Furia going to be a lot more comfortable droning inside of the map.
Yeah, this is a huge deal. All of the default cams are now Furia's to bear. Dav has to find this, and he will. He'll take down Hertz. Knows there's one working its way in from the kitchen area, but he's full white. He'll be full whited again. KZ in. Skeleton Key at range will gun him down. And somehow, some way, Furia fighting their way through the thick of things on so many fronts it'll make your head spin.
I mean, we've said it already a few times, but this is quintessential Furia. When they are at their best, they are playing spread out in a way that baffles the mind. You say, surely this won't work. They're going for individual 1v1s. And to be fair, a lot of the times they can get punished for it. But if you have Herds getting that intel, then the flashes from KZ landing the way they do, he can easily get that trade with how close by he is. With the 4v3 meeting control established, they can start rotating to the backside. Only issue, though, no hard breaching. So if they do want to open up any extra angles, no secondary charges, no primary, no Dokubi calls for JB92 either, and no man advantage, just hates. Gets his first kill in a time where it is absolutely critical. Might cost a lot of his HP, but denying Furia that advantage, following it up with a second to give Vivo Keat the lead in the 3v2. This needed to happen, and with those Zotos as well, one more in pocket, he can stall out the flood from Furia for just a little bit longer. Fellapox and JV92 will need to have their work cut out for them if they want to get match point in round 9.
Sub-minute for Furia. So much to get done, though. You can clearly tell that the lack of hard breach is what's kept them out of this round. Not only not really able to open up a few things, but these hatches, especially on this verticality, something that could have been very, very helpful. Discovery here by JV, using that land audio to its maximum efficiency. Crouch walking up top, using that slow walk too. Now JV, can he do it again? There's one inside of the hallway. Hornet, playing things so very well. At the bottom of white, JV finds one, but Lenda's going to swing back. That's Case on the ground. He knows where he is now, though. Lenda's going to try and run for the hills. Thinks he's working his way in from the rear, and he is. But Felipox, he chooses incorrectly. And that's going to be the round, as Vivo Keat, once again, in a pseudo-clutch moment, able to gun down the rest of Furia before things get too wiry.
A necessary performance from Hate, and a necessary round victory for Vivo Keat. 5-4. We will have a tactical timeout from Igor, the coach of Furia, after dropping 3 rounds in a row, as close, to be fair, as these rounds have been. 2 times coming down to a 1vx, but in the round 7, the first attack, it was an advantage lost by Furia, a 4v2 choked. This time, it was a 2v3 that they almost brought back, but still a round that Vivo Keat very much should have won in the end. So with 2 decent performances on the defense, going back down to basement as the site you know Vivo Kid are going to, this is a great time to hit the pause button, figure out what to do, because even though the execute from Furia was solid in the first round on the attack, Vivo Kid are going to expect it, and there aren't exactly a lot of options and a lot of operators on the board to try to change things up in any dynamic or drastic fashion.
Yeah. I even think that last round most definitely was in Furia's hands up until they started to run into issues with their tools, right? They just didn't have the utility necessary to go about things the way that they wanted to. Did a great job of getting meeting control, sure, but weren't able to really transition that. No, that wasn't really due to the hard breaks. The entire paneling's soft, but when it came to the top 4 control, getting more access points, trying to apply pressure to Furia from all these different angles, it was really a mixture of that as well as the body count. Furia not capable of trying to keep bodies alive on that top floor level where Vivo Kid was able to peel that layer back and make things a little bit more complicated for Furia. But Vivo Kid still have a little bit of a run ahead of them. They're capable of taking this downstairs site. It's going to be a tie ball game. And then Furia more than likely going to start sweating as they have more than had an opportunity to take this map away from Vivo Kid Stars, and they've came very close time and time again.
I also think there's a change from Vivo Kid right now that is very, very good to counter the very attack Furia went for in that first bout. We see the Melusi being brought. Didn't see her last time from Vivo Kid, but a Banshee immediately placed on the laundry table. And what is that intended to stop? Well, it's intended to stop Velopox from walking up laundry or KZ from getting aggressive like they did in the first round of the attack. So sure, Furia might have might do a good job getting early round control right here, but if all they're going to be able to do is a laundry freezer push, there is utility in place from Vivo Key to stop that very play.
Oh, man. You gotta love Siege, right? Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
That's not good.
Sometimes, Carter, you ask the universe and you just receive, don't you?
I mean, it's sad because I always like that mute play. I like the solo play. Put the mute jammer, below you, try to deny intel, and then he just gets pinged by the Jackal, and there's nothing he can do as Nade has taken big tower control so quickly. Unfortunate way to lose man advantage for Vivo Kid as Furia, win or lose, have been able to get it almost every single round, save for the Dorms attack where they were completely shut out, and not a necessary condition at this point that Furia will win, but a team that's so reliant on it and needed hates to swing out of the small closet to get it on the previous basement attack. This is the same advantage for a lot less work.
Well, the Valkyrie camera is going to go to the offense now, too, so I'll have to try and peel those away.
The Super 90.
Yeah. Great shoddy. One that has a storied history when it comes to Siege. It was one of the most busted shotguns in the first year where they patched the semi-autos out in the M1014. Man, hates. A little nerfed in this game, but still scary when he gets on the swing, right? 4 versus 3 here for Furia. And when you know, we're taking their time once again. JV, he saw it. But I highly doubt that we get another one out of Hornet here. I think he saw that break in the stage wall, and just risky business at the end of the day.
There's not a whole lot to be gained on actual swinging from Hornet. However, just by holding this position, he could certainly make it difficult for Furia to push down. Just the shotgun's so close. Unless Nade gets the drop on him. It's difficult to challenge, but at the same time, falling back for Hornet, there aren't a lot of positions to contest with the Super 90 unless you're able to play close at Pillar or Bunker. KZ just moving down right as the Legion drops off. The timing certainly going Furia's way a little bit on some of these swings. They still need to push down, and ultimately, despite the 4v3, in the low time, if position goes uncleared, if Vivo Kid can overperform a little bit in these gunfights, this is still an incredibly winnable round. With Nade close on the E-box hatch, that's where Hornet is playing. He can shut this push down right now, and if he falls back and gets away untraded, this round could still go the way of Vivo Kid. Everyone downed on the floor in one fell swoop. A 3v4 is no problem for Vivo Kid. All tied up 5-5.
And although they have the entry, they have the map control, they don't have the round. Furia cannot get the entries on the physical site that are necessary to try even get in the ballpark, let alone try and play the game. Vivo Kid gunning them down, but let's be honest, it was really the the Super 90. Got a lot of that done out of Hornet in that one. Now Vivo Kid, they've done it. They've ran the gauntlet. It's been a perfect defense for them so far as they've taped together 4 rounds to get it 5-5.
And I was curious where the Frost was going to play going into that. I was like, it's hard to hold pillar. You might be taking a long angle fight with the guy's stairs. I mean, you could play close-up freezer, but you might be able to find your position. Where is he exactly going to play? And countering an E-box drop, especially when they've set up the Banshees to specifically dissuade Furia from going for a frontside take. They are gambling that Furia will actually go backside by picking that Super 90, and it pays off so well. The reads on the attack might not have been consistent from Vivo Keed, but the small adjustments to bait changes from Furia have been quite nice on the defensive side so far. And now going back to Dorm Sam, I mean, this site wasn't even close.
No, not at all. It was a little risky from, Vivo Keed, at least initially. Very similar, actually exact same setup, including Lenda downrange on an AUG behind a deployable shield. He is going to get tagged up this time, so already having a little bit of a different story, but we had the same result. That's what we're looking to. Last time around, Furia did have the Habana along for the ride, and she was doing a lot of the heavy lifting when it came to getting rid of a lot of the barriers. But the 417 is also something that suffices. DMRs have a really good damage profile, and what? Daff? He's going to get discovered all the way over on an attic rotate on his own island, essentially. Hornet's getting tagged up now. Has Vivo Keed flown too close to the sun?
Oh, Hertz has certainly found a gap. He's thrown the nade in to force the Izami off. He walks in. Or force Lend off, excuse me, but walks on in. Hornet flashed, has to back up. He's found a gap in the attack or the defense. There's certainly been a couple holes filled by the attacking side in a matter of seconds. It's a complete about turn from Furia on the Dorm's attack. They found match point in their most dominant win of the entire attacking half.
We have a huge risk from our Frost over on T2. Gets discovered by a Furia member, gunned down. They now know that attic position is going to be an ordeal, right? They're going to have to deal with that. But the big thing there is that Vivo Keed peel a lot of people back to the site, especially on more of that auxiliary position that we see, over inside a trophy, over on that swing for the breach. And Furia are more than willing to try and donate somebody to see if that's a soft spot of the entire setup. And boy howdy, Carter, was it. As that man just walks directly inside of the breach for the master closet and finds a Vivo Keed member just walking around inside a site, not aware at all that they're trying to continue that, escapade over on the master side. For some reason, for Vivo Keed, it clicks to them in their realm that a lot of this is going to be working its way in from attic and maybe something like white, maybe something like double window. Not that it's going to continue boiling over from master, and they get completely blindsided. Now, the beauty of this scenario is that Vivo Keed did have the opportunity to make one mistake on their defenses, okay? They can go back to this top floor, they can reassess, reaggress, and see what they can do to try and force overtime.
Hate's got to get a bit aggressive on this Showers window. JV92 right outside, will rappel up, go right across the window too. But the window's not prepped for a jump out, just for a little peek. While JV92, excuse me, not JV92, Fellapox, I'm so used to JV running upstairs as Dokkaebi, was conditioned. Won't find the Dokkaebi either way. Flank cam gone inside of Z, but with the front door open. JV92 can easily watch this peek from Hates. Dokkaebi call goes out, utility clear, going forward. Hates fries the Capitao. The ace gone as well. Vivo Keed getting aggressive in the face of potential defeat. Hornet might fall, but a 4v3 within the first minute, not something to slouch at all.
Definitely not. Especially with one of those picks being JV92. He's been a big saving grace for Furia inside of this game. A name that we really haven't talked about, but it's just been because he's been so consistent on a round-to-round basis. Doing his due diligence, getting a kill here, maybe two there. The key thing is that they don't have these Capitao bolts anymore. Vivo Keed, you're more than willing to try and take these opportunities, take these swings, and worsen Furia's position. It's like we saw inside of the early round. That's what Vivo Keed has built this entire round on so far. Outrest at the precipice of success. Up a man, and more than willing to try and make a rotate too, as we'll have one walk their way down white stairs. See what Furia want to try and do for their next strike.
Their options are so limited. I mean, again, with the lack of hard breach, once KZ's taken down, there's not a whole lot of opportunity to rotate. With two Dokkaebi calls and an EU1D, to be fair, as well as 4 flashes, they have a lot of utility to make maybe setting up herds for a gunfight over by the bedroom wall a lot more possible. I also like this rotate from Felipox. It's been such a strong bedroom push so far that they might not be expecting, or Vivo Key might not be expecting, anybody to play a big window. Dokkaebi call, E1D, all the utility goes out. Nade runs in, but Daffodil immediately cuts him down. Watching that angle the entire time. Felipox and Herds both shut out of their respective positions. Herds even known because of the impact grenade. Overtime for our first series and our first map of the Brazil League playoffs. I don't know what else you could possibly hope for what should be one of the most exciting best of threes of the day.
Would you have it any other way? I think not. Vivo Key wouldn't either, as they've brought it back on their map choice of Oregon to get us to overtime. And not only that, they also are favored here as they'll be starting off on the defensive side. Folks are a little bit newer to Siege, then I'll have you know our OTs are ran as a best of 3 rounds, and you switch sides every single time. So what's that mean? Well, that means Vivo Key gets more defenses than Furia does. And we've seen inside of this game how much that means.
5-1 halves for both teams on the defensive side, and the one round we've seen Furia able to win dominantly, able to win unequivocally as their round, has been, to be fair, they're able to create a gap in the defensive lineup, push in, get a bunch of the kills, win the round that way. It was a really good round. But with Vivo Key, who have been playing very solid on the trades, on every site, basement, dorms, the tertiary site of dining, that's not something you can do consistently, especially once Vivo Key are ready for it. It's been the issue for most of the attacks for both teams, is that when the defense is playing strong together and you don't have a lot of operators like Ying or Grim to disrupt them, you can maybe get a play with a flash and a nade like we saw from Furia in round 11. But once the defense is expecting it, it's really easy to react and account for, as we saw with just simply bringing some Banshees when Vivo Key went down to basement the second time. There's been a lot of really good adaptations by Vivo Key on these defenses, and Furia struggling to find good ideas on the attack.
You can see now they're trying to reach deeper inside of their bag too. You know how important these offenses are going to be to their future. They don't win this best of 3, Carter, then it's all over. Will not continue their reign, not be able to defend their hammer, defend their name at a major that they've been more than capable of for the last year. Now, I'll roll back to this Oregon. I'll roll back to this moment as a talking point as to why this team is not in Manchester. Vivo Key, bringing things to the limit once again. Hornet not on the Frost with the Super 90 this time around. Instead, he'll be on Jaeger instead of the stairwell position.
Also see the introduction of Lenda on that Mira. A bit different than the Banshees from the Malusi, but with a black mirror facing Laundry, you're still going to feel really, really unsure about pushing until you get KZ to maybe crack them with those Ash charges. Good use of the Rotero drones by JB92 so far. Bit more liberal use of the Kiba barricades from Stemp than we saw from Herds on their defensive side. The big question I have in my mind, Sam, is where is this Monty going to push and what impact is Felipox going to have?
I think that's a question we all have here, especially with the drone count starting to dwindle a bit for Furia. They still got 5, so honestly not in the worst of straits right now, but definitely want to pick pretty badly. Be hers to try and deliver, and he will. What else would you expect out of this man? One of the best when it came to SI, and one of the best when it came to the stage. Another moment for him. He's making so much out of nothing. A frag grenade displaces Daffodil. They found 2 kills, all off Herds just walking inside of construction. A Nitro Cell now prepped for Lenda. Everything reinforced when it comes to Elbow. He does not have to sweat that at all. No angle working its way in from Furia, but that cannot be said the same for Freezer. Another body falls. Another moment for Vivo Key that's getting swept under the rug. It's a 2v4, and Lenda and Stemp have so much to do, especially with Felipox now planting, and that's going to be it. Furia wake up on the basement offense, and they get the round they so desperately needed.
Now going to their one defensive side, 8-6, a very real possibility. It's been 5-1 halves, as we said earlier. And going down to basement, if Furia can just win that site for a 3rd time on their defenses. Their opponent's map pick will be theirs. It can be close, but that's fine. You have old, reliable Clubhouse up next. If you can live up to your ceiling, play closer to the heights we're familiar with on a map that is so well known with the biggest successes you've had in this game. Furia won't qualify for for Manchester off this. They still have to play FaZe in a game tomorrow in a rematch of the SI Grand Finals. It'll be difficult, and they might not come way ahead, but at least they'll be a little bit closer to getting that, and a little bit closer to even Clubhouse. They can just win one more defense on a site that they are flawless on through this game so far. We saw Herds make good work that round, able to find a gap through that Kiba barricade and also inside a bunker with nobody actively watching it. And then with the nade to get the kill on the Daffodil, great individual play from the IQ, doing what Herds has done best the entirety of his career on W7M and now Furia. But then again, they also didn't take basement a single time they attacked it. Maybe Vivo Keed will also take a page out of Furia's book and start breaking with trend.
I love that Furia's kind of thought ahead on this. Instead of bringing the Fire Wilder and Shanka this time around, instead what they brought is Legion, something that we see KZ on routinely, an operator that at SI was probably half of his play when it came to the defensive side of the coin. And one that allows you to be a little bit more free in your choice and what you want to be doing at the moment. Those goo mines, very easy. You can toss them extremely far. Not only that, but Legion at 2-speed, 2 armor with a great SMG at the end of the day. See Furia trying to nip this in the bud early here. Vivo Keed attempting to move quickly to a run out. KZ, he's ready, and he loses it to Hates.
Loses it indeed, but Hates put down to such low HP. Impact downs him on the retreat by the Azami. Daffodil trying to go in for the trade, but Herds is long gone, backed off down to Pillar. And that means no man advantage for Furia, though Daffodil, don't overplay your hand, my friend. Maybe waiting for aggression from Furia, but there's nothing to be found. Ironically, right as I say that, JV92 runs out of bunker, but aside from that, there's a 5v4 for Vivo Keed. Hates might be on low HP, but that's still an advantage for a site that has been so difficult for every attacking team.
We'll get the hatches open, but it's starting to get really difficult here for Vivo Keed. Yeah, they've taken out KZ, but Hates very low HP. Lenda constantly walking into these goo mines. And that's just not something that's beneficial for him at all. He's already at half HP. These smokes from Philippox now going to matter a heck of a lot more than they already did.
First flashes go out. This deployable shield will be incredibly important, but the position already cleared as the Rotero drone goes out. Nade's got to leave. Could retake the angle, retake the line alongside Herds. And a third player all contesting this freezer position. Smoke canister going out. Lenda's got to be cautious, but Nade runs across and Stemp's ready for it. Peeking between the Monty shield and the wall. He's given Vivo Keed a necessary 5v3. With those two toxic canisters for Philippox and Lenda below 50 HP, there's still a chance this Monty could be stalled out for too long or step a little too far. So many aggressive angles held by Furia. JV92 holding down the backside as well. Everything Furia can possibly contest with so little manpower. That's the case. Herds is able to find one. Flashbang goes in. JV ready for it. Herds certainly ready too. A massive double kill to come exactly as they needed to take the advantage away. Stemp down by the smoke put on the floor. Lenda goes for the revive. Puts the shield on his back. Tries to save the team on map 1. But their pick is all for naught. Their attack ends in shambles. 8-6 for Furia. They win their opponent's pick. And we've got Clubhouse. They're old reliable right after this, Sam.
I just can't believe it. Furia, even in the 3 versus 5, they play things spread. They play things prepared for the setup of Vivo Keed. And not only that, they're able to bully them on their execute when it came to that basement. I mean, if it came down to that moment where you see just Stemp and just that Monty sitting there inside a freezer, and we just gave you that picture right there, you'd be like, oh, Furia had an insanely dominant defensive round. It was anything but as an opener, but they delivered when it mattered most.
And deliver again on the map that they were on a 3-map losing streak on. Winning it 7-1. Nice for me right there. Winning a 7-1, or losing 7-1 against FaZe in the grand final of SI. A map that not only they needed to win to go 1-0 in the series, obviously, a map they needed to win if they want to win this 2-0, but at the same time, even in a close game, restoring confidence that while they aren't looking back in form, they're at least looking, Sam, a little closer to what we know and love. With Clubhouse up next, this could be a good opportunity to fully say that Furia are back. But we need to see Clubhouse after this, but also more importantly, see if Vivo Kid have enough to say. We'll have all that and more right after this.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League with me, Ian Chambers, and man like CDAPS. We have kicked off our first best of 3 here on playoffs day 1. The champs, Furia, started this first map very strong. We did start to see Vivo Keydstars fight back hard, but they couldn't get the job done on their map choice. JV92 and Felipox in particular here putting a real shift in, Connor.
Yeah, and when you talk about Furia, it's natural to want to just look at their fraggers. It's Herds and KZ. Those are household names in the R6 community, but their supporting staff is still great. Felipox and JV92 were actually the ones just bringing them across the line. Both of them had phenomenal games, especially JV92. Ian, we've talked about segments here that, if JV92 was playing well, typically Furia are winning games.
Yeah, and we saw it there and then. Look, these are players we don't need to hype up too much. We know their caliber. It's just when they bring it to the table, it means bad news for their opponents. Let's take a look at Vivo Keydstars. There was a point here in this map where it was looking really bleak for them, but they did start to find some fire, and we can take a look at some of their good points in this map here.
Yeah, for Vivo Keydstars, they started off really rough. A 5-1 deficit after your attacking half, which, when you're one of the best attacking team in Brazil so far, is definitely not what you want to be doing, especially when Hates was not operating as we expected. He's an incredibly crucial part to the Vivo Keydstars success. So far, he's been the consistent factor of always stepping up for this team, but Ian, he started off 0-8 today.
Yeah, it's very problematic. I mean, he was a player that we highlighted at the very top of the show here, saying if this man shows up, then his team tend to perform well. And we saw what happened there when he didn't. It wasn't enough. But luckily for him, some of the players around him actually did start to pop off, and one in particular.
Yeah, for Hornet to step up was really great, but it also just creates a really weird dynamic of a what-if scenario where this game went to overtime, was incredibly close, and for a team to win a BO3, you really do kind of need to win your own map choice. What happens if Hates was getting his expected result of stepping up? This game probably doesn't go to overtime and Vivo Keydstars take their own map choice. And as we look forward towards Clubhouse, it's going to be difficult because Furia are so incredibly strong on that map that Hates really does need to step up. If he has a similar performance, I don't see this going to overtime, and I don't see us going to the decider either.
Yeah, I mean, Clubhouse, like you just said there, Furia's map pick. This could, in theory, be a 2-0 situation here, but that's a lot of pressure for a player like Hates. You have to step up, otherwise it's proven. We just saw it on map 1 there. You do end up in deep water.
Yeah, you definitely do, and a 5-1 deficit is just really not great, especially when one of the strengths, once again, has been the attacking side of Vivo Keydstars. They got absolutely nothing. There was no respect given by the Furia defense. The roam game just shut down all of their entry. The fraggers, Herds and KZ, for Furia, they might not have had the best game, but they did their job, and their job was to shut down Hates and make sure he did not have a fun time, he did not have an enjoyable game, and they're probably going to be looking to do something similar, especially when we know that their back line is capable of stepping up and really putting up numbers.
It still didn't feel like Furia at their finest, did it? I think there's still, a lot of work to be done with this team. They'll be happy. You could see we're lucky enough to see the players in action live there together, and it meant a lot to them to get that win on the board. You can win your world championships, but every single map win, of course, matters. But I still think they need that big dominant performance on the next map in particular if they're to let everybody know, listen guys, we're back, all right?
Yeah, there's always going to be the hesitancy to just go all in on the Furia hype train once again, because they've just shown that, yeah, they can bounce back a little bit, but they still have not reformed all the way to their just full potential of what we've seen at the international stage domestically here. And it's just now, maybe if they win here, we can be like, yeah, they might have a chance against FaZe Clan tomorrow, but do they really though?
I think that's important. You mentioned that. I think we talk a lot about momentum, and FaZe have got a lot of that on their side. So I feel like Furia, if they had to put on a strong performance against such a dominant FaZe Clan who are in such impeccable form, undefeated here, they will be looking for a 2-0 victory so they can, power through into day 2 and go into that FaZe Clan with a little bit of credibility, right?
Yeah, the credibility I think here for Furia is going to have to be having Herds and KZ step up. You can't really go up against some of the top rosters in the world with your fraggers not performing. And sure, we know that Herds is still one of the higher rated players in the entirety of the league, but KZ, this is where we're going to have to see him step up. I expect to see him just go for a lot more sight hits early on because Vivo Keystars weren't really able to, take care of that. And then they might find some success for Club.
All right, let's get into it. It's Clubhouse with Links and Stugs.
Thank you very much, you beautiful gentlemen, and I, for one, am eagerly watching Clubhouse to see Furia's progress. I agree. If they put up a dominant performance on this map, will I say they're back? Who knows? But they're certainly a whole lot more back than they've been this stage. Just to paint the picture a little bit, they're 8-1 on this map from SI and Brazil Stage 1 alone. When I say they love this map, they played it 8 times at SI. Wait, 7 times, I think, actually. Never mind. 7 times at SI. That, you play a lot of maps there, Sam, but that's a ridiculous number.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. And we'll be waiting here, man, with a watchful eye and bated breath to see how this goes. Furia, as you said, this has been their most dominant map for what feels like eons at this point when it comes to the history of this roster. And to be able to pull it out in a time like this, a time where you're able to take away a very important map away from Vivo Keystars that would potentially spell demise for your future, and especially your future at trying to even attend the major in Manchester, definitely something that is more than willing, or Furia are more than willing to put on the board and see what it can potentially do. And honestly, I can't blame him, man. I think that this is a great bid. The fact that this was able to get through the initial ban phase as well is a pretty big deal. So I'm excited to see what Furia can do. But that does mean, just as a reminder, since they do get to pick the map, the other team gets to choose what side they start on. So should be no shocked faces in the audience at the fact that Vivo Keyd is on defense first.
And to be fair to Vivo Keyd, I mean, this is a map where they only lost 7-5 to FaZe Clan in one of the closest games of the stage. A great performance from Vivo Keyd in that particular game. And also at the same time, I mean, it was, 2-4 attacking half, but then a 3-3 split on the defense. So it wasn't a bad side for Vivo Keyd by any means. Wasn't a bad map for Vivo Keyd by any means. Makes sense that they might be willing to chance it against a Furia that isn't looking like the Titans they once were. Just to remind everybody, by the way, as we do have Furia 1-0 in the series, for this particular game, if you lose this, you have to go through the LCQ. It's not like the upper bracket semis where if you lose, you've got one more chance to qualify through the playoffs. If either Furia lose 1-2 or Vivo Keyd lose 2-0 in this case, they'll have to go down to the LCQ for their last chance at qualifying for the Manchester Major. So Furia, you want to keep that standard high. You don't want to go to the LCQ, but also for Vivo Keyd, do you really want to get knocked out by Furia 2 times in the past 2 stages? I don't think so.
Yeah, but I mean, from a different point of view, right? Like, if you are a fan of Vivo Keyd, would you rather be knocked out by the world champions or somebody else, right? At that point, it's like, well, what exactly can we do?
You'll take what you can get.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say this, it's been hotly contested between these two squads, routinely.
Nice.
This time around, though, not so much, as Stemp has been more than discovered in the side of Waits, and he's more than dead now as he attempts to cross back to safer pastures. Birds will gun him down, as they've already gotten the jacuzzi wall open, and that happened lickety-split. I mean, we were only a minute and 10 in.
Yeah, the coordination right there, just one single canister from that swarm launcher, combined with some pressure from Herds on the jacuzzi balcony. That's everything that you want. The C4 comes out from bathroom. Everybody backing up, anticipating it. The Warden smoked right as he takes the fight. Furia certainly in form in round 1. They don't even need to necessarily hit the site right now, though there is a bit of a gap at the moment. The Hates might just be the counter for a Daffodil 2 on this long angle from construction. There are ways for Vivo Keyd to back into this. Oh, but with the player Logi spotted with his back turned, Hornet's got to be careful. The Bee's coming out. Relay his position for just a couple seconds. Another drone dedicated to hunting him down, though. All the utility out from KZ. He's used it to facilitate a quick push into bathroom. Swings out. Hornet finds him. Will there be the trade? Not necessarily onto Hornet. Certainly onto Daffodil. JV92 drops. Down goes the Mute. Hates down below. Has got to do the work of a team. Herds down by the EDDs makes this a little more winnable. Only one player you have to find, but they drop down to shut him down on the first floor. A game of reads by Furia, and they are constantly one step ahead of Vivo Keyd for the first round on Club.
The gloves kind of seemed off in that round there, Carter. Could you sense that? Could you feel that Furia was kind of playing on a different level right there for a split second?
They knew exactly what they wanted to do and exactly how to accomplish it.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was dynamic. There was never a moment in time where you were questioning Furia and what they were doing. Even some of the antics that we saw, right? I mean, it was just very well fleshed out. And not only that, but Vivo Keyed, they definitely made some attempts to try and murky the waters, try and get ahead of Furia, but they got caught off guard and completely thwarted. Very, very hard fought. But, I mean, when you have Furia shooting like this, especially with, the occupation that we see on a lot of these angles where Vivo Keyed aren't necessarily ready for them to be there, definitely does bode the question, how does Vivo Keyed try and get around a Furia that, at least from round one, if we're trying to kind of oversell things here, they're looking really, really good. They're looking like they've kind of tightened things down, battened down the hatches, and really found themselves here, at least for that first.
Yeah, every single step, they knew the potential weaknesses in the attack. I mean, I think, to be fair, obviously Herd's getting down by the EDD. I think trap operators against Furia are a pretty good, just overall class to bring, because they often ratchet up the pace, they often push into sight, push into contested position, and they might take speed and sacrifice being sure of exactly what you're walking into. It's a trade-off you sometimes have to make. You assume things are clear, you assume positions are okay, then you might walk into a goo mine or walk into EDDs. It's something that could happen. So, with the Legion being on the board, Solus also being on the roam, as you can see, there are some good ideas from Vivo Keyed, but everything about that gym bedroom attack beginning to end was so clean, and now as they've spotted somebody on the roam, they've cut off Daffodil's stem support on the bottom floor. The Solus might just have to play her life. Flashbang goes out, just threads the needle through that rotate hole just to try to get back. But will the round be over by the time he finds any impact whatsoever? Everyone is off the board from Vivo Keyed. Lenda, the last alive down below. Every kill has happened off the site. It seems the Legion on box one just stuck in a bit of a difficult position. As what are you supposed to do right here? You know you're in a 5-1 half and nobody from Furia is even on the bottom floor.
Oh, Lenda left to flounder inside of church. Better be praying to something. Better pick one, because there's 5 coming for you. You definitely need the backup, my friend. And it's going to be a loose round on the second offense. We might see a timeout right here. I'm not even lying. This is going so poorly for Vivo Keyed. Ever since that opening moment where Furia discovered the player inside of Waits, they're able to dispel him with Grimm's bees, and that player guns him down from the tub balcony. Everything has been completely off the wagon for Vivo Keyed. I mean, they're not even on the trail right now.
It has been so strong for Furia in these first 2 attacks. If we thought the gym bedroom round was impressive, I mean, that round had everything. We had cutoffs. We had great droning. We had a pinch inside a cache alongside kills onto the player's supporting stemp on that roam. So he can't rotate back to Khan without taking a fight with an attacker, can't rotate back onto red without taking a fight with an attacker, and he's somehow the second to last guy to die in that round before Lenda in the 1v5. If that's not indicative of how great that clear went for Furia, I don't know what else is. 2 incredibly strong rounds to start. And we don't have the tactical timeout for Vivo Keyed, but if CCTV cache is equally one-sided, surely post-round 3, Vivo Keyed will need to hit the pause button.
Vivo Keyed need a 3 of their own, man. On the Golden State Warrior in them. These defensive rounds have been complicated for them. They have not been capable of finding a solid opener that could lead them to a great round. And so far, it's just been them trying to recapture that light. Round 3 will more than likely be a little bit of the same. They might try and be a little bit more tempered in the way they go about things with some of these more aggressive antics or their positioning. But the good news at the CCTV bomb site is it kind of dictates the positioning for you. There's not very many things that we see go awry when it comes to that. Maybe we'll see a roamer here, or maybe somebody playing inside a stock there, but past that, it usually is a pretty straightforward affair when it comes to the defensive standpoints. And it looks something like this. Player over inside a master, a few maybe over inside a cache / CCTV rather, then have that last player over inside of Big Garage. What Vivo Keyed are going to be giving us, at least for the first minute and a half, and Furia doing their best Furia as they will await things right at the gates with some guns trained on this breach.
You can see the thought given ahead by Furia to so many of these positions. Such long cutoff angles held by
Wow,
JV.
man.
And Herds, once JV goes in the building, still waiting for Lenda to try and rotate back. Thinks he's safe when he's not. The mastery of controlling the pathing from these defenders has been so impressive from Furia. Not even necessarily getting aggressive, just knowing how the roamers are going to move, knowing how these defenders are going to play. It has been a Furia game, and they are just realizing the path they've set.
Hates?
JV92,
Oh, no.
though, not aware of Hates inside a bar. He's able to get the runaround on JV92. Cut off the Dokumi down below, trying to get aggressive, likely trying to rush up those red stairs, as it is a bit of a con push right now. Furia with so many angles, the plat wall opened up, so many attackers on the construction side as well. Herds on the rappel. Hates will get a very necessary kill with that plat wall position gone. If Vivo Key'd want to flood into construction, they don't have a cutoff on the site to make it easier.
I've never seen Hurt so terrified in my life. It seemed like he knew that that was going to happen, but potentially a little scared of somebody hopping out the secret window too. Hates, he's getting it done. It's been all him. It's a triple kill from the player that was downstairs on rotation, now making his way over into Big Garage. This is what we're kind of touching on with these positions. Some of these positions, they're just so necessary to how these sites work. And oh my, they're playing things up with the site players. But let's be real, Hates putting his foot in the door as it is attempted by Furia to be slammed shut. That's the only way they get back into that round at all.
That exchange between JV92 and Hates is a great example of what I mean by there are exploitable weaknesses in Furia's play, because a lot of the time you have to trade speed for intel, or vice versa. Intel for speed. It takes time to drone. It takes time to clear positions. And if you want to rotate quickly, but you don't have great intel, you can't make a fast play if you have to get a drone into that position. That takes 10 seconds. The gap you want to hit might not be there. So JV92 sprints down. They're pretty sure it's clear because they've taken down most of the roamers actually upstairs, but they don't know about the Solus, or they've lost track of her position. And so JV92 assumes it's clear. It's not. Hates punishes him, and that allows him to get into position inside a garage. Since Furia aren't taking control of that part of the map, they just want to take plat wall, construction, then have somebody flank up red stairs to fully crunch the sites. But without Garage, it's free for Hates to take, free for Hates to get aggressive, and to get a 3K in a round where we needed to see Hates come back, and he's already showing that there's still some game left in him. We just have to hope that's not a flash in the pan.
Hey, pressure makes diamonds. And this is a moment right now for Hates. You want that jersey up in the rafters, Carter, you're going to have to work for it, damn it. That's what we're seeing for Hates here. This is one of those moments right now, right in front of him. Those 5 players, within 20 feet of him, standing in his way of a bright future in Rainbow Six and a bright future of a few majors, I would assume. This Hates, so talented, especially this entire stage where we've really got to see the full breadth of his capabilities. Now here with Furia, trying to send them down to that practically participation trophy of the 5th seeding match. This will be left to the LCQs, as Carter was touching on earlier, if this does go awry here on Clubhouse for Vivo. Hornet, going to make that a non-factor, so continue to try and hold down Secret, but you can already see a few other tidbits starting to be built up for Furia, so probably a better idea to peel that back, and Hornet responds in kind.
Once JV92 hits that rappel, holding that aggressively with a shotgun is something very difficult. I'm already looking at Herd's position right here and making sure that Vivo Key'd have a handle on the long hallway. I mean, surely, if they've been paying attention to Herd's career so far, if there's any place that he thinks he could find a gap, it's either the long hallway or blue, and they've got a tight leash on both of those positions. Vivo Key need to make sure they're not slacking there, or else an IQ might get in their faces in a very unexpected position.
I love this too. You can see how Herds is just waiting things out. It's not all just very simple things, not simple lineups like what we see here from Hates that takes away Felipox. It's all a patience game to see when Furia can start delivering blows over on this eastern front, try and distract a few of these Vivo Keyed members. It'll make it to where this master position, or rather this main position, is a little softer. He'll find one at least as he transitions over to Moto, but it's a 3 versus 3 going into the last minute.
Such a necessary kill for Vivo Key to find. We've seen on that Oregon game how Herds can completely turn around on its head. Lenda cutting down KZ2. Nade and JV92, some of the best backline players we have, trying to bring this back. Nade with a nice shot on the Daffodil will certainly make it even. Not necessarily way into the site, though. The blue position still held by Vivo Keed. They've got an angle. If they peek too far out of that doorway, that MPX can find it, but Nade makes the smart play. Plants close on the door. JV's got to cover. Knows Lenda's on the doorway. Pre-fires left and right. One lands. He doesn't even need to find the second because the coverage works. Lendon unable to deny the diffuser down. Furia can now back off, hold the long hallway, hold the moto position. Lenda's got to find 2 1v1s, and I don't think it's a buyer's market right now. Furia, a strong grip on the economy of these peaks. SMG-12 close. No cigar, no shots fired. Furia 3-1 in the post, a 2v3 to widen their lead.
That was a little nasty. I'm not going to lie to you. That was a pretty crazy Furia round. But the thing, the icing on the cake right there for me, Carter, the coverage from JV92, that game sense was disgusting. That whole fight not really going his way with Ward, and yeah, he's able to keep him at bay, but watch the transition later in these replays, folks. Watch him understand this fight isn't happening, and he knows that other players playing actively. So what's he do? Burns right here. Able to stop that man from getting that nitro cell out in single-handedly, honestly, saving the round there for Furia.
I mean, knowing as well that, you know, based on the positioning of the reinforcement and the rotate, he's covered from that angle too.
So
once he's
smart,
not giving
man.
up the such a brilliant play from JV92, just showcasing why we look to this guy as one of the players to make a 2v3, a 2v1, make a 3v4, a 3v1 even, if he can go huge. And even thinking back to that massive Cade 1v3 we saw in the FaZe game, ultimately losing it for Furia, and ultimately JV92 not having a great game that day. But still an example of what JV can do when he is thinking at the level we know he is capable of. Back to Gym Bedroom now. 3-1 up Furia on their attacking side. Oh. They found so much ground in the jacuzzi early on, but also, I can't help but remember how quickly the CCTV cache roam was cleared when Furia put their mind to it.
Yeah, most definitely. It was very quick, and not only that, but I do believe it was Stem that donated himself, essentially, inside of Waits. Although unbeknownst to him until the bees flew in, but Furia able to garner that nevertheless. Now for Vivo Keed. I had the stank face going on there for a second because I was like, what are we doing with this cache side setup? They've stripped every single wall over on the far side of cache, but for Furia, that isn't at least going to be the main tail as of right now. They're going to be working on the tub side, but sort of transition over there. Be some angles that Vivo Keed do have to worry about, but remember, that is a two-way street at the end of the day, too, so those usually end up benefiting the defense a little bit more if it's unbeknownst to the offense. They walk into something that's set up a little bit differently than is traditional.
And the idea is decently apparent. I mean, if they want to go for the same clear, albeit a different site, well, never mind. We just have the ace inside of the site and quickly out of the round. Great find by Stemp, even at the cost of a lot of his HP. Hurt's going for the up-tempo play, will certainly pay for it. A nice pre-fire as well. Cuts Nade down inside of the bathroom. KZ clinical on the trade, but the damage is done with the loss of Herds, and even further, because that's diffuser dropped, isolated from the attack inside a bathroom. And there are still players around the bedroom position that can hold this. KZ walks in, as right as I say that, there is nobody actually watching. He's able to make his way not into the site, certainly in the bathroom, but his position revealed. Hates peppers him up from below. The Adrenal Surge will recover a bit of that lost HP. JV knows somebody inside a cache. He actually downs him. Very impressive find. I thought Lenda might have had the advantage there. Close maybe with the shotgun, but a good pre-fire from JV92. Again, has brought that man advantage back, but KZ struggling to find anything given away by Vivo Keed inside of the bomb site. Will fall another disadvantage. Fellapox might find it, but Vivo Keed are holding on just as close as they need. Hates off the site. Hornet alone for a little bit. The Solus rotates up main, joins forces on the bedroom doorway, and with a double stack, only one found. Switch to the pistol. Surely not. Hates. Surely not. You'll find it with the P90. Another close round. Another big performance from Hates in that 1v1, but it's still 2 rounds for Vivo Keed.
Dude, JV, I mean, he just absolutely shocking me there on the swing with the pistol, man. I mean, just furious, just absolutely furious. There's not a single thing and not a single bone inside of him that is telling him to get off the accelerator. He's like, just swing it. You can win it. Take the 1v1. But either way, still able to dwindle it down to a moment where they're able to attempt to clutch things out on this offense. They'll take that. They'll take that any day of the week for these clubhouse offenses. They've already done their due diligence as well. They've gotten the 3 rounds, but that one, definitely one they're more than likely going to want back. I mean, Vivo Keyed, a lot of things there where you think Furia are maybe going to be able to exploit them, but flying a little bit too close to the sun with that initial entry onto the bathroom. Yeah, you do need some players still to be able to hold on to main and all that kind of stuff, but Furia just did not have enough bodies in the area to try and assist with him as soon as he got things set up. At least the timing really wasn't there for him, and very unfortunate for Furia, especially, again, given how the late round went. Maybe if he does get that big pick initially and he's able to stand inside a bathroom for a while, it's a Furia round through and through.
Well, I mean, Vivo Keyed had such a tough time keeping a lid on Furia's aggression. Furia's speed in that round to try and bring it back. I think you hit the nail on the head. If Herds is alive or finds success, or more importantly, Vivo Keyed don't shut him down, that's probably a Furia round with how close it was even to the end. But the 2 rounds of Vivo Keyed so far have been a Hates 3K, which, very nice 3K from him, and still a round that came down to a 1v1 that Furia consistently brought back to an even man count. But going back to CCTV, the one site Vivo Keyed had won before they went on Gym Bedroom, just 1 round to go. It was Hates with that 3K on the Solus, on a roam, that got Vivo Keyed that round in the end. He's not there anymore. He's on mute, likely on the site. Daffodil's the one trying to get aggressive, trying to take the fight around this Kiba inside of the blue stairs. Herd's leery of it. Herd's aware of it, more importantly. Now, Daffodil, it's actually... these CCTV roams are throwing me off. It's a basement defense, excuse me, from Vivo Keyed, but unsurprisingly, given their previous defense, everyone and their mother was on the top floor in the early round.
What else would you expect? Somehow, some way, though, Vivo Keyed have been able to peel this back successfully. The one thing that you and I have been touching on throughout this game and quite a few games for the Furia old W7M roster is their ability to not only discover these roams, but I mean, retroactively through that, or I mean, rather proactively, set up a lot of cutoffs and make it to where a lot of these players either get A, tagged up, or B, die on their rotations back. And Hates, well, he might be the next victim, because there's a Jackal in this offensive lineup, and it rests at the feet of Hates.
Yeah, but Herds, I believe, out of Inox scans, actually, but it seems that they're still aware of his position, using a drone actively to find it. Point still stands. It's the Jackal who finds him, even, too.
Also, I did see him scan. I was going to say, also, I did see him scan through the wall over there, but hey, you know.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. It's all good.
I mean, listen. Herds on Jackal, the C7E, might as well be equivalent to an Inox scan. He will always find his target with that.
It is the truth, my friend. It is indeed. How are we doing on hard breach, though, for this offense? Buck didn't bring it. Got KZ with it, so he'll have to do hatch duty here. I highly doubt it's going to be Nade. And since we did have that roam, that also means, Carter, we're not going to have any dirt reinforcements.
No. Skeleton Key will open that up quickly, but Furia are running out of time. If they want to make their way into the site, they've got the 5v4. That's nice, but they keep a barricade on that door. That will very much reveal their positioning, but Fellapox might be able to take it quickly. KZ cut down, though. Herd's good on the trade. Herd's very good on the trade. Pre-fire through the wall. Necessary triple kill as this round's still incredibly close. Vivo Keyed can survive close on the dirt doorway, still inside of blue. Hornet's got to do double duty, watching 2 separate positions. But it's possible. It's theoretically possible. JB knows the position. 10 seconds remaining. Makes his way in. Cuts down Stemp. Hornet, the only one alive. A nice flick onto the man with the diffuser. 4 seconds to find him. 4 seconds to live. And time that is run out for the Warden, stuck inside of blue. Lead confirmed for Furia. 4-2 at the side swap.
There's no church in the wild, my friend, but there is if you're Furia. And the priest, well, he's probably JV92. As he is making everybody come to bear inside of church. Once again, it almost looked picturesque as to what that clutch was the last time, too, wasn't it? Right on the Moto door, he takes a swing, he clears his angles, battles the man over inside of Armory, and then is able to, even with very minimal time, I mean, it's down to what, maybe a second, a sub-second left on the clock? Take that fight inside of blue and pull Furia across the line for a successful offensive half as they take things 4-2 before switching over to defense and picking Church and Arsenal themselves.
And maybe looking a little weaker as the half went on, but only in comparison. I mean, Furia out the gate were so dominant on those early clubhouse attacks going up 3-1. That winning the half seemed inevitable. Could have even maybe got more if they extended that momentum we saw early, but Vivo Keyed, Did a decent job, not a perfect job, but a decent job at keeping them at bay, specifically on that Church Arsenal site. I mean, outside of that first clear of the roam, is always down to the wire for Furia, so there is a winnable half in this for Vivo Keed, certainly. But definitely still likely favoring Furia in the percentages. First defense will be Church and Arsenal. Aside from Herds on the roam, we're not having this crazy CCTV and cash extension like we saw from Vivo Keed on their defenses.
Absolutely not. Something a little bit more tame from Furia, but when it comes to the gunfights, that's where things will be likely pretty wild. What did be expected out of them? More magnets being applied inside of blue. A pretty routine setup for Furia. Downstairs, we'll be bringing Fenrir as well as Solus, too. Haven't seen these two partnered up. We've actually got the tried and true trio of the defensive operator bastion that we've had across this last year, all coming to bear here, aren't we? So we've got the Azami. It's a little sprinkle, if you can even call her that. She's basically the whole cake. She's got so many of those Kiva barriers to try and apply to the site, trying to assist with the basis of this. Actually going to swing through on a pseudo drive-by the Lamborghinis out to play for Felipox.
I gotta be careful right there. Don't want to give up your Kiva barricades, especially if they can bolster the AK's position. It could make a kitchen drop really difficult for Vivo Key to stomach. Of course, with the F-Knots, the Specchio, as you pointed out, so many ways that Furia can get an edge over Vivo Keed, whether in the drone count, which is still decently solid for Vivo Keed, actually. The F-Knots, which could make a flood a lot more difficult, the Kibas to deny positions. But Herds, he's not finding drones. He's looking for picks, but he's not finding anything if Stemp's watching him, trying to rat on top of Oil Pit. The IQ is wise to his tricks. 5v4 established for Vivo Keed.
Super unfortunate for Herds. You could see he wanted that so bad. Just spamming the angle with the P90, and we've seen that work time and time again for players across the board, across the globe. But this time around for Herds, it won't be the same ordeal. He'll lose his life inside of Garage, and now Vivo Key, they've got the man advantage, although the timer starting to eat at them. We're sub-minute now, still have a few requirements, some prerequisites to try and match. You can see Furia, they're ready for these. They're ready for something like main stairs to try and boil over. Although Lenda's here, a Nitro Cell is actually going to land on the door frame instead. Now Vivo Keyed, looking for another pick to try and work their way into this site.
Now the feed holes maybe to catch somebody rotating across. It's at least allowed Hornet to rotate in. Furia still need to fight back to hold these positions. Daffodil makes it a lot more difficult. Carves his way through Arsenal. 3K with the SMG-12. One clip required for a monstrous multi-frag in Vivo Keed's first bout.
3 kills out of the Dokkaebi working her way in from dirt. That's the last thing that I expected, especially out of the SMG-12. That's just not something that you really ever see. It's got a pretty low mag count, and not only that, the rate of fire is crazy, which makes it great for, short to medium distance when you're taking some of these gunfights. But when it comes to 3 back-to-back-to-back fights, that's something that is a huge ask, but obviously something that is more than easily delivered upon by Daff. He's able to put everybody to the SMG-12, and it stood the test of time. Very well done from them, as they've already shored up this scoreline, making things a heck of a lot easier for them as they continue on down the line on this offense.
The way they win it, too, I mean, able to turn things up against Furia. Sure, still a little bit low on time, sub 30 seconds, but still able to find a way into the site, make a huge play like that for the momentum, for the confidence, and of course for the scoreline, as you just pointed out. Great win from Vivo Key to start on their attacking side. Now going over to Gym Bedroom, Furia not retrying Church Arsenal. Aside from maybe the inclusion of, the Azami and the Fenrir, which sometimes, because of how often these operators can be banned, you don't see necessarily that combo very often. It's overall not too different of a setup than what we might otherwise see. You got some players in Cash, some players in Logi. Furia not trying to change things a whole lot to hopefully save their lead.
Just be patient. It's really not too much, honestly, really, that you do need to change when it comes to a clubhouse defense. There's so many things that can go wrong for the offense. As long as you're able to stay true to your strategy, you'll probably provide a fold eventually that will get one over on this offense. Especially when it comes to Furia. I mean, talk about folds, right? We can just see so many different ways this whole thing could end up going down. That's the one thing about Furia. You got to really keep things open and honest, even from a caster scenario. Because, I mean, as of right now, Furia could just smack one window, kill 2 people, and it's over. Just like, hey, what do you know? I mean...
Actually, that was a breach. That wasn't a window.
Stokes, that was a breach, and he ran out on plat. What do you know?
Well, what I do know is Stemp's dead. I know that one for a fact. KZ, can you do us better? Oh,
Daffodil.
Daff!
Might not be
Daff,
long for this world.
there is an Apple AirTag somewhere in your existence, somewhere near you. And KZ is using that as a ping to try and take you out. Very close fight there, but they're both going to get away with their lives.
And Daffodil's able to make his way into garage. But remember, this is a gym bedroom defense, and the round is being won in CCTV and cash. 3 kills for JV. That's all he's going to get. Hornet, just a consolation prize with that kill. As clearing out the roam at the cost of, what, your hard breach, one of your top fraggers. That's so
Everything
much
important
for
to you.
Everything important except maybe an exothermic and a couple EMPs if you want to go open up another breach. Not exactly great. Final exothermic dedicated to clearing out CCTV and cash. Only 1 drone remaining between these 2 active players. And Furia, make the smart call. Don't need to get too aggressive. Maybe you hold a long angle, but you don't take a quick swing. They can hold Logi. They can hold the bedroom and gym positions. This is a winnable round. This is a 5-3 right here. Don't give anything away, and you'll keep your lead.
Well, they've already done it. And if you didn't believe him, you better now. Hate's off the board. Only down the Hornet. He's got the L85 and now some time to his name, but has 4 bodies inside of this site that he has to try and find. And it's going to be Herds once again with the MPX from Wades to take out the last man too. A triple from JV, a double from Herds, and a Furia round on the top floor.
At 5-3 to get their first defense on the board. Now, tactical timeout for Vivo Keyed. Perfectly good time. Didn't see them take it earlier, so they were able to stop the bleeding a little bit. And they'll probably be very thankful for that. Now, they can't actually hit the pause button, as Furia have got their first round on defense. 1-1 so far. And what can Vivo Keyed fix? We saw a very strong attack the first time, though largely incumbent on a huge individual play from Daffodil. Still built on, a lot of chaos caused by Vivo Keyed in blue on bottom main to enable that play, but still a multi-frag. You would like something more consistent. Whereas that round, they try to clear out CCTV and cash, and JV92 is able to run over them. KZ is able to play bottom garage, only has 1 player really dealing with him to cut him off. It was a lot more separate from Vivo Keyed, a lot more slow, and with very little accomplished. And think about how Furia were able to set the pace on that clear, Sam. They had somebody immediately in CCTV to cut off anybody's retreat, somebody watching red to cut off anybody's retreat as well. Con window 2 just to make things absolutely certain nobody could walk back on that roam. But the difference there, Vivo Keyed swung. In this case, Furia did too, but they won a lot more of the fights.
Yeah, that was a key thing. Actually, funny enough, thinking back to some of the earlier rounds, if you do remember when Furia played a very similar offensive look to what we saw from Vivo Keyed there, once they got that plat breach open, they actually had somebody all the way over to the spawn area, standing on like that scaffolding, just holding the breach. And that's why. I know that when it comes to Siege, a lot of the times, I'm sure it transitions to some player that's off in just a completely different plane of existence, right? Off in Narnia, as we would say in Siege, right? But that's why. That's why you see players in these positions sometimes, because something as simple as a breach like that, where inside of a professional setting, especially, you're like, well, you would just assume they wouldn't try and swing this, because maybe there's somebody holding it, this, that, or the third. We just don't really have to worry about it all that much. But sometimes you do, especially against Furia, because they will find those pressure points and they will exploit them to their fullest advantage. So we'll see if they can do that again, as it's going to be similar circumstances. Obviously not going to be over inside of Master, but this time it will be CCTV.
And something we got to say as well, talk about Furia hitting pressure points. It's been JV92 consistently. He's had 28 kills between the first 2 maps so far. So many 3Ks, so many 2vx's he's helped get for Furia. Such an instrumental player for their success. Really the big one showing up, though obviously Fellapox and Herds. Fellapox also having a great map. 1, KZ2, 6, and 6. Nobody's really costing on the side of Furia. But JV92 is just performing that well. I would not want anybody else to play Rafters, if I'm being totally honest. Behind these Kiba barricades, with the day JV92 is having, he might be good for a 1-for-1 here, or Herds swinging the plat wall might cut down Daffodil in that very position. 5v4 established for Furia, and you might need a whole lot more than the Deathmark trackers to bring this back, though. With a 5-5-2 and some well-placed shots. It's been Stemp on solo duty to actually bring it back, but Hates all the way inside a bedroom, walks into some EDDs. A bad way to almost lose the advantage. I just praised you for neutralizing.
just going to work his way in here. A little worried about a potential flank boiling over. Not only that, but he's going to be on Deimos, so we're going to be looking for those death trackers to see what he can get done. Has already used one of those, but it was deep in the heart of sight. Nothing they could really do about that, even through vertical means, is just standing on top of the green box. Didn't have to really do too much in that scenario. So now Vivo Keyed kind of shifting gears, initially showing face over towards that main plat wall and potentially building things up for a garage take, but instead they shifted things on over to the construction side, which isn't the worst thing in the world, especially given the kit that they ended up bringing. That garage position probably going to be pretty difficult to try and deal with.
Don't have the Capital bolts. I mean, maybe you could use the Deathmark tracker to find JV92, but you'd still have to take a gunfight with the Azami, and that's not the ideal way to clear rafters. I like this from Hates, trying to contest lounge down from below. You don't want to let Furia get vertical denial onto the plant, but we know there's no C4s actually for Furia right now. Yeah, that would have been ridiculous if he hit that shot through that wall. Hole opened up actually in response, so Fellapox revealing his position just a little bit. Step tries to find a very necessary kill, but the garage player cuts so much down. Hates, who is just meant to hold the position down inside of Lounge, now has to bring the round back, stop Furia from getting match point. And 1 HP early on because of his own misfortune, walking into those EDDs makes it all the more unlikely. 6-3 series point for Furia. Just 1 round away from securing their spot against FaZe Clan tomorrow.
That was so sweet. I'm like 90% positive that's one of Furia's peeps. Like kissed her ring for a second. That was adorable. Anyways, past that, Fury is looking so unbelievably dominant, man. And it's not even like Vivo Keyed playing a bad game either, right? I think the thing that I will really praise Vivo Keyed for, Carter, is their ability to continually adapt even when the pressure's starting to build, right? They still lose bodies. There's a lot going on inside of these rounds, but they continue to work. They continue to do their due diligence. Getting things like the construction wall, getting a few picks, looking for some of these areas that they can try and exploit up against Furia, even going so far as to try and keep a few guns live inside of the mid floor to try and deal with Furia's roam presence that they had around that space. It just so happens, though, that every single time that they come into contact from Vivo Keyed, they get let off a lot worse than what they give. And that's the biggest issue right there. Furia are constantly, time and time again, body bagging these Vivo Keyed players, and Vivo Keyed or maybe getting a little bit of damage, or maybe getting some map control or something like that, but they're not getting the main kit and caboodle. They're not getting the heart of Furia, which is killing these players, getting these guns off the board. That's been the most difficult thing for them so far on this offense.
And whatever solace you can take as Vivo Keyed, it's cold comfort from the fact that right now you're at risk of being knocked out by W7M then and Furia now, 2 stages in a row early in the playoffs. A dark horse to potentially make the spot both times. Last stage and now losing the first map in overtime and the second in regulation. A dark horse maybe that we thought could make something big happen, and they still could if they can win 3 rounds on Clubhouse Attack. But Furia, with how strong they have looked so far and with how tough the competition is in the top 5 in Brazil, Vivo Keyed almost certainly in that conversation as top 5. It's very difficult to find a way, if you lose this, to guarantee your spot going through the LCQ, but that is a long way ahead now. But maybe 1 round ahead for Vivo Keyed if this round doesn't go their way.
We got some setup time here still for Vivo Keyed, so more than likely won't see the full-on explosion of Vivo Keyed onto the site until later on into this.
A lot of work
Probably
to do.
going to want to be pretty mathematically sound about this too, huh, Carter? This could be it right here. Furia does sit at the precipice of taking this series in a 2-0 fashion, and not only that, but they've also brought some toys of their own. I love this addition of Tubarao that we're seeing down low. Freeze these hatches, make it where Vivo Keyed aren't able to get these things open in solid timing, and it's what? It didn't bring a Maverick either, so there's really no way to get around this.
There's really no way to get around it. Also, no hard breach charges in the back pocket, which means if you end up maybe losing some X-Kairos to the impact trick, you might not get open everything you want because you want to save those Selmas for the church wall. You want to use it to open up that position when you bring Ace, in addition to another hard breacher. When we see the church arsenal attack that Vivo Keyed went for previously, you don't want to lose it. The momentum, that's even more important, something you don't want to slip away. Step trying to bring it back. The Tubarao waiting. His crosshair placement so clean. He lands the shot. So do the rest of Vivo Keyed. It's just Nate and JV left. 2v3. 1v3 though. As Stemp's keeping Vivo Keyed competitive. 3K on the walk-up blue. A necessary win to stay alive. but even more so, to regain the momentum and assure yourselves you still have a shot at this 3-round comeback.
And man, did it get scary for Vivo Kid there for a second, right? That's all building up, all of that anticipation. Furia seemingly have a lid available to them to try and put a cap on this. Then we switch over to Snap. We see him drop inside of Oil Pit. You don't see a single Furia eye, all except for that one singular player in blue trained on the Oil Pit hallway. And that was just practically like the entry fee. Steph gets this kill, and this, plus the rest of his team obviously finding some very solid kills when it came to their openers on their respective lanes. Just really making it to where Furia didn't have a hind leg to stand on. But, as we saw, that's still the danger of Furia. Even though they're bleeding out with a wound that seems like it has no capability of being sewn together, they're still able to take 2 people to the grave with them before Stemp is able to gun down the last remaining members of Furia. And this is why you have to be just so solid in your inner workings as a squad to try and win out a match against Furia. Because even in situations like that, they're still going to swing, and they're still capable of trying to pull the wool over your eyes and take away a round that they didn't necessarily ever have a chance of doing.
We gotta address this. Well, that not what I was going to address, but Herds has delivered a very quick message to Vivo Kid's attacking ranks. You are not coming away with this round. Herds cutting down the Dokkaebi so early on, and JV92 just below the hatch. Won't find anything.
I see what we need to address now. It's my synapses are firing.
It's a bar and stage defense, my friends, and this call from Furia is so nice on a round that Vivo Kid need to win so close to the line, throwing a new bomb site at them, one they don't have any previous experience with in this matchup, can't adapt to, can't try and think about, maybe anticipate it as a possibility, but it'll all have to be in-round adaptations, seeing what's in front of you and then reacting to it in real time. And in a 4v5-2, adding on the wrinkle of working back a man advantage or trying to capitalize off a Furia mistake, a brutal spot for Vivo Kid to find themselves in.
Oh, man.
Well,
and
it's
the rub
worse.
just continues to get worse, man. The friction right now for Vivo Kid up against Furia. They can't get a single thing going. It wasn't Herds, or rather it wasn't KC! It's a 2-0 finish. A 7-3 dominant showing on Clubhouse, especially from that man right there, JV92, but the entirety of Furia bringing it to bear on Club and making Vivo Kid look like just a completely different version of themselves. What a game from Furia. Vivo Kid, a very nice try, but they'll have to look to the LCQ in Brazil to try and make it to the major.
And for Vivo Kid, who have shown such promise hates as an individual, showing a lot of potential, to again have to stake your claim on the LCQ. I said at the beginning of the stage that if they make the major, I think it would be through the LCQ spot. But
That's on me.
But at the same time, I mean, it emphasized, if I were to curse, how difficult this is going to be, because with the rise of Black Dragons, with W7M not missing a beat with their roster changes, it is not as secure of a position as I think it otherwise might have been, and having to go through the LCQ when you're likely to face some combination of, Furia, or W7M, or FaZe, or Black Dragons, even E1, who might lose today and who can get big victories, Sam. The competition is tough in the top 6, and now Vivo Kid's path is very uncertain.
Yeah, it most definitely is. But to use this button properly, later on down the line, we're going to have FaZe Clan versus Furia, man. It's going to be amazing. I know everybody is over the moon. Lynx and I are both super excited because, guys, we get to see the SI bout again inside of a long-form series. What else could you potentially want?
And, of course, we will have that game tomorrow, as our next game is Black Dragons versus E1. But to break down Furia's strong comeback against Vivo Kid, we've got Ian and Connor right after this.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League. We've just seen our world champions in Furia win here to tee up another SI rematch tomorrow with FaZe Clan. We will get to that. Vivo Keyed, now they land in LCQ. My name's Ian, alongside the main man, CDAPS. Let's take a look back on what was a really strong performance overall from Furia.
Yeah, starting off strong with Furia on the attacking side, that they struggled on just a map ago on Oregon, only getting one attacking win. In the first 3 rounds, they doubled that. A lot of the playmaking potential for Furia was once again on display as they were able to get multiple rounds into their back pocket before they swapped onto the defensive side. Just kind of cleaned everything up.
Yeah, it was another case of, Vivo Keyed Stars having some moments, but never really managing to turn it into any sort of a foundation to build from. JV92, though, sheesh, just a phenomenal map from him again.
Yeah, that's back-to-back maps for JV92 where he just stepped up in a massive way. Very just difficult for anybody on Vivo Keyed Stars to match that potential. Vivo Keyed Stars, they're a roster that people do step up and have to have big performances for them to find success. Unfortunately, Furia was really able to find the holes in that playstyle. People like Herds and KZ found the holes, but more often than not, it was actually JV92 making some insane sort of last minute, just to kind of last 45-second plays that shut down rounds.
I think we can take a look at some of his plays here because, when he does step up, it's trouble, isn't it, for anybody who stands in his way?
Yeah, and it was just finding himself inside the bomb site at weird times. Just the overall pacing of how Furia was operating, especially when they swapped to Clubhouse, looked a lot more just reminiscent of what we would expect out of out of Furia, out of this World Championship roster. 5 multi-kills for JV92 was incredible because he just once again was taking over rounds and winning them by himself.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff from him, and that's the sort of form you want to be in going into a crucial best-of-3 tomorrow against FaZe Clan. Let's talk about Vivo Keyed here. Your thoughts on them now? They drop into LCQ. Do you think they've got what it takes to potentially make their way back out and where they need to be?
There is still a chance. I think that they're going to be heavily favored going into the last chance qualifiers, as well as probably whoever else just loses out and finds that 4th place spot. It's going to be a fight between them, those 2 rosters, in the LCQ. But Vivo Keyed Stars is just a really tragic story where they're just right on the cusp. They're just barely not good enough. And when you're having to go up against the titans of the region, they're losing to rosters like Furia, they're losing to rosters like FaZe multiple times in a row trying to get these international spots. It puts them in the position that they do just need to take one step further, but they just aren't quite there yet. It is a matter of inches for them.
Do you think what they need really is time? Nothing needs to change. You're happy with the setup that they've got there and the potential that's within this team. Do you think they just need a little bit more time?
Yeah, I think they do just unfortunately need just a little bit more time, and I think the just week break that they're going to have between playoffs and the LCQ might be just enough time for them to take that final step.
All right, we've got another best-of-3 coming your way in just a little bit of time yourselves. It is Black Dragons versus E1 Esports next. Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League Playoffs Day 1 with me, Ian, and CDAPS. We are one best of 3 down, and we've got another one to go. Enjoying yourself so far, Connor? I think you are.
Yeah, besides Vivo Keystars losing, which was a little bit sad, we now get the, the grown-ups of this league, the teenagers that are transitioning into potentially being contenders in this league. Black Dragons facing off against E1 Sports. Both these rosters, Ian, we didn't have much hope for.
Yeah, and it's nice to see them performing. We can see here the results stand up really well against a lot of the competitors in this league that you might not have expected to see them be hanging around with. But we can see them stacked up against each other right now. We're in for a bit of a fair fight, I think.
Yeah, definitely are. These both rosters, no expectations. They don't have any weight on their shoulders. Anything they do from now on is purely just pure profit for them.
Let's start with this Black Dragons roster. Third place, they finished in the group stages. They have blown us all away.
Yeah, and it's been on the back of a lot of their rookies, Florio and Guto, as well as Nuxka, playing really well. We didn't expect much of them. Loira, he had potential last time we saw him, but all of a sudden when you get these new pieces, he transforms into one of the best players in the entire league.
Yeah, and one thing that stood out about this team in general is they are very strong defensively, right?
Yeah, with Black Dragons being the second best defensive team, the only team better on the defensive side is FaZe Clan. And that's, good company to be in with how dominant on the defensive side FaZe Clan has been. And it's almost snuck under the radar for Black Dragons because they start off games typically with a lead because they're starting on the defensive side in all but one of their matches this stage.
Do they stand out to you as one of the strongest prospects for a playoff spot here out of the newbies?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I would have put them in the same breath as Vivo Keyd Stars, but, you know, we kind of did just see Vivo Keyd Stars go down. That means the Black Dragons are in a pretty good position. I think that they can play spoiler against any roster that they go up against, especially when they have such phenomenal stats on the defensive side. They're doing phenomenally on entry. That's a big piece of the puzzle for them, where they're getting this first kill, and more than anything, they're converting it. 84% conversion means that they know how to play with the man advantage properly. As soon as you get to their backline players, they're setting up crossfires, they're setting up their trades properly, and there's just no way to break down the site.
All right, well, one team looking to break them down is their opponents, E1. Now, I know that this is a team that you have been banging on about this entire time, Connor. They're amazing, and we talk about expectations being exceeded. These guys pretty much define that.
Yeah, they are a really interesting case when we talk about this roster, because they're all pretty much new players. They have a couple of veterans here and there in the form of SDK as well as Perez, but overall, Empties, Arthur, and Flashtree, this is their first stage that they're going to be in playoffs, and as well their first stage here in Brazil at all.
Yeah, but the thing is, I talk about them exceeding expectations. Like I say, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, right? But they are the gatekeepers. You've been calling them the gatekeepers here, right? Why? Why is that?
Because if you look, the teams that they beat, guess where they all are? They're all at home right now. And the teams that they lost to, the teams that were able to beat E1 Sports, they're all here in playoffs. It means that E1 fits themselves perfectly as, you know, the benchmark for a lot of these rosters and the benchmark for the entirety of the region. How you perform against this team is how you're going to fare against all the other rosters.
Now, I mean, you could call that a compliment. However, all of the teams that beat them, like you said, are still here waiting in the wings. So it means they've got a little bit of a tough ride ahead of them.
Yeah, they definitely have an uphill battle, and the expectations now that they're maybe going to lose might work into their favor, because they don't have the expectations where, you know, they do need to bounce back. And, you know, statistically, it is going to be a definite uphill battle. It's going to be really, really tough, because their stats across the board look so much worse against the rosters they're going to be playing against. Their attacking win percentage is so rough, only at a 30%, where we were at a time talking about how this roster was the top performing team on the attacking side in all of Brazil.
Yeah, why did it fall off, do you think, just briefly, when their win streak ended? So did their attacking prowess, I guess, right?
Yeah, a lot of the success that this E1 roster did find was on almost gimmicky plays and just overall massive levels of aggression on the attacking side, where they got in their face. You're playing against an NIP, you're planting at 2 minutes left in the round on Consulate. That's absolutely crazy. When we looked at how the sort of better teams performed when they were really expecting what E1 were going to be bringing to the table, you see a team like FaZe get a 5-1 defensive split because the unexpected aspect was completely removed.
All right, let's get into our picks and bans here for our second best of three of the day here in the R6 Blast Brazil League Playoffs Day 2.
Yeah, starting off with Border and Cafe being removed from the side of E1, they make sense. Border's been a permaban all the way through and through, and Cafe has looked like one of the scariest maps for Black Dragons. Equally so, Skyscraper going down and Clubhouse. Those are two maps that E1 has found significant amount of success on. But when you take away some of the success, you do have to leave a bit behind, and that's where E1's actually going to be able to pick their own consulate, where they put on a masterclass against NIP. Equally so, one of the other high bans for E1 has been Nighthaven Labs. That's going to have to be left up, in Black Dragons, who, you know, don't ban that map very often, are actually going to get to bring it. As we now go in, we have a decider. What do you have the option of? Chalet or Oregon? They're equally so just dominant maps in the region that everybody has in their pool. Black Dragons are going to get to choose and go on to Oregon instead.
All right, which brings me to my next question. For the first time today, we didn't get the chance to do this going into our best of three number one, but this time we're doing it. Your prediction, please, Mr. C-Daps, and why?
I'm going to go Black Dragons 2-0.
Simple as that.
Overall, that's just simple. That is simple. That is easy. Sheer Consulate. It's a map that Black Dragons haven't played and E1 have looked really good on, but E1 have shown their hand. And I think just across the board, Black Dragons is a just fundamentally better roster on paper and in practice.
Do you think it's a bit of a benefit, I think, to be part of such a strong region for some of these newer teams and to flourish, I guess, because you're watching some of your Brazilian counterparts deliver at major events, whether that's win them or finish highly. That's got to inspire you to want to be there, right? And you're watching them do it, you're thinking, I want a piece of that in Manchester.
Yeah, it's one of those things of, hey, you know, you have a Los roster in stage 2 of last year that was struggling. All of a sudden they get to an international event and they get second place. All of these rosters were probably like, hey, you know, that could have been me. And in reality, it definitely could have. So any of these rosters, if they're able to punch their ticket to Manchester, I do expect them to find a degree of success, whether it's just a super high level or at least some.
Well, that brings me to my final question before we get into the game. Black Dragons, I know that you've got a lot of faith in them, a lot of belief, and you mentioned that you think they'd have some relative success if they did make it to the Manchester stage. How far, realistically, do you think that they could go?
Ooh, you really... I honestly think they can make main stage. I think they can make it to the playoff stage, and they're just going to be building in with the crowd. You know, they have a small crowd here in Brazil, but it's mainly friends and family. But, you know, still playing in front of people, it's going to energize them up. They're new players. They're very momentum-based. I think that can work to their advantage.
Yeah, Black Dragons would be a fun one for me to shout down the microphone in Manchester, that's for sure. Maybe I have to take your tip and start practicing that one in front of the mirror. Right, let's get into this. It is our first map here of the second best of 3. Links and Stucks, take it away, guys.
We'll take it away, take you through what might be a very short journey on Consulate and Nighthaven, as E1 going into the playoffs with a losing record, Sam, and 2 maps that Black Dragons have absolutely no footage of how they play on. This might not be the matchup E1 we're hoping for.
Yeah, I don't think this is exactly what E1 had on paper. If you asked me, especially looking at their map pool, and especially looking at Brazil's map pool as a whole, Links, I mean, we're in the playoffs. These are the 2 least played maps in all of Brazil. 1 Consulate play, 1 Nighthaven play. If we get to Oregon, Oregon will now be the most played map in all of Brazil. So fun little tidbit there on the back end. But I have to agree with you, my friend. Black Dragons have looked fantastic, and honestly, if you would have told me that at the very beginning of the stage, I kind of would have challenged that just a little bit. This roster has just came together somewhat recently, especially with the addition of Ask, and they've looked really, really good, man. Speaking of Ask, probably my standout player when it comes to this team. He's just such a Swiss Army knife, man. Especially on the entry, 15-4, plus 11 right now. Just again, very dynamic guy. So excited to see what they can do on a dynamic map like Consulate.
And Ask is also just such a game changer on the defense. I mean, Loira is great on both sides. Then you have players who can really pop off on any given day. You know, Gudo and Nux, for example, can take over games if they're really feeling hot. But Ask is such a consistent performer on the defensive side, not only on the entries, as you mentioned, but he's always there. If anybody's slacking, Ask might not be top fragging, but he is consistently putting up clean stat lines, specifically on the defense, and helping bolster what has been so far a very strong stage for Black Dragons. I probably would have agreed with you. I probably had them making playoffs before the stage. I did not have them as favorites to make the major, no matter the path they went on. So the argument Black Dragons have put forth, I find incredibly compelling, not only based on an individual player basis, but also for how this team is combined into an overall unit. The same I can't exactly extend to E1. I have to admit, the run they had when they were getting wins was quite impressive. The fashion, they were beating Liquid, beating NIP. They were making teams look silly. But then the magic started to disappear. Better teams started to figure them out. And ultimately, if all of your losses are all of your potential competition in playoffs, and once you were kind of found out at the end of the stage, the quick, cheeky plays, the aggression was pretty easily handled by teams like FaZe and Furia, even W7M as well. I don't know if the Manchester Major is in E1's future, and I don't even know if a win over Black Dragons is either.
Yeah, for E1 on that front, switching gears here, because I did have something to say for BD, but no, for E1, I think the biggest thing for me when it comes to them is the kind of change of fate, specifically for empties on this roster. I mean, a callback to Playday's, 2-3/4 of Brazil. Empties was the #1 player in the entire region, but as soon as they started to play up against some of these more talent-packed rosters, and especially as these rosters with great staffing behind them, right, have some VOD on E1, they understand how they tick a little bit more. They got systematically dismantled time and time again. I mean, you all saw there on the analyst desk. They are the bar of Brazil. It just so happens that Black Dragons, they're not just here with a B-. They're competing with at least an A.
And with their close game against FaZe Clan, who did not drop a single match in all of Brazil, really close but excellent wins over a team like W7M. Whether the game has been close or dominant for Black Dragons, it has always looked like either a team game or really impressive individual performances that serve as kind of a stamp of approval on performances later on in the stage. And then for their losses, I mean, of course, Black Dragons are not without their blemishes. That 7-2 loss to NIP right on the second last playday. You might find very perplexing. Then again, if you go back and see how every single round had at least a 2 to 3K from an NIP player, you can understand how Black Dragons might have let that one slip away for them. Everything else, though, has generally speaking been quite a strong performance. The losses have been close, either 7-5 or overtime, and the wins, sure, some have been close, but some have been very dominant for Black Dragons as well. It's an unfortunate situation where on Consulate as well, where E1 got a 7-3 victory over NIP. I want to root for it. I want to hope for a close game because, again, to give credit to E1, they are entertaining as all hell. I love watching this team. But you also have to acknowledge that if the magic has run out, if the game plan's been figured out, and if E1 can't recreate that performance on Consulate we saw against NIP, I'm not sure Nighthaven will go any easier.
Yeah, and that's where we're at with E1 right now. Now they're at the point where they have to find some evolution. They have to find some new things, a new gear inside of this car to be able to win a few extra races, man. That's really what it is. And that's the key difference between them and a team like Black Dragons. Because I need to call attention to this. This is the really key thing about this roster. Ask and Loira have been on this warpath since September of last year, okay? They picked up 3 players this year. They did not attend SI. They get no practice out of that at all. They pick up Gudo, Nuxka, and Florio all within a 3-month span. Fortunately enough, they get Gudo and Nuxka at the exact same time, so it makes things a little bit easier, but they only get a B-tier tournament inside of January to kind of practice, you know, and it's really just a pressure test. They try some things out, win some games, don't win some games. Things happen. But then they roll into Brazil with Ask as this IGL powerhouse, taking so much away from his time with Liquid, and now having these tools at his disposal that he knows exactly what they do. They're exactly what he was looking for. And look what he's done, man, in such a short period of time. I mean, this is the first stage of Brazil for the year, and this guy is 3rd place in Brazil with this roster. What's the ceiling here?
Well, if Connor has anything to say about it, maybe main stage at Manchester. If they can qualify, if they can find the necessary wins, whoever wins this series, E1 or Black Dragons, will face W7M tomorrow, a team who might not necessarily be as strong as FaZe Clan, the other team automatically seeded to the semifinals, but a team, especially with Volp's performance this stage as the highest rated player in Brazil, you cannot count out whatsoever. The operator ban phase has gone and transpired, by the way, and the thing I want to call your attention to is Black Dragon's attacking ban, one of the operators, often helmed by multiple players on E1 on the attacking side, though Arthur most famously is that Monty, often using him in the vein as coincidentally a blitz currently being picked by Arthur, getting control quickly, pressuring the defense heavily, working them into positions where they can't find a way out and are just inevitably going to die at the hands of E1, sprinting and barreling on their position. With that attacking operator taken out, it might seem like an obvious ban, it might seem like nothing that major, but it shows that Black Dragons are decently aware of how E1's attacks tend to go, and banning out some of that cheese they love to make good use of.
For E1, man, I'm really looking to Paris to try and start us off right here. He's got the most entry duels. It hasn't exactly been the greatest of straights for him here during the Brazil stage. He's 12-19, so -7 on that. But if you can come out hot to trot, there is something in the cards for E1. Especially if they can get empties to try and back them up. And had an amazing start to the stage. Just needs to find his confidence once again to try and take it to some of these better teams.
There's some decent confidence early on. Within a minute, able to repel inside of admin. Flash, of course, has to be careful with that diffuser, but Black Dragons also, maybe paradoxically to some people, not making use of this checkers hallway. A lot of the times we'll see a shield over by the vending machine playing aggressively to contest these very tiny doorways, these very limited points of entries for the attacking side. But instead they are pulled further back, deployable shield on the doorway, this likely to try and stop E1 from finding an easy picks. But Ryan, as I say that, somebody playing very close to giving away their position on that skylight angle. Thankfully, nothing found. If you know E1, they like to turn up the tempo very quickly, too. Loira cuts an STK, but Arthur finds nothing on the yellow stairs. Furia, a nice two-piece to cut things off. A double kill for Loira, too. E1's bag of tricks certainly running empty in round 1. As the blitz finds no purchase, the attack finds no ground on the checker side. Unless Empty's crosshair placement is good, it seems this double stack on this main desk doorway will result in a flawless round out the gate for Black Dragons.
A full send and a fire sale of E1 members as Black Dragons takes them down left and right. A flawless round at that, too. And really, just the new consulate on full display there, Carter. Huge difference in comparison to old consulate with all that window play and all those cutoffs, right? You have to try and give something over. You have to take a gamble on the offensive perspective now, and Black Dragons were well aware of that. They played absolutely every position, practically to the limit, especially around front desk there. I mean, you saw the legs of that BD player just escaping the E1 member you saw on the skylight. Now Black Dragons very easily rebuff E1, even though they don't exploit that checkers hallway that we see used all the time. BD are also going to send things downstairs and also change some things up on this mid floor. We don't see usually too much pressure when it comes to this. Maybe some ghost pressure and pulling things back, but these fuller roams is something a little bit newer out of BD.
When you're always defending that bottom floor side, you got to be very particular with how you handle a roam through all of the floors on a map. Even with Solus, I mean, maybe we see them get loose on that second floor, keep it open as a path to rotate through, but they'll focus on holding these hatches, focus on holding that middle floor. It'll be up to E1 to decide if they want to go for that vertical control, but I mean, with this team, Connor talked about, this team can execute very quickly. You might think, 40 to 45 seconds is about when we think the execute will happen, left in the round. And E1, they're trying to get the diffuser down at a minute 20, minute 30 left, and if they decide to rush, 2 minutes left in the round even. But going for full clears and wide swaths of control is not exactly E1's playstyle. They might not have to deal with it a whole lot. Instead, it's very quick aggression taken by Black Dragons. On the art window, Empty's put to very low HP, but Ask doesn't press it too far. Pulls back, holds the existing angles, plays alongside the setup created by Gudo, Loira, and the Solus on the middle floor.
And that's why I think this is just such a difficult matchup for E1 as well, you know what I mean? Even though I say that, Perez is going to be able to find a gap at least, but to me it just feels like Black Dragons is made for E1. They play a very similar style, they have very good guns, and I mean, in a lot of terms, they're actually just a better version of E1 farther down the line and their ability to kind of flush things out. It'll be a 3 versus 4 here. Empties will go down. Not a bad trade so far. And Perez with the opportunity to get another one. Couldn't find him as he darts down the stairwell. So BP at least will be able to keep 2 until Arthur, wow, eventually finds his way into the depths. I don't know if Florio gets out of this situation alive. He's trapped and practically dead to rights on a tri-cross. E1 bench very excited about that one.
Winning around in classic E1 fashion, Perez sprinting in with the SMG-12, finding a gap, getting that pick, allowing Empties to hop in the art window. Then Arthur down below, able to cut off the rotation down to the bottom floor. A very good round for E1 without relying on a whole lot of those cheesy operators we kind of know them for. That no shields from Arthur, no blitz, and obviously no Monty because he's banned. Instead, it was a game of course, quick plays in the case of Perez, but good cutoffs from Arthur as well. The one who got a 3K in that round, not Perez. He got those 2 picks with the SMG-12, but it was Arthur with that 417, watching anybody either A, trying to retake server, or B, rotating down Visa stairs to get the majority of kills for E1 in that round. Really good setup to not only push their own back, but then cut it off once it tried to retreat down to the bottom floor. And E1 getting a very necessary first attack if we're calling into question their attacking percentage, which at one time was the highest in the league, and then once their run started to collapse, fell further and further into the bottom half of all of Brazil. Making a good argument not only in the case of wins, but how they're getting these wins based off of good control and good fundamentals instead of high-octane plays. It'll be imperative for E1, not only for Consulate, but for the series as a whole.
And that's what it is, right? I mean, just much more sound. Siege! Oh, Loira! There's an inherent risk when you put your head on a window in this game. And you don't see it really bite you in the ass that quick very often, right? But something's out for Loira today. The Siege gods are not happy with him, and Well, that's going to be a beautiful frag to start things off for Perez. A boon for E1, practically gifted. And yeah, Perez and Arthur, back to the point that I wanted to talk about. Perez and Arthur have been the two for me that have been the consistent pillars for E1. Even through the games where things haven't exactly been the best, they've at least been there to try and make it a factor for E1, try and pull something into their favor. And here, Perez, well, he at least gets one to start off in a pretty critical moment here as they sit 1-1 on this offensive front for them.
With Ask as well as spread very far away from the defense, playing over inside of the secret position on that single panel, all the way basically in Narnia, that extends to the outside. He's a bit separate, providing useful intel, don't get me wrong. He's also not been read by E1 in this position, so he can not really tell where they're pushing, but most importantly tell that E1 are not pushing the Visa side right now. That allows Black Dragons to reallocate their defenses to the yellow side to face this pressure, whether on the top floor or not, but specifically on this west side. And with the vertical control from the Solus as well, it does put a little bit of pressure. Nux and Florio need to hold on. They're the only two anchors on site.
This info game might just be what is necessary for BD, but as soon as I say that, Ask, he takes a risk, offset info, and Perez is prepared. He'll cut him down with the 417-2. That's already 2 kills for him inside of round 3. He's going to hold the cut here for Spiral as well. More than aware that somebody might want to try and come out to play as this timer starts to dwindle. Florio's in a very critical position too. That Nitro cell's already been expelled or maybe pre-placed somewhere. Just have to see. Nux that strikes next though. That M590 in close range on the stairs.
A difficult gunfight to take, but as we know, by the way, I believe the site is actually clear. Nux, Gudo, and Florio all in off positions. Really trying to play retake. Perez again with the cutoff! Flicks over 90 degrees to remove the head of Florio. Brutal gunfight to lose. As Black Dragon just barely holding on. E1 recognize the site is free. So as Nux goes for the retake, he'll find no purchase on E1's attacks. They take the lead, and I might have done some hating in the pre-show, but I have to say, E1 looking good so far.
Oh, and look at the energy out of the E1 coach here. I absolutely love this. It's easy back there, by the way, folks, for those that don't know. What a moment here for E1. Already starting to pull away from Black Dragons, but, I mean, this is a key moment. 2 offensive rounds here on Consulate on a map that has been, I mean, anything but offensive favored. We've seen so many people have a lot of issues in clearing this building, finding any consistency when it comes to just starting things off in general. I mean, yeah, E1 are able to get that nice little kill off of a little bit of a risk over on the admin side of things initially, but they follow through with practically a flawless round.
I think Black Dragons at this point, I mean, going back to the top floor will obviously be nice for what I'm about to say, but I think Black Dragons realizing, especially just with the individual play we're seeing from Perez right now, that going for these far roams with individual positions being held by individual defenders, they're winning their 1v1s. E1 have done that a lot this stage, but specifically in this matchup, Perez a 4K, a 2K in the previous round, Arthur with a nice 3-piece, taking that line 417 in round 2. Black Dragons just going for these solo plays might not work out. Going back to the top floor is nice for that because that wasn't what defined this setup on the top floor. They were all playing together, all very close by another defender holding the CEO position. Florio might be down below, but there's still 4 defenders up top to keep that trade structure alive. So that should counter a bit more solo play from E1. Theoretically, it might get Black Dragons another win on the board, but we might need to see that transfer to other sites later on if they want a chance. But more importantly, if E1 find a way to dislodge it, the theoretical counter to them might not be as strong as we thought if they can pick up their 3rd round on attack here.
It's going to be hard fought, though. We saw what they wanted to go for the last time. It was kind of hell of a handbasket as they tried to go for the entries on some broad swings, but got cut down repetitively by Black Dragons. Actually ended up resulting in a flawless round. E1 now have a lot to think about when it comes to that. The good news, though, haven't given up a body yet. They've got some solid positioning over on admin, but those with a keen eye, we know that things look somewhat similar the last time, too, when it came to this offense. Whereas, though, it's not as hot as he is now. He's holding that window cross, seeing if anybody wants to try and flirt with that CEO position. We do see one just potentially working their way over towards yellow. It's going to be a patience game here for Black Dragons, although Ask is going to take quite a bit of damage on, I believe, the front desk cross.
That's where he was roaming before, at least lurking before. Was found on that skylight. Didn't take any damage last time. This time, though, he's worked himself into the corner to support a player inside of checkers as Florio has actually rotated back up, moved into that position. E1 making a much more concerted effort to actually clear out this setup from Black Dragons. Before, the rush down yellow. This time, a full clear from admin. Is he aware Florio is in this position in the hallway to cut off these players completely? It is common, sure, but E1 haven't read it.
Oh, man.
They've let Florio slip by. E1D goes out. It's the last one. He might be frozen in place right now, but he springs like a snake! Cuts 2 heads off of E1's attack! It's limp on top of checkers now. He's going for another. The madman on the Goyo knows he's in such a strong spot to get Black Dragon's second defense on the board. Just on the opposite side of Spiral, it's Nux for the third. STK cut down. Perez not long for this world. Another 3K, another 4K. But it's Florio's doing in round 4. It's Black Dragons with their second to boot.
Florio for 4, man. Checker's position, but this man's playing chess in behind the vending machine. That timing, Carter, that patience. He knows that E1 are trying to build things up on that end because they're trying to get this execute set up, right? Nobody is actively trying to find out any new info. We don't really have a drone game going on in this space because everybody is prepared. They're looking to see if Black Dragon tries to take any of these swings. Florio sits behind this vending machine for what feels like ages, and it ends up being a 4K in what is practically 50 square feet. Amazing stuff for him. Beautiful fundamentals, just playing things out to its absolute fullest, making sure that E1 were more than comfortable waltzing around inside of checkers.
And default position goes uncleared. Really nice play by Black Dragons right there, finding that timing. But keep in mind, these next couple attacks were decently easy for E1 to dismantle in the end. Able to find a lot of these roamers, cut them off very effectively. Black Dragons, given this operator lineup and giving some of the changes, seem to be moving back down to the bottom floor. No Solus this time. We have the Mira like we did before, but the introduction of the Cade on the bottom floor to make clearing a lot more difficult, specifically those reinforcements. And ironically, in turn, Arthur's back on the Blitz.
We're bringing it back to bear, man. When it comes to very critical moments like this, where E1's fate, as well as Black Dragons, hangs in the balance, you rest in what you feel fits you best. You know, things are comfortable with. As you said earlier, Arthur, very comfortable when it comes to these shields. Although they've taken his Monty, they cannot take his Blitz. He's going to bring this mantle to bear yet again here. Also, speaking of things to bring, Meadows also brought the Kaid. See a drone donated to that earlier, but the real moral of that story is the fact that they're going to have to try and find a way to get rid of that Electroclaw if they want access to that hatch.
No EMPs on the board as well, no Thatcher, no secondaries. Could be a little difficult, though it might even be more so. We saw what a shotgun can do in this position, even if it was just one kill. It's still such a difficult spot to dislodge, but when a Blitz is sprinting right at you, what else are you to do, especially with a player watching his cutoff, bottom yellow. Very nice clear from E1 to use that Blitz to pressure Ask and to dislodge. What I just said can be very difficult, peeking that shotgun right in the face. Good play from E1 to get the advantage.
No smokes for BD anymore. Couple nitro cells and quite a few barriers here for Florio, but Arthur doesn't exactly have the worst HP in the world, especially for his 9mm if he's tapping him in the shoulders. Nitro cell out, will land on deaf ears though. Perez is actually going to be the first one to go down. No more 417. Apparently no more clue either. Florio won't be able to do too much here as of right now, as E1 has actually vacated the premises. To try and reinsert themselves on this mid floor, use a little bit of this verticality to their leisure.
And Lawyer with a good flank. Each time's in a pit, but somebody might be waiting! STK rips open the wall, surely a Z-ping. Surely a bit of intel on Loira on that flank to get the 4v3, but this Kiba still proving to be a problem. Impact goes out, it downs Arthur, and they re-put the Kiba up. It might just destroy it with that impact though, but Florio, fighting for his life. It's instead Gudo to get the next 2 picks. STK on the vertical, still very much alive, but STK, the rest of the team all falling around him. What is he to do now? Spiral default up, but nobody's spotting him. But sprinting with so low time, bottom Spiral still a factor. They know where this remaining E1 attacker is, and they've set up the triple crossfire. to layer up shots on this man the moment he crosses. Lead reestablished by Black Dragons.
A little payback on the tri-cross earlier that we saw over inside of server 2. Black Dragons get their get back on this basement site. And my God, man, they're just so good at making E1 uncomfortable, right? They get that smoke pick. E1 feel as though they at least have something going for themselves on that side, but as soon as they try and test Black Dragons, things just start falling apart. I do think it was at least a good idea. It was a good recovery stance from them to try and shift things back to that mid floor. They get a nice pick on that flank coming in from BD2, but the Black Dragon sight comes alive, man, especially from that yellow pillar position, able to keep things locked up inside of just yellow in general, making it where they can't try and transition through that door and really get anything going. That put a serious spanner in the works.
I love the use of that blitz, but as you said, just stopping all of E1's momentum so thoroughly on that bottom floor site, all just by restricting the roam a little bit, just playing closer to the site, using the utility, letting that do the talking, even though E1 admittedly had a great clear yellow, able to shut them out completely because of that structure they now have. Such an excellent adaptation by Black Dragons. E1 unfortunately not able to counter it. But the final site, it's the first attempt of the split bomb site for Black Dragons. They went to X position and Piano in the third round. Obviously, retried CEO, gave another shot at Garage. Now in round 6, forcing E1, similar to what we saw from Furia, going bar and stage at a critical moment to react on their final attack to what they're going to do in round. And it's also a good time, Sam, with that tactical timeout taken by E1. We obviously don't know what they said, but maybe Kizzy dedicating some time to talking about what they could do for X position and Piano, and now nullifying some of that information just by going to the fourth bomb site you've not tried yet.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, the beauty of that for Ghost as well, the coach for Black Dragons, is that he gets to talk about something like, oh, I don't know, maybe a split bomb site attempt where you can have like an Echo and a Soulless, try and maybe play some prevention on the top floor. I mean, come on, dude. Who would do that? Who would use their time well as a coach? Probably them, let's be real. EMPs, though, to make things a little bit easier over on the garage panels. They'll have access to this pretty readily, unless there's some extra impacts in the area to try and stop this. What happened to the electricity here? Did he end up just putting it on a panel that was already electrified? Because that's his second exothermic gone. I'm a little lost here because we didn't have any impacts over here. Lawyer clearly has both of his.
I'm not entirely sure, but Paris back with the 417 is final at that do the talking. Cuts down Gudo. Not the source of impacts we were thinking about, as you were talking about. Loira still has both of his, still on the roam as well. So there are players for E1 to fight, and you can see when the game is simplified and they need to take gunfights to get these advantages, there's no hesitation, no discrepancy in their play. They're able to move in. It might be a 50-50, but these are some lucky bastards we got on the side of E1. Now they can reset with 1:40 remaining, can hold cutoffs, can take control of this middle floors. It seems they're gunning to plant inside of Tellers. Of course, they have to worry about the Soulless and the Yokai, specifically the Soulless, if Laura can get in the position to play the vertical. But with 1:30 to work with, they've got time to account for all these contingencies.
Yep. Well, there's one thing about Rainbow Six Siege that I know. There's no such thing as a safe bet. And the other thing is, at some moment in time, somewhere across the line, you're going to have to take a gamble to get what you want. And that's what E1's trying to find. Looking to see where they could try and strike next. So far, the house is losing. Black Dragons lost 2 on their gambles on this mid and top floor, but at least for right now, able to stave off into the later round. Able to try and see if maybe Ask, maybe somebody like Nux or Loira, a big moment, maybe through utility, maybe through gunplay. Empties is thinking the latter for himself. He's got a beautiful cross at the bottom of Spiral.
So much time being spent on this clear, though. I mean, almost a minute since they got this 5v3, and we've yet to see them convert, but now they move down to the bottom floor, going for the kills instead. He's able to find one. STK smokes Ask on that position. Ridiculous shot right there. Belora on the flank has cut down 2. It's a 1v2, though now a 1v3. So they've got a small amount of time to pick up empties. But on this vertical play, does he know they've rotated down to the bottom floor? Uses the hash to drop. Players moving up to the top. Empty's able to cut him down. Tie game, 3-3 at the side swap. E1 just barely neutralizing Black Dragon's lead.
And there he is, man. There he is. What But I said at the very beginning of this game, Carter, today is the day. This is the day where we need to see something out of Empties. When his number's called, we need to see something out of this guy. And right there, he's able to make it come to bear, able to find those moments up against Black Dragons. And what was such a pivotal moment, too, I mean, especially in this clear downstairs, he ends up getting downed, and Loira finds these 2 huge frags. And on this transition, it's a little guesswork from both of them, but another clean-cut frag out of Empties to shut it out. And Kizzy, he's pretty excited about that one.
As he should be. As he should be. E1 3 times now when Black Dragons have roamed have really, quite frankly, made them look silly, especially in the first attempt on basement in that server side that time. I mean, Lawyer might get a nice 2-piece on that flank, but aside from that, still an E1 round through and through. Now, moving to the defense, they might go for a lot of cheese on their attacks, but here it is contesting even the smallest bit of map control that they think they can get away with. It might not seem like a lot, but even something as simple as maybe the guy behind that shield just retaking into the initial admin room. Not even the entire thing, maybe just retaking it if he thinks he can get away with it. Just small plays to catch the attack off guard, disrupt their rhythm. That's something Black Dragons will need to be ready for, especially with Solus and Pulse on the board. Solus may be gunning for a run out depending on what she sees. It's very clear what E1's game plan is, and we're just on the first defense.
Does STK have the vision? That's the real question in a position like this. You can see the amount of respect that Black Dragons is giving over to EU1 in this earlier portion right now, too. He brought the death marks of Loira, so he's probably going to try and coexist for some time, maybe just try and mark things out initially. Use a couple of these to assist, keep himself alive. The longer you see this man able to keep this op around, the more these things can deal some serious death blows at the tail end, but who says they even need those? I mean, you get some early intel like this position over here on the admin side. Maybe these are all the kills you really need to open up around BD.
Intel being relayed, you can see now Nux going on the cutoff, nade to go in, but ooh, brilliant play by STK, cuts down the coverage in the C4, cuts Loira's rope, drops him down to the bottom floor, off the rappel entirely. Great play not only to keep the Azami alive, but to use that intel, that intention from Black Dragons to find the opening pick on the player stuck in printer against the attack themselves. Really brilliant stuff from E1 in the first half of the round, and now they get to just play Consulate. Hold these tight hallways, hold these doorways. There's not much Black Dragons can do to fight this back.
This is perfect Consulate. Funny enough, the 2 operators that are utilized to take out Nux and Loira right there, it's their best map. It's Pulse and it's Solus. Consulate has so much soft destruction as well as 3 levels that both of these ops can use their full kit advantage through all of them. Even from, all the way in the basements. It's truly insane. And E1 are using that at max capacity right now. Another kill goes their way. Gutto has been found over on the church stairs, and yeah, the bees are going off. But do you think this man's scared with M590? More than likely not.
Gudo's certainly scared to peek that deployable shield. I mean, what's he to do? Empties, cuts them both down. E1 up 4-3 on their first defense. A really well-coordinated roam into a stronghold. Exactly the kind of play we want to see for E1 to start this half.
I think we're starting to see why this was a Consulate pick for E1. I mean, like we said, this map has not been played a lot in Brazil, folks. Neither has Nighthaven Labs. They've both been played a single time. The E1 have clearly been doing their homework. This is a very well thought out, very calculated Consulate so far. Although, somewhat aggressive in certain moments, but it's working for E1. That's honestly just their lifeblood, man. And that's why Carter said in the very beginning of this game, they're so much fun to watch because the one thing E1's going to give you is a show.
To use a phrase coined by my best friend Quinn, there is not a hill E1 would not die on. There is not there is not a bit of control that they really want to cede or won't contest. They will always fight if they can. And as you said, makes them incredibly entertaining. No shock whatsoever that I think we see another Solus roam as E1 move down to the basement, just as we saw Black Dragons try one time on this bottom floor. Will Black Dragons be ready for it? Will they even be able to counter it? This is where we need to start seeing some of that counterplay happen, because a 4-3 can turn into a 5-3, or if you saw the Furia game, a 6-3 in the blink of an eye if you're not careful.
All right, so we've got a panel here, so Furia will have to donate a little utility to make a rotate, but that's perfectly fine, just traditional siege on that front, right? But we did have some panels over inside the mid-floor for the piano side, so E1 clearly want to try and have this roam centered around holding down this verticality. Black Dragons might be able to get some site control, yeah, they might be able to carve out maybe somebody like Arthur over on the pillar. But if they don't have the capabilities of dealing with some hard points on these vertical positions, E1 will just win it out in that way instead.
Something they'll have to concern themselves with, how they are going to cut those players out. I mean, again, they haven't found much just yet. I mean, thankfully, despite the Solus on the board, a lot of these drones still intact, so Black Dragons can hunt down these roamers and try to excise them from their various positions. Finally, a Kapkan will be spotted upstairs. Perez, the top frag in the lobby, 8 and 4 at the moment. Though a lot of those...
So we're going to need some communicative skills out of STK. He's got to keep a bead on Ask. He knows he's inside yellow. Revolver out. This thing, ever since this Opus came in, man, I always just sweat a little bit when it's in Deimos' hand. It does so much damage, but that round count, it really does count at the end of the day. Arthur's going to end up losing his life to Loira, who's found quite a safe haven inside of this site.
He somehow found a way in.
What is happening? What is going on?
I was about to say, there's so much action happening at different points of the map. Ask found out on that Deimos, though, said the death mark will fail. But Lawyer was like, guys, can we rotate in, please? Could we please get this diffuser down? Nux will finally make his way in. Florio can still cut off his Solus's rotation back to the site. Nux should be in the clear to get this down so long as the angles hold, and they will. Empty's dropping a second too late, but just into a pre-existing angle held by the attack. Nux with the finisher, Black Dragons with the lead. Has Florio found the Solus? Yes, he has, but Perez has cut down 2! The mechanical skill on display from E1 has been ridiculous so far. Now it's put Loira at a disadvantage, has found the Kapkan again, is able to cut him down on the 3K, but not go for 4! E1 keep the round alive in the 1vx, get the defuse to get the 5-3, 1 round away from match point.
I'm just baffled. I'm absolutely baffled. Black Dragons get the full plant. They get the full Monty, no shield, inside of the actual site. Get everything they could have potentially wanted. Beautiful crosses. A nice setup to try and fend off this retake from E1. But out of thin air, Perez is able to make a round for E1. That is absolutely insane.
And the individual skill from Perez, I mean, from so many E1 players have been ridiculous. I mean, how many rounds have we seen in one singular map, a player from E1 getting a kill, flicking 90, or in that case, 180 degrees to get a follow-up onto a player trying to get the refrag from Black Dragons. Ridiculous stuff from E1 on both the attack and the defense so far. It was a bit more of just a coordinated game in round 7, but round 8 needed heroics to bring back that read garnered from Black Dragons. And Perez was able to deliver. Again, all of his frags are only in a handful of rounds, but each one he has been the guy to give E1 the victory. And on your map pick now up 5-3, that might just be the difference maker. Moving to the middle floor now for E1, won every single defense they've tried so far. Closer dominance, still all going their way. Exposition and Piano, we will see some vertical control contested. We'll see another roam for E1. Have to be careful, Sam, they don't leave the site completely empty, because Black Dragons can make that read. But by the same token, it's not a guarantee. Not enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think E1 are also going to be doing some reconstructive surgery on this top floor. Look at the amount of shotguns in this lineup and tell me that we're not going to have some verticality here. I mean, come on. E1 has a lot riding on this, and also going to have a few of those shotties placed inside of the site too. And we just over for like things like the closet window and things along those lines. And to be expected, we're going to have the Solus over on the far end of the map to start things off, just to see if she can get ahead of this drone game or any character trying to operate in this space.
There's the possibility of, with that spec, she does see a lot of presence on one particular side from Black Dragons. They might not know this is a Sens, Glass, Blitz, Amaru Rush, but they could realize that it's going to be a heavy play bias towards one side. ROUs already go out. Boogies go in. Blitz goes down. Multiple Black Dragons bodies hitting the floor. Empties goes to contest. He loses the fight, but extracts a heavy toll from Ask, taking that engagement. Felled by Arthur on the follow-up. Florio is trapped inside of the breach. Akiba in his way. The ROU will allow his way in, but he's got to recover the diffuser. It's dropped bottom yellow. The Nux likely with that. So many players on this top floor that we saw, but it's the vertical that does the talking. 6-3 now for E1. My doubts on Consulate have certainly been quelled.
This is an insane moment for E1 right now. The story for this roster that began at the very beginning of the year. January 17th, we see Arthur and Flashtree both join this roster. Then just a few months later, not even 2 months out, Carter, we see the other three show up on the same day. Empties, Paris, and STK come to play. They form a roster. They try and make a run of the gauntlet in what is potentially the most hotly contested stage of Brazil we've seen in quite some time. And not only that, they've found a new gear. We talked about that earlier. We talked about how E1 needed to find a way to level this playing field against these teams that we see as a level above them. And so far on this Consulate, it's looked so very good across the board. You know, the biggest call sign to me for this, and I love to go back to it because he's been playing so well, is Empties. Empties just seemed like a shell of himself in comparison in the latter stages of this initial portion of the year. And it's just very unfortunate for him how that went down. But to have a moment like this on a map that you guys have clearly been doing a lot of work on, this sets them up for success inside of this best of 3 and potentially a major shot.
Potentially, if they can get either map 2 or 3, assuming they win this one. We've already had one overtime, one map of the day, but is it a quick exit? A player waiting! The lawyer not able to get the shot.
He is talking across the stage right there. He was talking across the stage.
Trash talk, certainly a strong capability for E1, able to cut down Loiro, the E1Ds, to find these roamers. An early advantage acquired for E1. I mean, how do you fight back from that at this point? Getting so aggressive, feeling so confident. They recovered the diffuser, but their clear's not even underway. They've not begun anything just yet. Now somebody might have to rotate over and hold that cutoff position too. Certainly rough to start. At least they've opened the breach, I guess, but how likely is it that E1 just decide to run out through the very hole created by Black Dragons?
What an insane set of circumstances that E1 have put Black Dragons into. This is definitely not how they saw this going, especially with how things started off on this Consulate, right? I mean, things were pretty back and forth to start, but then all of a sudden, E1 with a tirade run rampantly over Black Dragons, especially when it comes to these defenses, and it looked quite convincing. They take out Lawyer here on a very advanced move, something that you'd honestly expect out of Black Dragons to check, especially with the aggressive tendencies that we've seen out of E1. But obviously a non-starter when it came to that, and they get punished for it on a very widespread run out, and oh my, look at the angles. Black Dragons, they're getting fed to the wolves, but those wolves have names. It's E1 Sports with the very first map.
Such a strong debut in this series for E1. The confidence, the play. It might have looked shaky in that first half, but it was anything but. For E1's defense, is 4 in a row to go from an even half to a pretty strong regulation victory. Now, to be fair, it's not done yet. Of course, it's best of 3. We have Nighthaven Labs, neither team playing this map so far this stage, and it is Black Dragons' pick. So if you're hoping they win anything, Sam, it's that. But E1 have the momentum, and if you're a team that thrives off of big plays, momentum is exactly what you want.
Yeah, and you know, I'm going to be the first one to say this. This is an amazing map here from E1, but I'll be real, Carter, if they don't get Nighthaven Labs, I'm a little scared for what happens on Oregon. It's a very limiting map, and it makes it to where some of these more grandiose plays, some of these wider swings, the things that make E1, they kind of get taken away from them.
It's an excellent point. It's something they'll have to consider, but we might not even need it if they can bring out a great debut on Nighthaven as well. We'll have map 2 and, of course, the breakdown from Ian and Connor after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Brazil League with me, Ian, and CDAPS. We are one map down of our second best of three, and we see E1 take it from Black Dragons. Connor, you said 2-0 to BD. You were wrong. Sorry to bring it to you.
Yeah, everything kind of looked towards teams being able to adjust to E1's playstyle, especially, just as the league progressed. People were like, yeah, this is how they attack. Black Dragons had a blueprint laid out for them, VOD for them to study on how they were going to play Consulate, and they still weren't able to do anything to stop those attacks.
Let's talk about why. I mean, E1 have once again really shown that they're a good Consulate team, right?
Yeah, definitely so. I think that Black Dragons probably made a bit of an error allowing them to go to this map, especially when you have somebody just able to just have explosive plays and on the attacking side allow E1 to build momentum. Sure, a 3-3 split for their standards probably isn't the best, considering their defensive win rate is below average, but when you have players making big plays, you have people just popping off for 3Ks and 4Ks left and right, the momentum transitions onto the defensive side, and all of a sudden they can continue making those big plays.
Speaking of big plays, Prez was one of the men making them. That was a strong, memorable performance from him.
Yeah, Perez put up absolute numbers, and we saw in one of those replays that he was popping off for the 4K with the Twitch DMR. He was just doing his best, mainly on entry. Getting 5 entry kills with no deaths was absolutely flawless. One of the things we've touched on with E1 Sports is that when they do get the opening kill, it's very, very impactful for them. It's not required, but it is a very nice tool for them to have, and they typically transition it well into a round win.
Do you think that in that first half that E1 kind of overperformed and then just sort of picked up from there, or did they do what you expected?
I expected it to be worse, considering E1 against these top tier rosters have really struggled on the attacking side, and Black Dragons is one of the better defensive teams in the league. I did not expect them to get a neutral side swap. I really did not think it was going to be 3-3. Thought it was going to be in 4-2 territory towards the way of Black Dragons, where they would have the momentum, but they completely switched it around.
All right, well, our next map is Nighthaven Labs. We haven't seen either of these two teams play it yet and hit this map. What do you make of it?
It's actually a really weird one because both of these rosters ban it quite a lot, but funnily enough, as we look at the data, Black Dragons ban it significantly more. It was one of their perma bans. They banned it 7 times out of the 9 play days, where the other 2 times the opponent banned it out pretty early on. So it makes me think, Black Dragons have been cooking. They're taking out and just pulling all the stops ready to go and try to punch their ticket to the Manchester Major. These games are important, and for E1, I think I'm a little bit scared that Black Dragons might come out and pull a surprise card.
Yeah, I mean, as you've alluded to here, this is a very defender-sided map. Do you think from what you've seen from E1 here today so far, it's something they can handle, or do you think they're going to be beat in the mud a little bit?
There is still the chance, but they're going to have more Herculean efforts from players like Perez and players like Flashtree, maybe even Empties, who we haven't seen pop off that much recently, but earlier on in the stage, he was one of the highest rated players in the league for a reason. But overall, for Nighthaven Labs, it's not really a map that you can just walk in and attack easily. It is really going to have to take some of these players making a big play to make the space for the rest of the team to get in.
We saw in our first matchup, Furia, they're a team that can handle high pressure situations. They've handled a lot more high pressure situations than here and now. But for these more relatively new teams to be in a situation where every single map win matters, and there's a real true opportunity where you can make a splash on a main stage waiting in the wings, is whether or not you can cook in these sort of situations, isn't it? And you look at a team like Black Dragons, and can they, and if they don't win here, would you consider it a bit of a bottle job considering their form coming into the playoffs?
Yeah, I think it would be a little bit of a choke. Actually, stage 2 last year, they kind of did choke into playoffs in a very similar position, but they more so snuck into the playoffs and got shut down, as opposed to looking a lot more dominant coming into playoffs. But overall, with both these rosters, so many changes have happened in the offseason that you think their expectations weren't really set that high. I think overall, when you have rookie players, you're thinking, hey, yeah, we want to win, but did they truly expect to be here? We don't know. I think it's still an icing on the cake kind of situation where if they get round wins, they get more experience, amazing. But if they lose, it's not the complete end of the world for them.
All right, well, Connor, I want your prediction, but before I get it, we're going to go to a quick break, and then when we come back, it's Nighthaven Labs. Don't go anywhere.
a strong a start as you could hope for if you're an E1 fan. Might be your pick, but a 7-3 making Black Dragons look silly is exactly what you need. Nighthaven might have some issues we need to consider for E1's playstyle and how they like to boil the game down, but ultimately, what E1 need is momentum, and I don't know if they've ever had more going into a second map.
Yeah. I think that when it comes to E1 and it comes to this map, there's a lot of things to consider. I don't think this is going to be out of the realm of reality for E1, though. When it comes down to the map and how things played out, I think that obviously Consulate was something that they really needed to get under their belt. The big thing staring them down and essentially is like the gun to their head right now is Oregon. Oregon is a map that's very limiting. It's something where it's a lot of close corners, something that doesn't really lend itself too heavily to a good roam game. And these are a lot of things that E1 fully exploited when it came to Consulate, catching Black Dragons off guard time and time again. So we'll have to see if we do end up having to cross that path, but in my mind, it's right here, right now. Can E1 get things done 2-0 on a Nighthaven that was picked by Black Dragons and has been banned out for the majority of their stage?
They're bringing it out right now as well. I mean, obviously, they didn't know that this series was going to be, down 1-0 for Black Dragons, but if they're bringing it out here, they clearly know that this is a critical moment, even more so now. Letting Consulate through, the game plan not entirely there. They'll need Nighthaven, a map that they do not have any game day experience on so far this stage. They'll need it to be good. They'll need it to be clean, or at least one round better than whatever E1 have to offer if this goes the distance to overtime. But our bans have gone and finished. I don't think any surprise that Black Dragons have run back the Monty ban whatsoever. But E1 starting out with the Maverick Sam. Some damage done to the hard breaching for Black Dragons offense.
Now the Mav off the board, Kaid will at least be gone, so they won't have to worry too much about the hatches, just a potential freeze coming in. Let's see if that has to come to bear eventually. It will for this round, though, as Sparrows will actually have to morale along for the ride. But past that, Black Dragons, they're going to remove that Monty, as you said, but no more F-Knots either here, as Fenrir will be off the board. So a few of these swings probably going to be a little bit easier, especially on something like the top floor. We usually see this quite often.
It'd certainly be something that I imagine E1 are also very happy to see off the board. Like, sweet, if we have to flood into the site, we don't have to worry about any F-Knots on the opposite side of that door frame. We will take those. We will absolutely take those. But the interaction I'm looking at, as you highlighted, how is this Tubarão going to have an impact? Maverick is the counter, and with the Tubarão ban not coming out from Black Dragons afterwards, these Zotos could prove incredibly impactful for E1, especially with the Bandit on the board too. They could try to Bandit trick early on, Zoto it, allow the Bandit time to go and rotate between walls as well. It basically lowers the skill ceiling for getting off a successful Bandit trick, but also just by itself making it more difficult to open walls. And on a map where I was going to say that the external walls can play such a powerful dynamic, it could be a problem, but then again, so could the gunfights from E1, so could the mechanical skill of these players. It's what we saw on Consulate, and Empties reminds the Black Dragons of that fact by cutting down Lawyer within the first 30 seconds of the game.
He had to have caught him lacking right there outside the door. Yeah. No, it's through the verticality. He caught him inside of IT through verticality on the window. That is absolutely insane. What a battle here from E1, making sure that Black Dragons have to respect them in every sense of the term. And on every front, even something as simple as using some breaching rounds or a skeleton key to try and get under the bandit tricking happening in IT. It's something that Black Dragons has to be wary of.
Yeah, without that skeleton key too to try to dislodge some of those defenders that might be playing, for example, around the pillar position, it's a lot more difficult. Candela's going out, so Flash 3 will immediately haul it back into the site behind the safety of that mirror window. It's looking like an IT and garage execute, so likely not a lot of focus from E1 over on that IT side, excuse me, on the connector side. It is possible. Nux still has an exothermic in pocket, but they are running out of time, running out of really the ability to get that control. Ask with a nice find onto that mirror window from below will make this garage take a lot easier. But these Candelas need to land because all Black Dragons have, assuming they commit to the IT garage push, is flooding through garage and flooding through IT, which is funneled into 2 very small doorways. And remember, no skeleton key to pressure Arthur, or STK, or empties from below. It has to be this doorway, it has to be the utility, and it all needs to land in a 4v5 for Black Dragons.
That's the key here for E1. You can see how they're waiting with bated breath. SDK is going to be the next one to strike. What a find there from Arthur. He'll tag up one. He'll go down and turn, though. Down to the 3 versus 3. STK! It's a triple for him! It's down to 1 member of BD, and E1 gets it done. But what is that, man? That response time was absolutely insane.
E1 hold on very strongly, barely even a contest in round 1. That find on the Bucks so early on, able to force a minute and 10 seconds and an opening death out of Black Dragons just to get the IT breach open, and then there's no focus over towards the connector wall. This was always going to be a difficult execute to land for Black Dragons, a difficult tightrope to walk. But with STK able to work underneath that mirror window and find 2 players trying to reset from Black Dragons, it was just the knife being twisted. It was already in Black Dragons. Because when you're just pushing through and you can't find that additional pressure, nobody backstabbing from Aqua Stairs either. It's so linear, it's so easy for E1 to deal with, and such a breezy time to get the first round on the defense. Could still see maybe a collapse, could see Black Dragons present some issues from E1. But Black Dragons wanted to get that first round, to regain the momentum, to start a clean slate going into this. And all it appears going into round 2 is E1 haven't skipped a step.
This is just such insane results from E1. Black Dragons coming into this series were plus 13 as a team on entry. And their average KPR, at least among the top 3, is like a 0.9, which is just absolutely insane. As if you can, I mean, if you can get 3 people taking out a body per round, that's pretty good, right? So, for Black Dragons, all of the signs were green coming into this best of 3. I mean, I think you and I even both remarked inside of the green room, we're like, oh, probably going to be a pretty quick day once we get to this game. Yeah, a quick day for Black Dragons if it continues the way it is.
Oh, Laura
No
spotting
way.
STK up
Run!
above has only put him to 1 HP. Could have been a bit more decisive there, get the 5v4, but he's at least softened up STK for later on in the round. Everyone from E1 likes to take their gunfights, likes to get aggressive, and especially after that 3K in round 1, getting STK so low is something you'll take as a win in and of itself with very little cost expended by Black Dragons. E1 contesting a bit of these middle floor areas, 4 different defenders all around this middle floor on opposite sides of the map. That just leaves Arthur down below. So you want to have to be careful. Don't push it too far, but Black Dragons are buying into this. They are pressing forward. They are trying to clear out this roam. So if these defenders can hold strong, but also keep their options to retreat intact, could be okay, but Empties presses his luck, and it doesn't go his way.
Oh, talk about pressing your luck! Oh my god! Flores, it's a bloodbath inside of L. That default cam saw things nobody should, as E1 are completely decimated. Absolutely insane stuff happening here. Black Dragons, somehow, some way, finding their way back through things, but let's be real, it's mostly all Florio. Some major kills in this moment. Lastly, with a nice discovery method there on Loyera, but the Nitro Cell won't discover him too. Now, no Nitro Cells and honestly no clue as to how to get back into this. They're grasping at straws, you can see that, but Arthur will be able to at least get Loyera. Lashley's worked his way into a position. Black Dragons, we can't overcook this.
You certainly don't want to. Arthur's got the exo stairs on lock, but with that kill, his position's been found out. Don't overplay your hand.
Oh.
Don't overplay it, Arthur. Don't overcook. He's waiting, and he cuts you down. He had the position. He had the play. Flash 3 with the lurk is found, too. They've walked right into him. He's got to stay alive, though. One might come from the back. He's taking the 1v1 up front, but he's indecisive. Doesn't know where to peek. The 2 on breach is all he'll get. Black Dragons tie the game early on.
A lot of energy out of Black Dragons right now. Ghost with a lot to say after that round. But let's be real. There was a lot of things right there that went wrong for Black Dragons. No rediscovery on what's happening in the site. No real idea as to where these members are. Just kind of holding on to things in a default manner and making sure that E1 can't press their luck too much, especially with that stairwell position. But we saw how that worked out for the site. Just kind of flying blindly and end up almost giving it over to E1 and what could have been a highlight reel play if it ended up closing out.
I think Arthur just thinking a bit too much, thinking he needs to get aggressive in that spot, which I understand the inclination, don't get me wrong, but if you're close with the shotgun and you've got Flashtree by the breach, he's mainly exposed from Exo, and you can play close in that doorway. It's a bit of overthinking from E1, unfortunately, but still 1-1 so far. Plenty of time to take the lead back from Black Dragons. The tail of the tertiary site, I feel, on Nighthaven has constantly been a back and forth. Initially, when this map got released, Sam, I feel, this bomb site right here, storage, was like the tertiary site. We've seen some play on kitchen as well. But E1 will go to that storage bomb site, the other of the middle floor bomb sites, where, though, we do see some presence inside a kitchen as well, I believe, from Flashtree on that Solus. And, of course, would it be a Nighthaven defense without some vertical play, Sam?
Yeah. Definitely wouldn't be. This map, I'm telling you, man, I've been telling a lot of my friends, anybody that'll lend me an ear, I really feel as though Nighthaven Labs is a really great map. Like, it's a lot of fun to play, it's a lot of fun to watch. It might not be as traditional as some of the longer-standing bastions of Rainbow Six, and I understand that, so please don't burn me at the pyre too quickly, okay? But, I mean, there's a lot of positives about this map. It's almost like Consulate in a different way to me, and honestly, I'll tell you this right now, I've been a Consulate fanboy for a long time, so probably has something to do with it, but either way, speaking of more things that lend themselves over from Consulate, we got that Solus, but did you see that we've got her good old pal Pulse, too?
So much intel for E1 to find, both in the electronics and the players, with the Solus and the Pulse, respectively. Deathmark Tracker goes out, won't find either of those, but the Valkyrie, also another tool to provide intel to the players on this defense. Spotted behind the pillar, but Para's in a relatively safe position if you think about it. I mean, sure, he's found out, sure, there's intel on his position, but he can force Black Dragons to clear him. He can waste time. They might get fixated, tunnel visioned on the Valk behind here. The time elapses. The Deathmark Tracker now gone, waiting to peek. Gudo looking to get aggressive. Impact Grenade goes out, but it's a little too early. The Exothermic not down yet, so it's not able to be destroyed. STK cut down too. Only one find on that roam clear, but you're not complaining if you're Black Dragons.
Most definitely not. At least you got something for this 2-minute clear, and they also still have some info, a little insight on Perez. At least have some assistance when it comes to that window there with Beeper on the hop-in. But Empty's in some hot water right now with this verticality. He's got to try and find a way out of this. He's really skeptical of these garage areas, and why wouldn't he be? Flashtree, though, he's on the flank. He's seen Ash, I do believe, inside of IT. There is one over inside of Garage, too, but Empties will cut him down. Loira to trade things out. Flashtree, the moment is now, and he gets Loira. They now know that he is upstairs, but at a time like this, there's so much to do. They're losing so many fights. They're bleeding out, head spinning. What is the next answer for Black Dragons? I mean, we have a player all the way downstairs. Nux is the one with the case. Where are we going? We have to try and run up the stairwell, at least for Ask, but they're well aware of this scenario. Now it's just down to Nux. There's no place to put this case, Carter. This round is more than likely over, although Flashtree, he's gonna lose at least a couple chunks of his ankles, but he'll keep his life and the E1 round.
All comes down to the retake right there. All comes down to the retake. Though, of course, I'd say secondary as well. The time wasted by E1 on that roam, because Black Dragons come away with a 5v4. And that site, if you want to make a comparison, kind of like Reading Room on Cafe. Even if you take 2 minutes to get control of the top floor, if you can get the vertical down quickly, you could easily get a plant in storage so long as you keep control of the angles. And right there, that's what Black Dragons do. They take 2 minutes, but they get the 5v4. There's a lot of time wasted by E1. It allows the flank from Flashtree to have a lot of impact later on, but it's still a workable position. But because Flash3 hits that flank, retakes the vert so successfully, and also aided by Empties getting aggressive inside a garage, kind of drawing the attention of the Black Dragons vertical players over towards the garage position. The fact that he's able to get away with that to deny the vertical control, all of those angles you spent 2 minutes getting now doesn't mean squat. It's actually working against you. You can't go for a diffuser plant now. Or if you do, you've got to be watching the ceiling and praying you get the kill. So, obviously, big wasting of the time right there. Huge reason why that flank even worked. But it took Flash3 hitting that flank, having the success, and then playing the vertical angles well to get E1 the lead again.
Yeah. But that's what that setup gifts E1, right? They have so much insight, so much info. And not only that, but they're actually getting these kills, these moments where we'd see E1 get completely bullied out of, play fundamentally in some of these bigger games during the stage. They're, actually capturing light and making it to where they can actually take some of these bigger rounds. Empties was kind of boxed out of his position there, Carter. He's forced to go for a rotate over inside of garage, and that's a pretty big ask, man. He's got the and they also know, relatively speaking, where he has been. He still wins that fight into the rafters. He still makes it to where they're distracted by his positioning over there, and that allows not only Flash3 to, work up that stairwell, but also to follow through on that swing. They're trying to pay attention to the verticality. They're trying to pay attention to, this essential sack of kittens that they have, just trying to fight them back here as E1, right? It's crazy. So Black Dragons just so many things drawing them thin where they're so distracted really made it to where E1 were able to find that straight line of theory inside of that Calamity.
Command Center following up is the site that we saw E1 choose. For Black Dragons, the problem was really a lack of distraction. I mean, we see the defense able to distract Black Dragons, draw their attention away. There was nothing of that from the attack, and it was ultimately their undoing because they go for this garage push. They go for this push through IT as well, but E1 are more than ready for it, and there's no other angle to try to blindside them. Nothing really on Aqua side, or certainly nothing successful. Same could be said from Connector. I don't think they even opened the Connector breach in that round, or the Terrace breach, excuse me. So what do you really to do at that point? Just push through doorways, try your best, and E1 was ready for it. If we see this attack again, I think opening IT is fine. Getting control of garage is perfectly fine. But for Black Dragons, if they want to go for that push again, we need somebody Aqua. We need maybe the Terrace breach open to make E1 more concerned about another position that Black Dragons could push from. Otherwise, just the IT and garage control by itself, if you don't have a man advantage or even a dominant one like a 5v3, it's very difficult to make work.
My friend, it calls back to that very first round, does it not? We saw the exact same thing befall Black Dragons. They ended up not really being able to accomplish too much because things were taking a while, things were getting frozen up and bandit tricked and everything else in between. Nice gunfights from E1 as well. And Black Dragons have to try and go for a more one-dimensional take of the top floor. This time around, the bomb site on the mid floor, but a very similar idea. Black Dragons thinks that they can simply walk in through IT and get some garage control and, hey, everything will be merry. We'll get some kills on these E1 players. But it doesn't happen at all, not even in the slightest term. E1 instead, they're the ones at the end of the day holding the keys to the castle, and Black Dragons have yet to be able to strip that away from them, especially in these opening moments, these more one-dimensional offenses. Oh, I am most definitely, in cahoots with you on this, as Black Dragons definitely needs to try and add a new layer to this, but as we ask that of BD, E1 provided already on the defensive end.
Let's just do a little bit of accounting real quick. Opening pick in the first 15 seconds, Deimos taken down, which Black Dragons unsuccessfully, but still are attempting to use those death mark trackers to find intel on isolated players from E1, right? He's gone. Loira, also one of the highest rated players in all of Brazil, gone as well. At the same time, going into the prep phase and going into the action phase and shortly after it began, Black Dragons were down to 5 drones, now 4 drones within the first 50 seconds of this attack. And they're still at a 4v5, just as they were with Loira falling early as round 1. Basically, the exact same spot they were in before, and even worse straights. STK trying to get aggressive will cut down the evil eye that was hacked by the Kludge drone. But still holding on to garage so firmly, Flashby backs off. Again, exactly like we saw in round 1. And as the defense retreats, where are Black Dragons, Sam? Stuck in IT and stuck in garage. They're lining up for the 9x19. Flash3's only able to find 1. But Arthur can cut off this aggression from all the way top Aqua, and Black Dragons still very isolated on this take.
Black Dragons, Desperate times require desperate measures. They come to blows once again with E1, losing a body, getting one in return onto empties. As we know, he really likes those opening duels. He's the more aggressive one out of this E1 roster that really loves to try and push things to the limit. Black Dragons trying to retool this offense now, trying to reinvent things, send somebody over to that far-reaching area that Carter and I had touched on, an area that we didn't really see them exploit. Blue Stairs, though, will be occupied with a shotgun. It's more than likely going to be the connector instead for Florio, and he's got to gift this. He's got to let them know as well. There's a barrier on the door. He's in a gunfight right now with STK that he just can't win, and finally he'll cut him down. Gutto will get one as well, and somehow, some way, this patience play, it's working for Black Dragons. Round 4 goes the way of BD.
And they needed those kills. They needed them because Florio makes the smart play. He tries to go to the opposite side, but he decides to go connector, and there's a barricade in his way. So the backstab is given away. They know that somebody's trying to go for the opposite side, which means you know 2 are going to be pushing IT in garage, and 1 could be in the wind, could be Aqua, but is guaranteed now with that barricade to be connector. But he wins the fight, and more importantly, Gudo cuts down a player inside of the bomb site itself. That gives Black Dragons the advantage, and because specifically Florio's fight succeeds, they now have to worry about IT Garage and the additional angle Black Dragons add to the party. It was very close, and in the 3v4, it still probably should have gone E1's way, but with Florio winning that fight, and just compounded by Gudo's victory as well, Black Dragons able to steal a round that seemed destined to go E1's way.
Yeah. E1 had everything you could really have wanted there, right? And unfortunately enough for them, it's not go their way. That fight goes awry for STK on the Solus, and from that moment it's like a domino effect. I don't exactly know if that came from a cross that was being held. Maybe E1 just getting a little antsy as that timer continued to dwindle, and they finally just ended up showing face. But either way, as you said, that was the moment that was necessary. That kill from Gudo was the true start for that round for Black Dragons to try and work their way back in and find some success. They do that quite handedly. 5 versus 5 once again as we'll go into round 5. It's 2-2 as well, as it's been a very hotly contested Nighthaven lab so far, especially on these openers. Loira to flirt with death once again as the Legion right on the other side of that window.
STK hoping somebody runs across, but not finding anybody just yet. IT Breach now opened up. Such consistent Deimos usage for Black Dragons. Florio with this DMR. If you recall, it was the Dokkaebi on this bottom 4 defense that did so much work for Black Dragons. I think a 4K in that round, maybe. Yeah, indeed, a 4K from Florio to get Black Dragon's first victory on the attack up until that point, and already starting things off with a kill onto STK here, just as he did back in round 2. Weird, on the retries of a lot of these bomb sites hitting very similar patterns, creating similar trends. In the case for E1, you don't like how that story ends. You might have somebody still on the roam, might have a player across the building, and indeed they do. Perez shuts down the man of the hour. Another hot on his trail. Now they're going for the clear, but Loirez a bit faulty on the shots. Perez still in the wind.
Does he have it? Oh my goodness. It's a triple for Perez. He's single-handedly doing Black Dragons in. Everybody just keeps giving him these chances. This SMG-11, it's unbiased. It doesn't care who's on the other end. It just cares that they die. And Perez might be able to assist his teammate here. Empties in behind this vending machine too. Look at this. Look at this patience here. He knows these players are right around the door frame. A rotation here from Nux. This might be the moment for him. Another death mark out. They know about the mute. Perez, the shoe's on the other foot now. He's gonna make the rotation though. Has he actually gotten out? I think he has. Yes, he'll skate on by. Nitro Cell for good measure. Oh man, making me sweat on the fallback too. Almost finds him to the verticality with that pistol as he's down to 1 HP.
Yeah, so low. Deathmark tracker will reveal the Deimos' position. It's still Black Dragons in the disadvantage, even more so with Nux put to so low HP. Surely E1 can hold on. Maybe no C4s, but they have control of the cargo stairs. They've got the feet holes. They've got the head holes. They've got the default cam too. This should be 3-2. Perez might be down, but Nux is out, and Gudo's not long either. 3-2 now for E1. Potentially in just right out of the distance of a winning half on Black Dragon's surprise pick.
It's in the realm of reality. Most definitely is. You know, it's felt like that for some time when it came to Nighthaven Labs. The more we've been seeing teams on this map, the more and more you've started to feel the comfort factor settle in when it comes to these roams and some of these more aggressive tendencies that you can have as the defense. And you know, in turn, that's why I said it's starting to look more and more like Consulate, right? This 3-level thing you got going on, basement level as well, a lot of soft destruction available, and a good roam game. That's really what you're looking for on Nighthaven as a defense. You're looking to try and hold on to that map control and make the offense work for it. That's what you want to do. And that's what E1 have been so good at so far. That's why, especially with how he even started off this game, this one in particular, this map, right? I loved it, Carter, because we saw that exact game plan come to fruition right out the gate, right inside of the operator picks. They take away the Maverick. They take away a couple of these other operators, you know, things like the Kaid to try and complicate things even further. And then they bring the Tuber out to try and delay things out, make it to where Black Dragons have to try and look towards other things whilst trying to get this, you know, breach open, because it takes some time while it's constantly being frozen. This time around, though, E1, they've chosen a little bit of a double down. I don't know how you feel about this personally, but I kind of like STK on the visual.
I mean, I think it's worked out so far. Black Dragons on Nighthaven have really struggled to clear out these solo roamers. Perez last round, Solus consistently. I don't think it's a bad idea whatsoever. It could be risky. I mean, with this cutoff angle from Loira, if the Vigil does decide to rotate around cargo stairs, he could easily find himself dying to that AK. But while he's found, Loira will see him the moment that ERC activates. I imagine STK knows that window is a possible angle he's being held. He knows he can just waste time, maybe retreat further into cargo, move into lounge after that. That's the big problem for Black Dragon so far. Despite this being their pick, despite them bringing it out at a surprising moment, and despite knowing they're playing E1, clearing out this map on the attacking side has been a remarkably consistent issue. Despite operators like Deimos on the board, Loira again the opening pick. Flash3 going 1-for-1. Florio's able to at least make it a 1-for-1, but still in the disadvantage are Black Dragons and still getting aggressive or E1.
You just have to feel for him, man. It's like fighting Mike Tyson. It's like, yeah, you got your jab in, but he's uppercut you. It's like, what is happening? Constantly, E1 are always the ones coming out at the top of the table. Black Dragons once again left worse for wear, and wouldn't you know it, folks, it's IT, it's Garage, and Black Dragons are trying to work their way in from the south to the north. Nitro Cell here. Do we have anybody on the back end? We don't. Wow, it's this story's been building itself for some time.
It has, and keep in mind, it was a 3v4 they had to win on the previous top floor attack that we saw. One admittedly that they won, and one admittedly Empties. Maybe looking to give away from them. Empties peeks the IT breach, and as the flashbang goes in, Black Dragons have at least neutralized the advantage E1 had. Gudo's lost a lot of HP. At least they've cracked the mirror window, but E1 know this is coming from Garage. They've even got Arthur on the backside just to make sure that nobody can go for the stab on Aqua. Nobody on Connector, no time to rotate either. Black Dragons repeating their round 1 mistake, seemingly a round destined for failure. A 4-2 half for E1. Unless they go big. Unless E1 take gunfights they shouldn't. Gudo drops down to IT. 2 push from the breach. 1 inside a Garage. Nobody from E1 biting. Once the shots go through, it's everyone from Black Dragons on reduced HP. 1 final flash to make the 7-second flood work. But STK wraps around. Catches the Nomad lacking. Nux only picks up 1. It's E1 with the lead going on to their attacking side.
I am at a loss for words that E1 have pigeonholed Black Dragons into the exact same scenario on their top floor clear 3 times on the same half. That is absolutely insane. E1 are looking like a completely different roster from what we'd seen previously. It seems like they found themselves, and I mean, who are we to stop them? They've looked so solid on that defensive side. Yeah, it's offense now. Yeah, they're going to have to go about things more than likely a little bit differently than what they were on their defenses. But man, are they looking solid.
are looking very good on that defensive side, but also you have to say, Black Dragons, this was your pick. You decided to bring it out at this moment in playoffs. You don't know you're starting the attacking side, but you know you're playing E1. You know they like to roam. You know they like to get aggressive. And the inability a lot of these times to shut down these players, whether it's STK or Flashtree, going for retakes or going for lurks around the map, really calls into question how viable was this pick in the first place if you weren't prepared for that. Of course they could bring it back on the defense, and hey, this is their first time on game day. You're always, or it's very possible you're going to have struggles in executing the first play of a map on game day. It's possible, but in a moment like this, you decide to bring it out in playoffs. It shouldn't be happening here. Not because it's not reasonable, but because the moment calls for too much more than that.
I will say this in Black Dragon's defense. They have necessarily done the bare minimum. This map, it's still a little bit of a teeter-totter. There's still a lot of teams getting it figured out. We've seen times where it's insanely lenient towards the offense, sometimes towards the defense. You really never know when it comes down to it. But as of right now, it's looking like it could be trending towards a defensive favor here, especially if Black Dragons can get a little energized. We know how talented this roster is, and I cannot overstate that enough, as BD has looked to be the third best team in Brazil throughout this entire stage, and that's just with coming together as a whole squad pretty recently as well. Right now, this is a pressure test. They have to try and come out on the other end alive.
You have to try. Perez down very early on, so a good start. C4 will obliterate the downed Deimos. An operator where if you're playing him, your odds of surviving are not particularly high. Oh, the reaggress from Ask. Flashtree punishes it. Another player gifts a 1v1 to Flashtree. Poor defensive play around the cargo stairs. Takes an easy advantage for E1. Nux upstairs 2 on 1 HP. Flashbang goes out. Skeleton key in hand. The easiest 1v1 of STK's life. It's not pretty, but it's effective for E1. 3-1 lead. A minute remaining. Furia on the retake, though. We'll find STK upstairs. Could have a reset from E1. They've still got a boogie drone. They've still opened up the hatch. And both these players still have one drone remaining to hunt down Florio.
And look at this. This is the exact thing we did not see from Black Dragons. Although that round did go their way, they ended up losing 2 crazy bodies through that breach, if you remember. All because they did not end up re-droning the downstairs. E1, gonna make sure that they dot their I's, they cross their T's. They at least have some semblance of where Florio could be. At least where he's not. Make their life a little bit easier. Have an active drone for dead friends to watch as well. Breaching charge down. 20 seconds remain here. And honestly, if there was a round that Florio could clutch up, it'd be right now. There's so much to do. It's resting on a knife's edge. They have got to get in this site, and Florio knows where they're going to try and work in from. Are they ready for the swing? He can't take him down, and Flashtree gets it done. He required the headshot there on Ram. Her 3 armor kit is the only thing that saves her with that amount of MPX body shots smacking her.
There's a mistake from Black Dragons in the setup, something that ends up costing the Tubarão. No feet holes on cargo. Nothing there on a basement defense, something so common. You have a shotgun, or you have a DMR. You open up feet holes in the wall bottom cargo to watch anybody pushing down the stairs. Now, obviously, they don't know the entire round is going to hinge on that position, but it ends up going that way. And because there's no feet holes, even though the default is up, Florio can't contest that position as easily. He has to either go for a wallbang or take the fight to E1 as they actually push through the doorway. Without those feet holes, he can't get aggressive. He can't necessarily read when they're rotating down and reposition accordingly. He has to go for the long angle. He has to hope the 1v1 works, and when he just puts the Ram to 1 HP, it doesn't go his way. That's not the only problem that whole round. Certainly these engagements between Ask and Gudo call a lot of Black Dragon's game plan that round into question. But the mistakes are happening at such a crucial moment for Black Dragons, who seemed on the come-up going into playoffs, and to see them collapse now on their map pick as well as Consulate in such a key moment. The LCQ might be their only shot at making Manchester and realizing the potential we've set for them.
This is just utterly insane. Especially because Black Dragons have had such a great run inside of Brazil so far. And not only that, they've looked to be some of the best and brightest, some of the smartest in Brazil, just trying to work things out with this roster. It just felt like maybe, you know, a cork of a wrench there, a little bit of a screwdriver here, maybe a few extra nuts and bolts, and they had something seriously set for war. And E1, they might have single-handedly swept BD under the rug, forcing them into LCQ. Not only a bad rap for BD, but you gotta feel for everybody in the LCQ as well.
It's the issue I imagine Vivokeed certainly finding themselves in. You can't count Black Dragons out, that's for damn sure. We don't want to count them out in this matchup either. We can certainly say that, but when you've struggled so far up until this point, when you're down 5-2 on your own pick, and E1 have objectively looked like the better team, on defense certainly, and the one attack we've seen so far, how are you going to find a way back into this best of 3, back into map number 2? At least on the clear, they've spotted the Azami Raptors, typical position to play, and Black Dragons bringing out the Clash to try to stump E1's attack, as they often like to flood and often like to get aggressive. There's even some players on the roam, Loira, having an exceptionally poor performance, unfortunately, today across some of these maps. Could flank later on the Vigil and maybe go for a little bit of backside pressure once E1 go in. There are a lot of options, a lot of permutations for how this round can go, Sam. But that's half the round in, and I don't think a single shot has even really been fired at another player. It's remarkably quiet for what has been an extremely chaotic game.
It's going to start now. Lyra sees the window, and they have to hear this Logi bomb. Oh, got some shots now. Just nobody's died. Nobody's been tagged. Nothing's happened. We've only seen each other. That's about it. We're halfway through things now. It's down to the minute. Yeah, Flashy's going to get tagged up. But this is just going to be more about positioning here. These teams starting to understand where the other is. As soon as that comes to blows, well, it's going to be Perez that strikes first, as he's just walking inside of IT. I think this could get a whole hell of a lot worse at a moment's notice. Loira's going to go down to STK. Florio's ready for something happening in the garage. The first M590 shot misses, but he follows through on Perez. And it's a 3 versus 3.
A 3 versus 3, but technically a 2v3 if you only count the guns. Nux has the shield up right now. There's not a lot of tools for E1 to deal with that clash. But if they're able to take down Florio and Gudo around it, a round win is certainly possible. Match point, a not even likely possibility. But still one nonetheless. Only 30 seconds left. E1 now fully taking control of Garage. Arthur over on the breach. We see Flashby going to the backside as well. He's able to cut down Gudo. Just one shotgun left up. He peeks out. 2 pumps. STK killed. Clash found out, but Florio can support her. Flash 3 and Arthur. No, the Warden is around Garage trying to find that position, but with the diffuser in so low time, Arthur might need to try to get this case down. The Clash can pressure. The Warden can follow up for the kill. Nitro goes out, and it lands on the cover, but Arthur's still up. Florio can't capitalize. Arthur can fall off and get the kill, but not on the follow-up. Nux with the quick swap. Secondary faster than shocking him to death with that shield. Black Dragon's able to nigh match point for at least another round.
Wow, that was a lot closer. I thought it was going to be in that clutch. He actually almost turned on that Clash right there. Such low HP at the end of that. Maybe 1-2 bullets that could have been taken by Clash there. Truly insane. Black Dragons, by the skin of their teeth, will be able to get a round over on E1. But man, are these rounds hotly contested between the two. E1 constantly seeming like they're in the driver's seat, and Black Dragons are just constantly fighting tooth and nail to make it out of these holes that have been created by E1's openers.
And this map has been more back and forth for the opening engagements. Ironically, it was, you know, the previous map on Consulate that saw E1 with these dominant opening advantages, you know, 5v4s, 5v3s, and then converting them obviously successfully, especially at the side swap when E1 went to the defenses. But this round, I mean, it's about 4-4 all the way through. Nobody taking the lead firmly in the opening engagements, but E1 have been in full control of this game, man disadvantage or otherwise, able to trade it, able to regain it, no matter what. Now Black Dragons, after E1, again, able to take tank and assembly in the first round, will try Cargo, one of the tertiary sites, as their next hope at stalling match point against E1. We're going to see that vertical play, Sam. Like we highlighted when E1 were attacking this side, it's something you need to hold, and for E1, something they'll need to clear. Okay, hold up.
I love it. I thought ahead on this one. There's been a lot of, lead thrown through this window. Not even in this game, but just as a whole, as a map for Nighthaven. This is a main priority as it holds a pretty long cross. We saw it on full display earlier in the game.
Can easily cut off a rotation or two. Maybe 5, depending on... Sure. I mean, maybe just trying to counter the bandit trick, and he's like, I don't need it. No bandit trick, whatever. I mean, to be fair, if you're opening up just one side, maybe you don't want, a hole to, to expose your position if you're holding the breach. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, pretty funny. Just a very funny picture. Plus, at the same time, it's not really the focus, right? You want to open up IT, that's for sure. But it's how you use this breach. It's how you take care of any roamers on that top floor. But there aren't any, actually. Black Dragon's almost entirely on that middle floor. This is a bit of a gamble. They could obviously go for the retake later on. They've got the Soulless as well. Maybe go for the plant from below. But Loira just caught walking up the long hallway, cut down by Perez. Bad way to lose a 4v5.
You got to feel for him, too, because he took about 2 steps out of his front door and he got gunned down by a man with a 417. Just right on the swing. No chance of fighting back. And now, once again, E1 ahead on things. Flastry looking to make an entry on this top floor. Nux gets 1. M590 in hand to try and assist with this barrel's position. A lot of different entry points being utilized by E1 right now. You can see them like a hornet's nest starting to work their way in, starting to try and find their topics. But Black Dragons, they've got some raid. They're going to spray down empties. Arthur won't be able to find too much as he'll find the same fate. BD once again back in the wagon, back in the saddle with the reins in their hands.
It's all individual plays from E1 right now, all trying to find their own timings, push their own angles, and Black Dragons are eating them alive in round 9. Flashtree might find the player close on the left. The bandit reveals his position, but it's Flashtree worse for wear after the spray from the MP7. Spots the head, but can't even fire a shot once he's taken down. An attack Black Dragons needed, not because they were attacking, but because E1 didn't craft that strategy all that well by the end.
No, they get the initial pick, but it's kind of half-baked across the board. Something that we've been seeing pretty often for some of these more talented teams in Brazil, right? They really like to go for things on more of a solo front where you'll see them all trying to deal with the same game plan, right? Maybe they'll try and clear top floor or something along those lines. But they're going to go about it with 5 separate access points as they try and work their way into the building. And that does give you the opportunity to maybe get some gunplay under your belt, especially from a defensive perspective. And that's more or less what we see out of Black Dragons here. E1 are able to deliver with that initial frag, but past that, Black Dragons come to light when it comes to the frags inside of that mid to late round timing.
And now force the timeout out of E1, just down 4-5 now, a much more manageable scoreline than the 5-2 half that beckoned them as E1 came out of round 7 just after the side swap. Black Dragons able to find 2 rounds in a row now, though one extremely close in round 8 and one, despite losing the opening duel, pretty easy for them in the totality in round 9. But now we have to go back down to basement. Talking about poor played rounds from E1, talk about poorly played defenses for Black Dragons all the way back in round 7. Roamer cut down early, sure, but then a 1v1 given to him in the long hallway. A mute completely by himself upstairs. Easy pickings just from a single flashbang and a couple shots of the skeleton key. E1 made mincemeat of the setup from Black Dragons previously, and, well, they're running a lot of the same components back.
Most definitely, my friend. Not only that, Black Dragons, they're bringing a few tools to the party, too. I really like this here from Loira as well. I mean, we've been seeing the Vigil quite often. And I think the reason that we're seeing Vigil a lot inside of this game right here, folks, is because we've been seeing a lot of Deimos. He's a direct counter. If you get that death marker on you, it's practically just a waste of utility, as Vigil just turns on the ERC-7, and you have no idea where that guy is. So, just a really, really well thought out, defensive standpoint from both of these teams, as they both ended up utilizing that on their defenses.
The big question is how Black Dragons going to position themselves on these realms. If E1 were able to take them down so quickly last time, will they make it as easy this time?
I like that.
But, I mean, Ram has a secondary shotgun now. I mean, can you just... You use the
But
DMR?
does it also open the freezer rotate to the stairwell? I mean, it
Ah,
could, but
that's a good point. I hadn't considered that, actually. I kind of forgot it would... I kind of forgot it'd fall down and continue. I was like, want to get stuck on the roof? But no, you are correct, actually. We'll go down, open up the freezer, rotate. I was being overly pessimistic. Can you really drop down that, though, at the moment? No, of course not, but that's okay. They can clear the position later on. They at least have that option later on in the round. First Dokkaebi call goes out. Empties to find the first pick. Loira. So brutal on these opening deaths so far. I think 1 and 4 throughout this game. 1 and 5, actually. Empty's just finding a second, but the opportunity evades him. Florio cooking the C4 down below, but he'll fall further back into the site.
E1. I was going to say, count your lucky stars. It looked like they were about to get another pick on Degudo there, but clearly not. These guns, they shoot back for BD, and they're going to take Perez. That's a beautiful one to find, too. Perez has been a thorn in their side throughout this entire series thus far. Only sitting at 7 and 6, so the most insane stat line at 10 rounds in, but still, he does make things matter most. He is most definitely the one that can pull them across the line. Lastry, does he know that Nux is in the area? And this is just a solid patience play, but it does require Flastry to stick here, too. Not trying to oversell this. This is just down to pure timing, down to pure game sense here from Flastry, unless he has some outside source, some outside insight, potentially an audio cue or something from that top floor. But this is Siege, folks. Welcome to it. This is how things work out sometimes. We're going to have Nux just patiently waiting. No moves just yet. Hey, man, how you doing? Oh, I'm good. How are the kids? The wife? Oh, they're fantastic. Oh, that's great. Anybody want to move yet? No? No? Okay, cool. Awesome. And here it is. Rainbow Six Siege on full display, ladies and gentlemen.
The execute coming out now. Florio put to a lot of very low HP, taking a lot of damage. Empties with the diffuser, moved his way into the site. Couple defenders, worse for wear. Could wrap around, try to deny this, but Flastry on the vertical angle's too strong. Seemingly a clean execute for E1 as Florio on the retake. Cut short! Series point now for E1 in what will be the upset of the day if they can make it work. 1 round away from a major qualification against W7M tomorrow.
A funny moment for the execution there, just for a split second, but a serious round from E1, all things said and done. As Black Dragons, they couldn't find a single fight that was successful in that situation. The cross is too powerful for E1. Some incredible guns positioned there as well. I mean, that 417 will eat you alive in a normal fight, but to have it on the vertical position instead? Oh man, come on. What do you want Black Dragons to do in that situation? You're bringing a knife to a gunfight. Now, E1 have 2 opportunities to try and get this across the line in regulation on Black Dragon's map pick.
Ridiculous stuff, especially as we were setting up the Black Dragons. I mean, they were objectively the clear favorites going into today. E1 not beating a single team in the playoffs of Brazil. Vivokid, Furia, FaZe, W7M, Black Dragons. They lost to all of them in the regular season. Albeit in best of ones, but 2 maps in a row against a team that trounced you on day 1, 7-3. Would certainly be the most compelling argument E1 could have even hoped to reasonably make inside of this series. And also punishing Black Dragons for the Nighthaven pick, going back to the top floor. It's exchanged hands, certainly, multiple times on attack and defense. Black Dragons able to win it previously. But remember, even with the clash, it still came down to basically a 1v1 that somehow Black Dragons almost lost anyway. Well, he just bandit tricks that.
Yep. I was
Rookie mistake.
I was waiting to see what was going to happen next.
It's a bit silly right there. I mean, he just placed it in the middle of the wall. There was nothing down below to deal with it. Now empties, I will say. Down below at the cargo window, Skeleton King that position. They can pop the Mira. C4 on the way out. Find nothing, unfortunately. So...
Wait. Did he forget? I think he forgot to pop the Mira window.
I think so as well, unfortunately.
I swear to everything that is holy, if we go back in this VOD and we find that BD lose this round, all because of that moment right there where that Nitro cell could have stung and took out 2 people, oh man, Black Dragons are going to be kicking themselves into LCQ. Empties, this garage position, they know he's here now, but it's still starting to build for E1.
are starting to build indeed. Flash to going from the backside. Neutralize the connector. Mira, key position. So many different dimensions of this attack. Loira 1 and 6 found down below. Easy fodder for E1 on this entry game. 10 rounds, 7 open engagements, 6 losses for Loira. It does not get more damning than that. Gudo's able to cut down Arthur. Empty's pushing forward. Pushed so far up on that rotate. Base checking, peeking, waiting for the engagement. Spots him behind the bomb chassis. Ass cut down. Gudo next up. C4 goes out, but Empties falls back. Florio's got a retake just around the corner. The shotgun, the perfect tool for this engagement. The perfect thing to stop E1 from regaining the momentum, gaining the lead. Grenade goes out. Warden out the door. Black Dragons into the LCQ. E1 2-0 upset and stun in the Brazil playoffs. They've got a date with W7M tomorrow.
And the E1 bench elated after that victory. A 7-4 victory on the first map, followed up by a 7-4 victory here on Night Haven Labs. 2-0 in, I would say, a pretty convincing fashion, especially from how we started the story today, Carter. We walk into this, we're both like, Black Dragons 2-0. Oh, look at the map pool. Even BD is probably going to be really good at that too. It should be super dominant. E1 are probably going to get, dragged and tattered. It's not going to be very good. But no, yeah. E1, they're the ones that slay this dragon that is BD. In such a convincing way too. Everyone across the board showing up. It wasn't a one-man show. It was some truly incredible stuff out of E1 today. I'm very happy for him.
Yeah, me too. And when you're going into a game against W7M tomorrow, this has been unequivocally the best E1 have looked the whole stage by a wide margin. That is it for Sam and I today. But I imagine Ian and especially Connor might be a little speechless when we come back to them after the break.
We call it unpredictable. The Brazil League absolutely, once again, lives up to its name. E1 slay the Black Dragons in 2 maps. Connor, they were awesome.
Yeah, and they were 2 maps that we haven't gotten to see yet from these teams. I mean, sure, E1 had played Consulate before, but we didn't get to see much of that game because of how dominantly they beat NIP. But now as we go into a Night Haven, E1 looked so incredibly good.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't just look good. They looked supremely confident. It didn't look like they were ever in doubt here.
No, they didn't. Just across the board, the way they were playing was just solid. They look like a calm and composed team that you wouldn't expect this to be a new roster, especially as you're transitioning onto more complicated and newer maps that some of the old teams, some of the veteran teams haven't even adopted yet.
Confident, especially in defense as well, Connor.
Yeah, on the defensive side, that's where they started. All of a sudden, they got a little bit of momentum. Rounds 5 and 6, you could see their players just standing up and screaming across the stage. They had the energy. They had the big plays. The STK, that 4K on round number 1 was absolutely massive.
Yeah, they had some real standout moments. And I think they've probably, if anybody doubted them at this point, it's over now, because that has to be their best performance so far this stage. It was a complete performance for the entire roster, but there was one man who specifically stood out, a real standout. Flashtree was epic.
Yeah, Flasher had a good map 1, but he was overshadowed by Perez. This time, he took a massive step into the spotlight and played so well. As soon as they got to their attacking side, he was holding angles very effectively, and he was just constantly cutting all of Black Dragon's defense just in half. They couldn't go anywhere without seeing this man, and he was just the stuff of nightmares for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mentioned it there. It's a no-brainer, right? This has been their best performance yet.
Oh, easily, because we've already talked about the whole gatekeeper storyline for this roster, where they beat all the teams that didn't make playoffs. They kept those teams out of playoffs. But now they're graduating. Now they're gatekeeping Manchester.
Yeah, they are. They are gatekeeping Manchester. That is exactly right. On the other hand, Black Dragons, I know you came into this, you expected a 2-0 win from those guys. This was not the Dragons that we were used to seeing fly.
Yeah, they definitely weren't. On the map of Consulate, it looked like they didn't do their research. They had a blueprint of exactly what E1 were going to bring to the table. What E1 brought to the table was very similar to what they show against an NIP. And, not being able to VOD review that properly is a little bit of a just overstep and just lack of preparation. But now as we went into Night Haven, which was a map that, Black Dragons were really confident in, they just seemed to be skipping some steps on their attacks. They were a little bit just overconfident. They weren't droning out certain positions. They moved so slowly, and that allowed players like Perez and Flashtree, even STK, to sit in some ratty positions and get some huge multi-kills.
Yeah, just to be clear, Black Dragons, their Manchester dreams aren't over just yet. They drop into our LCQ. Let's take a look back now. Our results here of Play Day 1 of the playoffs. We started off with the world champions taking down Vivo Keed Stars 2-0. And of course, look, it's been a quick old show, this has, because we saw E1 with an A1 performance to send Black Dragons, of course, like I just said, to LCQ. I didn't expect this one to be a 4-map night, Connor.
Yeah, I honestly thought maybe match 2 would be a 2-0. I said it. I expected Black Dragons to close it out pretty fast, but E1 said hold my beer and just popped off.
Let's take a look at the bracket for a moment here as well, because of course we have 2 teams waiting in the wings, and we now know who they will be facing in our semi-finals. FaZe Clan versus Furia, another SI Grand Final rematch, this time a best of 3 scenario, which we know actually when you think about it, SI, if it would have been a best of 3, FaZe Clan would have won that one as well. So we know they're comfortable there, Connor.
Yeah, they definitely are. In FaZe Clan, we're probably just sitting there watching this game that was earlier and been like, hey, Furia, they're looking a little bit more like their old selves. They're not going to be overestimated, FaZe Clan. They definitely dot all their I's and cross their T's. I expect them to still put out a great performance, but with Furia on the uprise, filling their shoes a little bit better this time, I think it'll be a little bit closer than what we saw in group stage.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, because there is another best of 3, of course, that we will see played out, which of course is W7M versus our winners from our final matchup here in E1. So I think the interesting thing for me is W7M. They've been looking really strong. Connor, do you think that they'll be a little bit wary of this E1 team that I guess a lot of people didn't expect to make it to the semis?
I don't think that W7M are going to overlook this team, but as you look from a perspective of Black Dragons versus W7M, W7M are a lot faster of a team. They have a little bit more experience than them. They have a little bit more fragging capability, in my opinion. So that matchup against E1 should go a little bit easier, and still would be an upset if E1 find any success and maybe even win that game. But I wouldn't say it's completely out of the realm of possibility.
One thing that is absolutely certain right now is if you're gonna watch Siege, and look, there's a lot to watch and you should watch it all, but especially this Brazil League in playoffs, this is some of the most entertaining stuff you can be possibly watching, Connor.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, overall, you're just getting into BO3s of the best teams in the world facing off against each other where the stakes are high, and overall the skill level of these teams are even higher. It's been phenomenal to watch so far, even though these games were quote-unquote not that close. They were 2-0s. They were still great Siege, and both teams had opportunities to win rounds here and there, and stuff just snowballed.
And we're going to keep snowballing. We're going to keep rolling on all weekend. Tomorrow we are back with you at the exact same time. It'll be Gennaro who will be hosting things, but man like CDAPS will be there alongside you to carry on the ride. And then I'll be back with you on Sunday as well. So plenty more Brazil League Siege to get into. Massive thanks to you for watching. And of course, we will see you tomorrow. Do not miss it. Bye for now.
Hey,